we walk these streets with diamonds in our eyes. Out with the vampires under a midnight sky. My mind so hypnotized. It was exciting. It was the 90s. Mama didn't understand it, and Daddy always said that I was going too far. Said there's never any compromising if you try to win the battle to be who you are. I dance to the left, I dance to the right, hold hands with my demons and creatures of night, on an undercover mission to find somebody else like me. Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? Someone who can hear me and drink from the light, to see things from the same side. Is there anybody out there? 5 years later, I'm out with the same old faces and dead end places. Things kept going wrong. I'm getting to thinking my daddy was right all along. So will you take a little walk on the wild side? Be careful that you never slip your hands from the wheel. There's never any compromising when you're blinded by reflections from the part of you that's real. I dance to the left, I dance to the right, hold hands with my demons and creatures of night, on an undercover mission to find somebody else like me. Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there?
Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hello, everybody. Let's take a quick second here to remember we're all here for a good time. We're all here for the laughs. We're all here to enjoy ourselves with our time we have on this planet. And I hope we all remember that today, as we are hopefully going to be provided with many laughs and moments that shall give us stuff to talk about today. Hope you all are doing well. I've heard a lot today has happened, but I've not been up to date completely on said things. I know. Only thing I know is that Phillip in his own chat said, wow, what a shit show. And he then said, Doody is done. I'm about to end it. So Phillip likes to throw these big words around. I'm going to end it, you know, and that's just going to be him, I'm assuming, pointing out the hypocrisy of Doody or one of Doody's mods banning Phillip when he entered the chat. I know he talked to Keem, and I have no idea what happened there. I didn't hear a second of it, so I can't comment on that. I do know that, you know, Doody and Keem had past history, remember. If you can remember, Doody posted like a 30, I don't know the number. Don't take me for the fucking news here. But there was 20 or 30 minutes of unedited moment from the Lolcow Live podcast. And Keem had an issue with that. And remember, they went back and forth on Twitter. So I know they had previous history. For sure, 35 minutes. Thank you, Mario Faker. I know they had previous history. So I don't know what led to Keem getting on that stream today.
Thanks for the membership.
For sure. I don't know what he was doing today. Phillip did say he's starting soon, so we should be ready to roll here soon. It sounds like we will start with Doody talk, and then we will get into the Kino Casino, and then we will get into the Null interview. It's kind of crazy to believe how all this is happening today. I will try to keep you abreast. I'll try to keep both abreast here. On the news here to keep you up to date with everything that's happening right now. I do have everything open. So I have all the news avenues ready to share with you here. So on Twitter, this happened. So let's see here. So on Twitter 48 minutes ago, the Battle of YouTube Multiverse is here. They call me versus Keemstar. Oh boy, this will be fun to watch, okay? Phillip then said, one heck of a podcast coming up today. Game news, I'm watching the Silent Hill 2 remake, give the final word on one of my detractors and likely others. The show starts early today because I'll be in Kino Casino this afternoon, so see you at 11 p.m. sharp. We're there sharp, but it's not live yet. Yeah, it's not live yet. After that, Doody streams has Keemstar on, and they are talking about me, and Doody says he wants me to respond. I join his chat, and his mods time me out, and I can't talk. Genius. So I'm guessing that's all Phillip has to go on here. Phillip then says, since I was unable to talk in Doody's chat, him repeatedly calling me out to respond, I will now go live on my own stream and will respond publicly. And this is my last thing I'll say on this, so do not miss it. And if you are spamming your X key on your keyboard, you are doing the correct thing, because this is by far the last thing he will say on this. This is the final. All the other finals were a tribute to this current final, but then I will also final again with the final felting. And this shall be one final felting, I assume, for the guy. So that should be fun. You know, it's going to be like, it's just going to be calling out how Phillip, Doody's not demonetizing his shit. I mean, is that the end we're going to get to here? I'm guessing, right? I mean, what else could you say, right? You tell me. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, though, here today. Let me make sure he's not live here. His chat is on fire, and I think he is live here. All right, we are live, and we are getting into it now. Let's fucking go. All right. Oh shit, Twitter, get out of here, Twitter. My bad. That was Twitter view. It's gone now. Big ups to Mighty Furtado and Raindog505. Legends. Let's go. I will not interrupt with interrupt with any contributions till after this initial cringe happens.
Ow. You know,
Plan joke.
sometimes I think I'm not cut out for this job.
Well, I think a lot of people have said that before, but all right.
All I wanted to do today is wake up, have a nice, normal morning, a coffee, breakfast.
I think it
prepare
is.
for my early podcast because I knew that I had to appear on Kino Casino this afternoon to speak to Josh Moon. But I'm not allowed that. Okay? Not allowed that because, you know, everyone on the internet has to always be talking about me and always has to be doing drama shit about me.
You could just ignore it, though. I mean, that's an option.
I wake up this morning
Okay, never mind.
finding out that one of my detractors, who I've been talking about a lot on this very show, Doody, has had a breakdown, has literally had a live cope session with his audience revealing all this personal information about himself.
Cope session?
Essentially to kind of cut off attempts that people were trying to find out this information for themselves. And
Where was the?
I'm
Was there a
like,
breakdown, guys? I didn't see it,
okay.
of course, but was there a breakdown?
now that all this information is public, all this stuff that I've been saying for the past couple of days actually kind of makes sense. Then I'm not kidding you. Live on stream, Keemstar joined Doody, and for about 30 minutes, put his balls on the coals and basically said, literally, your content
Put his balls
is
on the
in
coals.
violation not only of the law, because you're putting completely unedited, giant, long clips of people's content on your channel without any commentary or criticism, but also it violates YouTube's terms of service.
And
So, you know, everything that I've been saying on this channel, on this podcast for the last couple of days and showed evidence of.
so you're definitely going to
Keemstar
sue him
agrees
then, right? I hope so. You're definitely going to sue Doody then, right?
What is 2024? What is happening? People are like saying it's like the multiverse crossover or something, right? Like, how is this happening? Worlds are colliding. Like, this is so bizarre. And
I wonder
I'll
how this
just say
happened.
this. I did try to join the chat of Doody's live stream,
Uh-huh.
and immediately his mods timed me out permanently. I can't talk in his chat. He actually got them time me out permanently. And so I
Well, that was kind of dumb.
He was
Whoever
actually
did
saying
that
on his in his stream, "Oh, I need DSP to respond. I need DSP to respond." His mods timed me out, so I couldn't respond. So I said, "Fuck it. I'll just go on my own stream now." So, ladies and gentlemen, today on this very show, I will give my final edict, the King's Edict, on Doody. Right here.
So what is it? What are we going to go with this? Delete your account again? What can you say here? Doody, delete your account. Okay, I'm not doing that. Okay, well now you're felted. What are we going with this? What can you possibly say at this moment? And then we'll be talking about tomorrow. You could bet your sweet ass on that. I just don't know his idea here. I can't imagine it. Because it's an inside joke, War Dog Leader. It's a joke. People made fun of how he says it, so then he does this now as his own
I'm
joke.
just trying to make sure everything's working. For example, I got a super chat here from Volsair. A $10 super chat. Doody couldn't last 1 week of negative attention. He's a beta. Well, here's the thing.
Uh-oh, here's the thing, though.
I have some stuff to say today. It's kind of sad, actually. It's kind of like I don't even know how to go about it, because no matter what on the internet, when you talk about certain topics, people always spin it in a negative way and act like you're a villain and you're a jerk. But I'm really not trying to do that today, because after Doody basically self-exposed himself today and said all of this personal information on the internet that totally should not have been exposed. He never should have said any of that stuff to the internet.
Okay.
It was really none of anyone's business. I'm like, I don't even know how to respond properly without people saying, "Oh, you're a horrible person." Seriously, how do you even? But the thing is, what he exposed today, what he actually said on his podcast, fully explains everything. Why he has systematically harassed me for 2 or 3 years.
Systematically harassed means makes videos about you? Go ahead.
Despite the fact that I've never said a word about him until this week.
Oh, what? What stuff did he expose?
I don't
we
know
hear
what's
that?
going on with my pop-ups here. Hold on. See, my pop-ups should be working, but they're not.
No, I don't.
Volsair, thank you for that super chat. Oh, wait, it just appeared now. Oh, wow, that was like the biggest delay ever. No wonder. All right, so it is working. Okay, good. Let's get Voltaire on the leaderboard, and I got to tell you guys everything that's going on. In
I got a new mic drop sound. I'm excited to use, but we got to wait till the right mic drop moment.
Okay.
Don't worry, I got a hype one.
Because I got to summarize this. Basically, here's the deal, guys.
Yeah, please summarize.
After this podcast ends, which will end around 12:30 p.m. Pacific time, I have to set up, and I'm going to be going on the Kino Casino show over on Kick. And for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, we're going to hang out, and we're going to talk with Josh Moon, the owner and operator of Kiwi Farms. Yes, I have a lot to talk with Josh Moon, the owner and operator of Kiwi Farms. Yes, hang out, and we're Kino Casino show over on Kick. And for about an hour and a half to 2 hours,
shit,
incredibly harmful to myself, my business, my family, and people all around me.
I'm paying attention. I got it. I'm on it.
Put on that site. I mean, I don't think a day goes by when there's not insanely toxic stuff on that site about me. Okay, so that's going to be an interesting afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do need to have my show end early. That's why I started the show early. All right. I didn't expect that all this crap was going to hit the fan with Doody streams this morning. I have nothing to do with it. But here's the thing, and I've been saying this all along. 10 years of abuse, 10 years of being attacked for no reason, 10 years of being the butt of the joke, 10 years of being the negative meme, and everyone making money on my back, essentially clipping my content, commentating on my content, saying I'm a horrible person, saying all this shit, right? It's now finally, in the year of 2024, it's karma time. It just happened to Review Tech. His entire life is in shambles. Things are falling apart. His content is a joke at this point, and he's going to be broke, right? Now, it seems like it's going to systematically start happening to all of my detractors, and Doody is the first, and I guarantee you it's going to be the first of many, all right? Because, again, I don't have to lift a finger because of karma. You understand? I didn't do anything to deserve to be treated like...
Man, he said some insane stuff, but that might be one of the most insane ones.
But now, all of a sudden,
what is this based on?
All in their faces,
what reality?
Right? So in regards to...
Doody's still making money.
Doody. And Doody stream.
You didn't even stop Doody from making money.
Right?
So start with him, right?
3 years he's been clipping my content. 3 years he's been...
Pick up Giggles money.
Commentating very negatively on me, insane amounts of, over-the-top hatred towards me. It's not just, oh, Phil stream suck. It's Phil stream suck. He lies to his audience. He spends all his money on this. His wife is fat and ugly. He does this and this and this.
He's never said that before.
This is systematic bullying. It shouldn't be allowed on YouTube, and it certainly shouldn't be allowed to be monetized. Okay? But that's the YouTube game. YouTube, for some reason,
by the way, I've never said that, so just keep that in mind.
And profited from.
I never have.
I don't understand why. Okay? I don't understand it. All right? So, after all these years of abuse, this past week, basically, this guy got called out. Not just by me, by the way, by others as well. Kino Casino has that issue with him. Even Keemstar has issue with him.
That's, end of list, basically.
And so over the last couple of days, after this guy basically being so awful to me for years, I've called him out on this channel. Just check the stream highlights on this channel. I have a clip from yesterday's show where I show you. He literally plays like a 20-plus minute clip, unedited from my stream, and all he has on the top of the screen is, oh, it's something about Doody streams. I don't like Doody streams. And in the corner, it's his avatar with a dildo wagging it like this. I said, that's not transformative work. A transformative work means you add commentary,
that's what I'm doing.
Criticism, you actually have some work to make it your own.
Yeah.
You can't just play an unedited clip. That's
commentary.
Get Avengers Endgame,
commentary.
Play it on your YouTube channel and have text on it that says, this movie sucks, and having someone going, pointing at it. That's not a transformative work. You have to add commentary, criticism, and actual... critique of what's going on, or else you've robbed someone of their content. I do offer lots of critiques. You're a thief. Not only is that against the law, it's also against YouTube terms of service. So I have all of this evidence and everything. All right,
all this evidence and everything.
Seriously, and
excuse me, Judge, I have all this evidence and everything.
He can't take it. Basically, what's happening is the guy's falling apart every day. And what's sad is that he has this army of people who endlessly and mindlessly follow him. Because
viewers?
They're probably of the like mind. I don't even know what else to say.
I'm watching out.
Exactly the same as him when it comes to the way that they behave and the way that they, you know what I'm saying? And it's pretty sad. All right, so he's got this army of people. Thanks for the membership.
So you mean viewers, right?
Illegal content.
Okay, gotcha.
And in my opinion, it needs to end. Like, YouTube should not be allowing this
re-upping your membership.
legally and otherwise per their terms of service. Like, it's just not right. I mean, the bullying isn't right. Plus, breaking the law isn't right. None of this is okay. All right. So the crap hit the fan this morning. All right, and I'm going to talk about it in a moment because here's why I had no plans on doing any of this on my podcast today at all. Literally, I wasn't going to talk about any of this shit. But all this just happened out of nowhere, and I had absolutely
so what's the end result of all this,
like,
Phillip?
actually,
I want to hear this.
Happened.
What's the end result?
What the shit is going on? So I have a few shout outs to do. Judge Holden did a super chat saying I should do a regular segment where I take donations and pull Hogan's. Yeah, I mean, that's the meme now. Did you just see I have a Philomania logo now behind me, which is actually kind of neat. That's someone made that for me,
DSP316. I just saw it. Look at that. DSP316. DSP316. I just felted you.
Philomania logo now behind me, which is actually kind of neat. That someone made that for me because I joked about it on stream. I was like, oh, it would be nice to have like a Hulk Hogan Philomania. And then someone made it for me, so I posted it last night on Twitter, and now I got it on my little screen here. Pretty funny, but yeah. You own the memes, and the meme is so stupid. No one in my content cares if I play a mobile game or spend money on it. So,
except, well, you said you didn't, and you promised to your wife on stream. You were very proud about your promises, but that's a different deal. And also, while you were trying to save your house, you were begging and said you might have to be homeless while you were still playing the game. But that's fine. Just semantics.
Thank you for that, Judge.
Semantics,
and then I also
guess.
got a tip here that I want to read out, and then we're going to get to the meat of what's going on. Now, you have to understand, I heard all this secondhand because I wasn't listening live. I was asleep, then I woke up, I was doing all my morning shit, and then someone messaged me and said, this all just went down on Doody's stream. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to present to you guys in the chat what I was told happened, and if you guys confirm it, then I'll continue. But if I say this in the chat and you guys are like, no, that didn't happen, then I'm not going to continue because this is all secondhand shit.
Okay.
I'm not the kind of guy that's going to come out and say, this happened and this happened and this happened when I haven't heard it for myself because I was a human who had a life and wasn't sitting there listening to his fucking stream. You understand? What's up, Jade? Good morning. Jade, I'm sorry. We have to do more drama today. I don't want to, but I have to.
Jade.
I literally was not going to do this morning, Jade.
I used to like your content, dude.
Dumb bitch.
And I can't because this guy... this is the end of it, though. I'm just going to say this.
No, it's not.
What's about to happen right now on my stream, on this podcast, is the end and final thing I have to say about Doody, and I'm not going to be bringing him up anymore after today. This is the king's final verdict on this bullshit. I'm done with it. Okay?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So a couple quick shout-outs. On the stream.
Right. Setting the over-under on Doody streams mentions tomorrow at, let's say, 4.
This is completely wrong.
Oh, there we go.
Someone tipped $1 and says, Doody wasn't having a breakdown. He talked about saying detractors or anyone can clip your content. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what happened before that.
Okay, so when's the breakdown?
The stream didn't go live with him saying, oh, I have permission to clip whatever Phil wants. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what happened before all of that.
Can you explain the breakdown in detail then?
He exposed all this personal information about himself to the internet. He never should have done that.
Like
but
what?
Apparently he was so afraid that the internet was going to find and expose him that he just self-exposed himself. This would be like saying someone might pull my pants down publicly in front of people. So instead of waiting for that to happen or trying to prevent it, I'm just going to self-pants myself and expose myself to the world.
Pants myself.
Not smart.
Yeah, I want to
not smart at all.
Pants myself.
All right.
Watch out, guys.
Anyway, yeah, we're not even... What you're talking about literally has nothing whatsoever to do with what I'm talking about, so I'm just going to ignore you now. I received a $10 tip.
I want to self-pants myself. Does that mean putting pants on?
Real quick? I don't have the ability to get Keemstar on the show. I don't have stuff set up to have people join as guests yet. When I'm going to have Keemstar on Wednesday, I have to do my whole setup completely differently. This is all because I'm using a 10-year-old PC. I can't even get like Discord to work right with it. I have to set it up ahead of time special. And I'm going to have time to do that on Wednesday morning before Keem arrives. I can't do it now. That's why I literally cannot have a guest on the show right now. There's no way for me to do it.
There's many ways. Infinite ways, actually. But okay. Yes.
Well, technically I could do audio only. Well, here's the other thing. As much as it would be fine for Keem to come on and talk about this because he was part of that stream, I have to get through this podcast within an hour because I have to be on the Kino Casino.
Thank God for that.
So I can't. We're not going to do guests and anything on this. I'm just going to go through what's going on, say my piece, and move on. All right. That was a $10 tip. And by the way, guys, this is my stream before I go on Kino. So if you like my content, please support it. You know, we're at King Streak 17. I'm going to be honest. I think the streak's going to end this morning.
Yep. So if you
Because
want that
I
not
don't
to
think I'm going
end,
to be raising $150 in tips on this
I
podcast
don't think
for the
so.
next hour. I just don't see it happening.
would be
So,
great though, huh?
Thank you for the wild ride. It's been an awesome 17 straight streams. I really. Oh, never mind.
Yep. See. Yep. There you go. Told you.
Never mind.
Such
Hold
theater.
on. I have a $5 tip here.
Hope you enjoyed the theater.
I'm not even going to say this name because it's insulting to Doody. If Keem hates Doody too, what are your thoughts on going on Keem's podcast to confront Doody? I'm not going on Keem's podcast. He's coming on mine on Wednesday. Okay? That's how it's working.
That means you own
Okay.
him, I guess, because he's coming on your show
And
after
by the way, what
accepting
I'm
your
about to say
counter
right now
offer.
is my final word on the subject.
Right.
I don't have anything else to say about Doody after this podcast. This is it for me.
I should
I'm not
record
gonna
that
sit
audio
here
right
and
now
beat the Doody senselessly.
when we hear that tomorrow.
Yeah, I just received a $150 tip from King Phil 1. Message, flush the Doody, the king streak will never end. So,
There you
ladies
go.
and gentlemen, we have hit 18. Just like that. I didn't have to do anything.
Well, you did a lot,
I literally
actually.
didn't have
but...
to do anything yet again. This is King Phil 1.
You've done a lot of drama mongering, actually,
Now,
sir.
please
But
bear
okay,
with me.
we can
We're
move
not going to
on.
do a hat and a vest and shit. We're just going to do the show because I got to get to the topics at hand. If
I don't
you
want to look stupid in front of actual adults.
guys contribute, I will shout it out. For example,
For you
the
guys,
villain,
it's cool though.
39 months as a member, says let's go. And then Andy became a member this morning. Thank you both. I appreciate that very, very much. Let me play the animation and let me get to the subject at hand because we have very limited time. If this were a normal podcast, I would be taking my time, but we don't have time because I have to go on Kino Casino this afternoon. I have a commitment. Okay? All right.
Oh, you have a
So,
commitment.
Here's the deal.
You will follow through on this commitment.
And I'm gonna be saying this publicly to you guys, all right? Because I want to confirm that what someone told me is correct. So this morning, Doody self-exposed himself on his
What
own
is that?
stream.
Explain
All
that,
right?
please. I
He
really want to
basically
hear
said
what that
the following,
means.
But I need to confirm with chat this is true. Did Doody this morning admit that he is a trust fund baby, that he basically is rich for the rest of his life, that his father, I guess, passed away and handed him over like a business, but he didn't
Okay.
want to run or couldn't run the business?
What does
So I
that
guess he either sold it off
mean?
or closed it, but basically he's basically like rich. Did he say that on his stream this morning or
What
not?
does
That's
that
what I need to
matter?
confirm.
What does that matter if true?
Eat a lunch meat sandwich. Did he?
Can
Or did
Anyone
he not?
explain that?
Bed Rogers says, yes, I can confirm that. I heard that. Okay.
Okay, so then
I'm being told by my chat that is correct. Okay? Eat a lunch meat sandwich. He said it many times before too, but many people believe it's a lie. Okay. Now, here's the part I'm literally afraid of because on YouTube, you're not allowed to discuss this topic. All right? But I'm going to be
Okay.
as gentle, touching as I can on this topic.
Gentle
okay?
touching.
So understand, this is me asking you guys, did Doody this morning, or did he not, say publicly that he is autistic? I want to know the answer, the truthful answer on this.
Okay.
Okay?
So, again, is this him
Before I say
assuming
a word about it. I don't want to be saying something that's not true.
So what? If he is autistic, what the fuck does this mean? Is that self-felting if you admit you're autistic?
Guys, don't laugh.
That's a pretty fucking sad place to be,
I just
Phillip.
want to know if he actually admit it or not. He never said that. That's not true. Okay. That's what I needed to confirm. You see? Because
Not really,
I get all this
GBRC.
information. Right? And when I get this information, it's like I'm not going to pass it along as fact. That's why I needed to ask the question. Okay?
I don't want to call him a
Well,
mouth drooler without knowing if he's autistic or not.
People say they maybe suspect he is, but he never admitted it. Because someone outright told me that this morning he admitted that publicly. Now, I'm not going to say that he did because I don't know that he did. Right?
Okay, so we're
Right?
going to call him a mouth
Now, some
drooler
people
or
are
we're
saying,
not?
yes, he did say that. I'll find the clip.
Doody said he works for a charity that takes care of people with autism. Ah, okay. So that'll be good, Phillip. Call him a mouth drooler. Like you call all the rest of the detractors, right? That'll be good.
Oh, because here's the thing. All right? First of all,
Uh-huh.
the whole idea of he's a trust fund baby, he's rich. That, for one reason, that already kind of explains stuff.
No, it
okay?
doesn't.
People are saying, wait until I see the clip. But there's no clip. His stream was just live. I don't even know if he's still live now. So I can't get a clip. It's a fucking giant stream. You can't skim through the stream to find if and when he said something. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like someone would
you
have
can,
to clip it
but-
later.
You actually can,
You
but
know?
all right. I'm not assuming you know how to do
First of all,
that.
if he's a trust fund baby, right? If for whatever reason, I mean, that makes sense. This guy literally lives with no repercussions for anything he does. He's rich. He thinks that he can say whatever he wants, do whatever he wants. There's no repercussions for anything. That's why he can buy stupid animations for his crappy videos that get, think about this. This guy's probably spending tons of money on those animations.
Why? Oh, because he doesn't have slaves like you?
That he has in the videos about me. And his videos bring in like 10,000 views, right? So he's spending so much money on this shit.
So
what he's doing is
what
he's
an
spending
asshole,
enough
paying
money
people that do work for
monetize
him.
the channel, because without monetizing of the channel, he's dumping tons of money on things. Like the production value is hilarious on his videos because he didn't do any of it. He didn't make the animation. He didn't make the
what
fucking
did you do?
avatar with the dildo wagging
What
it at me.
did
He didn't make any of the
you do,
border. He
Phillip?
didn't make the avatar that talks. When he doesn't do any of that.
What did you do,
Phillip?
Phillip?
Just bought everything around him.
Sucks his dick.
Because he's rich, right? So isn't that exciting, right?
What did you do, Phillip, actually, in terms of your content on your stream here? I'm not really sure.
No, the reason that I'm bringing these topics up is...
Oh, please, yes.
It all makes sense. Because, again, people are not saying that he admitted it. All right, I'm not going to say it then. Because it would make sense logically. When you become insanely hyper-fixated on someone, like he's become hyper-fixated on me...
What?
And the fact that for some
3
reason
years ago?
he's willing to like break the law. He's willing to not only like make fun of me and criticize me, but actually like bully, like outright say terrible things about my family
Got
members.
it, Coach. I feel big ups.
People are saying stuff like in the past he's wished you physical harm. He said that
a lot of people are saying
he wished she would have fallen down the stairs so that she wouldn't have given birth to me.
A lot of people are saying
that's great stuff to say, isn't it?
A lot of people are saying.
So anyway,
Phillip, I don't want to go through clips of things you said about the tractors right now, but let's just say, the things you said about the tractors are very similar. And I'm doubting that. Oh, that's true. Now you got a lot of people in his chat gaslighting him here, but
Yeah, I mean, pretty bad stuff. And
yeah, Thanos snap. How about that, Phillip?
Is that the behavior, all right, that he's exhibiting, it makes sense if the things that he self-exposed are true or the things that I'm being told are true.
I still have no idea what we're going with this.
I'm going to say this outright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with people who are autistic.
Artistic?
I know many people who are autistic, all right? And they're perfectly normal, fine, good, positive people. There's nothing wrong with this at all. The problem is if it's true and
why are you bringing it up?
Focused on me as his thing to focus on, that's dangerous. That's scary.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that actually legit makes me afraid.
Wow. Dude, this is not the way, Phillip.
Yeah, Jade, I'm telling you, man, I don't want to talk about this stuff, Jade. I told you this is going to be drama this morning,
Yes, he
Jade. I don't
does.
want to talk about this stuff. But I have to because this man is so crazy the way he's coming after me and the things he's doing.
Okay, I hate to pause it. Doody has been doing this for years. Legitimately years. The same exact way. What is this new storyline of him starting this up? What?
It's scary shit, because it's going to pass the levels of like reason and the levels of like what's right and wrong to the levels of obsession, which it certainly seems like it is. Like I said yesterday, I brought up his channel. This guy made like 16 videos about me in 3 days.
Okay.
Right? And
He's
what
been
does
doing
that
that
say
for 2 years.
About his audience?
3 years.
Right? That they're okay with that. Oh, this is great. Yes, keep saying awful things. Keep doing awful things. We love it. What is wrong and unscrewed about his fucking audience? Right?
Because you
That's
say crazy
insane.
shit that people want to watch clips
This is
of.
all allowed on YouTube, apparently.
Yeah.
It's all fine. This is okay to systematically harass someone, to bully someone, to insult someone, to try to destroy their business, destroy their life, steal their content, break the law. According to YouTube, this is good. We'll monetize it. You've been partnered.
So he's just pissed about the money. Let's break it down.
What the hell is going on?
Thank you, Ryan.
For
that is
16
true.
years,
That is definitely true.
my content has been me playing games poorly.
That's Phillip's
but playing
platform.
games, talking with my audience, having a good time, right? And have I ever hurt anyone with the shit that I've done besides like myself? I admit early on in my days, I did bad commentary where I would say shit like, oh, you're an idiot if you play Minecraft and stuff like that, right? But I learned and I changed, right? And I've grown up and I've you know, evolved from who I am to someone to be better. I don't want to make terrible content that's harmful to people. You understand?
Ah, okay. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
all
Yeah.
this
yeah.
guy does.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
he doesn't even, there's like not a shred of morality. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if he has fixated on me, I'm his hyper focus, that's dangerous and scary. It's not funny. I'm not making fun of the man at this point at all. I'm just saying this is actual legit scary shit because this guy really is unhinged.
Unhinged or autistic? Which is it?
Like, someone needs to get involved here.
Are they the same in your mind, Phillip? Are they the same?
That this guy, this is what he's doing, and he's just unchecked. No one taking a look at this to make sure that this is all okay, right? Just let him keep doing what he's doing. Let him keep breaking the law, because this is the problem with the internet as well, is that when you give an inch, they take a mile. When people test the boundaries and say, well, this is okay, I got away with this, let's go to the next level. Well, I got away with that too. Let's go to the next level and the next level and the next level. And that's scary shit.
Doody has been on the same level for 3 years or whatever. I don't even know the years, but years. Let's just say plural years. He's been on the same level. There's been no escalation. He's always made 1,000 videos about DSP. That's how it's been.
All right. That's what I'm afraid of right now. Okay. So
there's no
again,
escalation at all.
No one's giving me evidence of anything that was said on his show, but apparently, from what I was told, he self-exposed himself saying all this kind of shit publicly. Okay? So he says all of it as like a cope, you know? Because basically what's happened is in the last week, I turned the camera on him. And he's looking out at the internet and like, oh crap, now everyone's looking at me in a negative way. Well, let's have a cope session where I just fess up to all my private shit and now everyone should like me, right? Like that's what he was looking to do. But what he did, it's the opposite effect. It literally is the opposite effect. All right, of what he's trying to do. It's not going to help him. This is going to hurt him further. I know from experience, because now when my personal shit gets out there, you know, I don't share personal stuff anymore. And the stuff that does, you know, it just hurts.
Okay,
these people are crazy obsessive. You know what I'm saying?
So let him go.
He did exactly the opposite of what you should do. If that's what he was intending or whatever, that was the absolute opposite of what he ever should have done to try to help himself. All right, you cannot be exposing your private information. Live with the consequences. And shit. So anyway, supposedly,
yeah.
No, I'm not saying. See, because here we go. This is why you can't say shit like this. Not someone just said in my chat. So being autistic means being unhinged. No, what you need to do is go research autism. Go research it right now before you say dumb shit on the internet because you're uneducated. All right.
What you just said that.
A frequent thing that happens with autism is people become hyper fixated on things who have it, and it's to the level of like mania, like you can't stop. You're just hyper fixated. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. It's not even emotional. You are hyper fixated and you can't stop yourself. And I feel like that's what's going on right now with him and me. But again, I don't know if that's what people are saying or not. It sounds to me like it's bullshit. Because people are saying, oh, he didn't say that. If that's the case, then it's bullshit. But this is what people have been speculating and telling me.
So better just comment on it like it's fact then, huh, brother? That's the best way to go about it then, huh?
Oh, Phil, just so you know, you're talking about this guy, but, you know, this is the case. I'm like, well, I don't see any evidence of that. I didn't hear him say that, you know, but maybe that's the case. I don't know, all right? But I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm saying I am not going to say that's a fact because I don't know that that's actually been said publicly or not, okay? Now, so by the way, if he tries to say, Phil said that he accuses me of being autistic, I never said that at all. I'm telling you what, literally faction.
You said it's dangerous. You said it was dangerous, people like that. And you also compared them to being unhinged.
Telling you?
Just make sure the facts are clear. We all heard it.
What people are saying.
That's DSP 316.
I don't know if it's true or not.
Autistic people are dangerous and can be unhinged.
I'm just presenting it as a
He didn't say that directly, you know what I'm saying?
To me. All right.
It's not direct
anyway,
quote.
Let's continue on. So apparently he had this big cope session on his stream this morning. All right. Now you would think if this is this big cope session, I'm going to open up to my audience and say all this personal stuff about myself to try to get sympathy or whatever. That's great. Then he immediately went back to basically doing awful things towards me again. He was saying things like, oh, you see, here's all
Making
the things,
videos.
here's the checklist. Here's my PowerPoint checklist of bad things about Phil. He said he had a 10-year plan, and that was 5 years ago, and the 10-year plan hasn't happened yet. He said he was going to save money for a honeymoon, and that hasn't happened yet. Look, he didn't pay for a blood test for his cat, Jasper, so you just have to listen to this shit. And it's like, what? Like, what? What is this? What is this content? You opened up to your audience in a personal way, and instead of using that opportunity to explain who you are,
I have no clue
or
where we're
have a
going with this.
meaningful moment,
I have
you
no
went
clue.
right back to your shtick of hating DSP and saying all this awful personal shit about me. And the funny part about it is it's never, oh, his content is bad or anything. It's always personal attacks, actual personal attacks on me, constant, over and over. And it's the same ones, because the funny part is the attacks he's making have no merit. 10-year plan. The 10-year plan is a reference to something that I spoke with my mother about when I visited her in 2019.
You promised her, actually.
In Connecticut, in her home. And the plan was that within 10 years, I was going to try to spin out of being a YouTuber and do something more offline in the physical world because I was getting harassed so much by my detractors.
Actually, you promised your mother that so she would give you enough money for you to get on the tax plan when you didn't pay your taxes. Just want to be clear on that. Let's get the facts straight. Go ahead.
But then COVID hit the next year, and all the jobs went away that I would have done. I was like, my God, thank God I didn't get on a 10-year plan and jump off YouTube, because I would be unemployed right now and I would have lost everything. In the meantime, things have turned around for the better for me. Financially, things are better. My content is better. I have a positive following. So why would there be a 10-year plan to get off of YouTube?
Yeah,
and I've already discussed this over and over.
Later, Linda.
But people like Doody
Thanks
don't
for the
listen.
money, Linda.
They are hyper-fixated on the one thing that I said there was a 10-year plan. They don't listen to all the follow-up and all the things that have changed between then and now.
Linda.
They just think, oh, that's black and white.
I appreciate it.
Right, brother? No, brother. It's not black and white. The world is not black and white. It's shades of gray. Things change. Something that was said years ago is not representative of today. You have to get with the times and understand the updates to things that are going on. You can't just say, oh.
It's the internet, brother.
Saying?
People can say whatever the fuck they want.
Look at this idiot.
Go ahead, say it then. What did they
don't have
say?
any moderators in chat today? Because it would be nice, because there's people in there literally threatening me and saying really fucked up things in my chat right now.
Yeah, people are saying stuff like this. His chat is not on his side right now. There's a lot of Kino Bros here saying like felt the duty, of course, but
anyway. So anyway, he went on this giant explosive tirade with an audience. Of course, he had just done this personal stream, so now his views go up, right? So now his views, he has like tons of viewers on his stream.
Obviously.
So all of a sudden, as all this is happening, and he's basically ragging on me for personal shit, and he's really feeling himself, Keemstar says he wants to join a show. I don't know how that came about. I wasn't paying attention. I was having my breakfast in the kitchen, okay?
Okay.
So apparently, Keemstar joined the show, and basically Keemstar says to him, listen, you are breaking the law. It doesn't even matter like what you think. You're breaking the law. Your channel has a ton of unedited clips that are extensively long, 30-minute clips, 20-minute clips. These are not allowed via YouTube's terms of service, nor by copyright law. All right? You are actually stealing content and re-uploading it as your own, and you're getting tens of thousands of views and making money on it. That is a violation of the YouTube Partner Program. That's a violation of YouTube's terms of service, and that's a violation of U.S. copyright law.
By the way, this is just my uneducated take. Keem knows he's going on DSP's show tomorrow. He knows how to get hype for things. It's not a coincidence that it happened today, right? It's just not a coincidence. Keem knows how to create some buzz in certain communities, and that is exactly what he's doing here.
You have to stop doing it, okay? So these guys went back and forth for like a half an hour about it, and here's what happened. Doody actually said the following. I have a clip of Darkside Phil giving me permission that I can do whatever I want with this content because I have permission to do it, and that's why I do it. So that's why it's okay.
Sister's not being
and then
abused.
Keem's like, well, let me see the clip or whatever. And basically, Keem said to him, so if Phil says to you now that's changing, you can't do that anymore, would you keep doing it? And he said, no, I will not do it. If Darkside Phil admits publicly,
not being abused.
All right, that, I will not, that I will not do that anymore. If he says that I can't do that, I won't do it. So I literally joined his chat and I started talking, and get this. Number one, just listen to this. His chat room is all moderators. His entire fucking chat room is moderators. All wrenches. They're called wrenches on YouTube. They're blue wrench accounts. Okay?
Look at the hit
Literally
word Phil
every
uses.
single one.
They're all wrenches.
Is a moderator. There's no like regular chatters in
They're all wrenches.
and it's a sea of them. It's not like, oh, there's two guys talking. There's like 20, 30, 40 moderators all talking amongst themselves. That's the entire chat. So I type, hey guys, this is really DSP, and I'll talk. I'll I'm being asked to respond. I'll respond. I immediately got timed out. Immediately. That's all I said. I said, hey,
So
guys,
that's not
I'm here to
Doody,
respond.
though.
They
That's
time me
a
out.
stupid mod.
What the fuck? You got the guy who's running the stream with Keemstar saying, let's get Phil's opinion on this. Let's hear it. And then his mods immediately time me out. So I couldn't talk. And it was like that for about half an hour. I kept trying to see if I could come back, and I was timed out. I couldn't talk. It never expired. It was like an endless timeout. They timed me out like permanently or like for all day or something. I don't know. So I could never
Check
talk.
back tomorrow.
So literally, he created an echo chamber. He actually created a room where only his moderators are talking and him talking to Keemstar directly, and that was it.
Come back after
what I'm
24
saying?
hours, Phillip.
I was like,
then
what
you can chat.
the heck is going on? Like, what kind of a stream is this? This isn't even really a stream then, right? This is just him talking and hoping that everyone just like listens to him or whatever. And there's not even a conversation. Look at my chat right now. I don't even think there's a single moderator in my chat right now.
Oh, is that?
It's just me running
Okay.
a chat. How many people are in this chat right now? I literally have a stream of 891 people in climate.
You just asked for
Can
more,
you guys
though.
talk in my chat? Can you say stuff?
Yeah,
right?
you can say stuff.
So what kind of stream does he fucking run over?
If you wait 24 hours, you can say stuff.
So literally, he's going back and forth, all right, with Keem on this, and they're just going in a circle
Big up
like
Slato.
this. They're literally just going in a circle like this, saying, well, you don't have the legal right to have unedited clips on your channel. You have to stop doing it. And then Doody would say, well, DSP gave me the permission to do it, and therefore what you're saying is invalid. Okay, and then how Keem said, he says, well, I think if this is the case, I think we need to have YouTube review your
interesting.
channel. Because this sounds to me like you're just blatantly violating the partnership program, and you don't care, right? You don't care that you're doing it. So I think we need to have YouTube review your channel. And so they all went in a circle like this, and it was like that for half an hour, and finally said, we're getting nowhere with this. I'm out of here, and Keem left. Okay.
I hope we still get to wear Doody self-felts or whatever, because I haven't heard that part yet.
And that's where we ended it. And then I tried to join the chat and say, hey, I couldn't talk. I was like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to go live on my stream. All right.
Is that
so
it?
here I am.
Oh, that is it, actually.
Live on my stream, and I'm
there's
going to
no
give my take on all of it.
pantsing
All right.
happening.
Okay, number one.
Okay.
I already said yesterday in my stream and in the clip that I released last night. In fact, let me go to my YouTube channel right now.
Oh, please.
All right. Are you ready for this?
They both asked him
Just
to
look at
join
this.
and get on the
Listen,
stream.
you can't make this shit up.
So
You ready?
both
Hold on.
Doody and, according to Gribbus Gibbon here, both
Hey,
Doody
Doody,
and
you have
Keem said
eyes?
get on the stream. But okay.
In fucking ears. Do you see this video that I released 5 hours ago? Doody breaks the law but can't take criticism, and here's the proof. And it's me showing the unedited clip of me on your channel and calling you out for it and saying this is not allowed under U.S. copyright law. So isn't that an example of me telling you to stop doing this? Correct? There's a whole fucking video about it right here.
Okay.
Didn't
so
you
what,
watch my podcast?
What is the
from
appropriate
yesterday?
response for Doody in
Right
this
down
case?
here?
Just like what? Delete his account?
We're in that. I went
What?
into even more detail about how all of your videos
Who cares?
and arguments are invalid. You're criticizing me for becoming an ex-pro Twitter Pro user, even though I'm using it for the benefits of Twitter. Now I don't have to see ads on Twitter. I can use it for my business.
Yeah,
It
but
makes
you
no
said
sense
you
what
wouldn't
you're
do
saying.
that
Again,
though.
you're in this mindset that because I said something before, it's ultimate and can never change. You have this really like simpleton's mindset on things. And remember, also in that clip, when I talked about your other videos about me and how you do 16 videos a day, like I literally, if you watch the stuff that I put out, I've already. Okay, I'm sorry, I was pointing to the wrong one. This was the video that I actually did it in.
I wasn't listening anyway.
That's I already did this.
I'm fading.
So he's saying Phil needs to say that I don't have permission to do this. I already have. So you're asking for something that already exists. You're just lazy. Okay, you're lazy. You want to sit there in your echo chamber of moderators and really weird people who watch your shit, making harmful, toxic, really insulting, and pretty much illegal content on a daily basis.
I can't wait for the
And when people
lawsuit.
call
That'll
you
be
out
pretty
for it, you
interesting.
ignore it.
Court case is
You
going to be really
ignored
fun to
that
watch.
I told you you cannot do this. Okay? So, officially allow me to tell you, no, from now on, you're not allowed to clip my content outside of the context of fair use law. But here's the thing. I didn't need to tell you that. Just because DSP says
so this
to you,
changes nothing.
Oh, you can clip I can clip my content, go for it. That doesn't mean that you are immune to the law or YouTube's terms of service. Right? Right now, if I give you permission to walk into the street and slap a baby in the face, and you did it, would you not get arrested? Like, what are you talking about? You still have to abide by the law. You still have to abide by terms of service.
Yeah.
Whatever I say or do doesn't matter. And of course, when I said that, whatever it was, because I don't know what clip he uses as his ultimate authority to do whatever he wants on the internet.
Great analogy. Real quick with the baby one.
I didn't mean, oh, yes, you can endlessly do whatever you want with my content, illegally. Duh. But again, I think what the problem is people like him don't have common sense. Right? They don't. He has no common sense at all. He doesn't even understand what common sense means. Instead, he makes these really weird arguments.
But you do.
Like, oh, well, Phil said I could do it, so I can break the law today. No, you can't break the law today. I don't have an authority. I'm the king, but I cannot give you the edict to break the laws of the land. You understand? We all must abide by the laws of the land. You can't just fucking do whatever you want.
I think he really thinks he's a king now.
I mean, this is a insanely broken, illogical mindset this man has for the things that he's saying. It's nuts what he's actually saying on this stream with Keemstar. Like, I don't even know why Keem didn't even say that. Like, all you had to say to destroy his argument is it doesn't matter what Phil says, you can't break the law. And it would have been over. The conversation is done. There's nothing else to say. He's fucking felt it. He's done. He's
felt it.
That's the end of everything. You know what I'm saying?
He's felt it. He's fucking felt it, boys. So, just for recap, nothing at all has changed, and Doody can continue to do exactly what he's always done until Phillip decides to file a lawsuit, which he won't. So, let me tell you exactly what percent has changed. 0.0 has changed since before any of this happened. But except Doody's felt it now. I forgot that part.
The funny part about all of this is...
Oh, here, finally. Let's get to the funny part.
I'm not really doing anything. I talked about him a couple days. Within, 2-3 days of me mentioning this man, he's fallen apart completely.
No, how?
So, first of all, he self-exposes himself and shows that he makes a ton of money on his YouTube channel. Yeah, even though he's already rich, right? So he's hypocritical.
What an expose. He
doesn't need the money, but then he's making massive money on that channel, right?
So?
That's step one.
That's an L. That's a W.
He's exposed for breaking the law on a daily basis by breaking copyright law and YouTube terms of service and partner program terms of service with the content that he puts out.
Well,
and then on
just to be clear, if that was true, it's been true for years now. So YouTube doesn't give a fuck. We confirm that. Okay, let's go.
Day 3, with me even not doing anything, the guy self-implodes and gets into an argument with Keemstar and destroys himself. Utterly destroy. He exposes all his personal information. Like, what the hell are you doing? Right? What on earth are you doing? And then arguing with Keemstar, you're not gonna win, dude. You know, like what is in his echo chamber? Because the thing is, in his echo chamber, he's won. You chose to break the law.
Live with the
consequences. So everyone is chat. Yeah, El Keem. Dude, it's all your moderators. I can't even talk. I'm the person you're saying. I wish Phil would come on my stream and talk right now. And your moderators kicked me out. You are running a fucking nut house. Do you understand? It's a clown show. It's a room with a bunch of clowns bouncing off the walls.
Doody streams like once a month,
maybe. You don't have a
stream.
You don't have content. You have harmful, dangerous, toxic things happening on your channel. And quite frankly, professionals need to interject. It's not me that can stop you. It's not Keemstar that can stop you. Professionals now need to start looking at your channel and saying, what is going on here? Like, realistically, should this even be allowed? Because it's to the realm of borderline, like dangerous. The obsession, the mania you have. You're breaking the law, but you're trying to justify breaking the law, saying Phil gave me permission to break the law. What are you talking about? No one with a brain that functions in a logical manner would ever say or do those things. Do you understand?
Wellness check.
What you're saying is crazy. And like I said, there's
gotcha.
I almost feel like this morning when he opened up and he started saying personal stuff about himself, this was his like, well, I'm doing this because I want you guys to feel I'm opening up to you. And this is my cope for everything that I do. So now you got to feel good about it and feel good for me or feel bad for me or whatever it is. Like you could tell he was trying to elicit emotion out of his audience, or why else would he have done that? Right? Cybers TV says he emailed me a link that has all this information.
What information?
Really?
What information? Man, this is a wild fucking arc, dude. We haven't even talked to Null yet. How is saying how I make a lot of money covering you, exposing something?
Right, well, it's just you sent me a link to a general part. I can't watch. I'm not gonna watch the fucking stream. I'm not giving this guy views. Fuck that.
Oh yeah.
You will never see me giving this man like views and shit.
You did this morning.
I'm not gonna watch his stream now. I'm just gonna say
you did this morning.
It doesn't matter what he said or did. All right. The guy's content is dangerous. It shouldn't be allowed on YouTube. It's because it's actual targeted harassment, which, by the way, we know what it is now. It's called libel. The reason we know what this is because we watched a video yesterday on my React show, DSP
Oh,
versus
that
the
was
Internet,
great. I got to
and
see
in it,
that.
we saw that Cardi B sued a YouTuber, who that YouTuber was hyper-focused on Cardi B and was saying awful things like Cardi B has herpes, Cardi B's child is going to be born with birth defects, like saying terrible, awful things about Cardi B. Cardi B sued.
The difference is Doody Streams is showing things you said on your stream. Cardi B never said all that crazy shit on a stream that someone else could clip and show C is saying it. So that's the difference. But yes.
The YouTuber and won $4 million for libel. That's what it's called. It's not slander.
Cardi
it's
B
not defamation.
felted.
It's libel. All right.
Oh wait,
literally
Cardi B
on a
YouTuber
daily
felted.
basis, Doody Streams is stealing content, not making it transformative. That's a copyright infringement. That's a
now that's
violation
fine,
of the
but
DMCA
okay,
law.
I
And
understand that.
he's committing libel.
That
where
is
he
not
is
true.
literally saying terrible, awful, horrible fucking things about me and my family. I mean, he has an animation at the beginning of his content showing off my family members in awful ways. It's like, dude, you're out of your mind. No one can. This is not allowed. It's not allowed.
Okay.
As
so
bad
sue
as
them,
I
please.
said that some people are like
Sue
Keemstar
him,
has said some really vile
please.
things. He didn't fucking pay to have an animation made of someone's family members looking like horrible cartoons. You understand? Even he doesn't go that far. Like,
My
what the
sister's
fuck
face
is your
is
problem,
beautiful.
dude?
So I hope you're going to sue him then. I really hope the lawsuit's going to come out soon. That'd be pretty hype. And to
So
think,
anyway-
this is all because Keemstar wanted to get some, throw some fuel into the fire for Wednesday. Like, that's all that this is about, you know?
I've already said this. All right? I am not going to take any action against this man because I can't. I don't have the time. I don't have the resources. I don't have money to do this. I don't.
Oh, yes.
You know? But this guy has now been fully exposed. This is not just me anymore saying it. Now we got Kino Casino. Now we got Keemstar involved. Everyone is looking at this guy like,
No.
this guy's nuts, right? So I'm not going to deal with him anymore.
It's
Officially, as of this
Not
morning, here's
clickbait
my
at
edict.
all, Scrub-a-dub.
Doody, you're a dangerous individual. You need to seek help. You do. Because if this is the truth, if the things that have been said about you are true, or if you really did self-expose information about yourself this morning or whatever, I don't know if it's true or not. But what I will say is this. Your actions are actually harmful now. This is not a joke. This is not, oh, I'm razzing Phil to make money. This is harmful, dangerous, illegal content that you're making. YouTube allows it because YouTube doesn't care unless lawsuits get involved, and I'm not rich. I can't hit you with a lawsuit, okay? I'm not going to hit you with any copyright strikes. I'm not going to hit you with a libel lawsuit.
So what's the felting then?
Because I don't have to. You understand?
So then
I
there
don't
is no
have to.
felting happening at all. Just
I
words.
have seen everything happening this week so crazy. Everything's going on around me. I'm not even involved. So I don't have to, all right?
I'm not involved. He tried to get in the chat room to become involved, but wasn't allowed by a mod that banned him, which was stupid. But he was trying to get involved. I mean, let's just call it a spade here.
have to seek the help. You have to go out there, and since you are rich, I would strongly recommend that you go and seek some kind of professional help. Speak to someone about this, about what's going on. And the first thing you should open with is, I literally on a daily basis for my job, I sit around putting out 5 libelous videos about a YouTuber a day.
Reminder, libelous videos are shit that Phillip said that day. If you said it, it can't be liable, right? So just want to make sure we keep that very clear to everyone watching here. Doody takes things that Phillip says on his stream, clips them, and then, you know, puts them in a digestible format, as Phillip said yesterday. They're digestible, right? So I don't think that's libel. I'm not a lawyer. Don't pretend to be, but you tell me.
Monetize them. And this is how I spend my time all day.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to see how that professional, you know, whoever it is, doctor, psychiatrist, responds to what you just told them. Because you are living in an echo chamber of people, your moderators, who are your whole chat.
In a stream that he in a fucking stream he does once a month, if that.
That echo chamber is telling you this is great, this is good, this is nice. That's not rational thought. You have insulated yourself inside of an echo chamber. You've done exactly what Review Tech was doing. Review Tech had 1 million subs, And he was able
sister's
to literally
face is
just have
beautiful.
people surround him, his sycophants, telling him everything you do is good, everything you do is grand, everything you do is great. And then all of a sudden, after all the years of him having all these horrible things he did, the walls closed in on him and
Guys,
it
my
imploded.
sister's not being
Right?
abused.
You have the chance to actually do something better for yourself because you haven't gotten to that level yet. And you can actually go
Oh, please.
and get help. You can
Yes,
talk
life coach side Phil, my favorite.
someone and say, I
my
want
favorite
to know what's
character.
going on that I'm doing these actions, because this is not what a person would do who's like right in the head, who's normal. I'm wondering why I'm acting this way. Why am I doing these dangerous actions towards a certain person? By the way, you don't know me. I've never met you. We've literally never had a conversation.
Oh my
We've talked
God.
at each other now in videos for about a week, but you've never met me. You don't know me, but you're obsessed with me. You
Oh my
understand that
God.
that is not healthy. That's why you need help. The obsession
Yes.
is crazy at this point. It's not normal, and you
He's
need
looking
to
f-
get help. At
He's
this
looking for
point,
an ending
all right?
felt here. He hasn't
Okay,
found it
and
yet.
that's it.
Oh.
After today, I'm done with this because the guy already is self-exposed. He's shown he's not using logic, right?
How?
And he's shown that sadly, when he
Nothing-
gets called out, he's escalating. Well, I'm not going to have him escalate any further. You know what I'm saying? Like, you understand how it's actually risky to do that with a person who's unhinged like this, who's having these actions. That I don't want to escalate it any further. So from now on, I'm
Like
out
you
of this
just
shit.
did?
I have nothing to do with this Doody guy. I don't want to hear about this fucking guy. I don't want to have anything to do with him because I'm literally afraid for things going on that this guy could do something crazy. If he's that
Why? Because he's
hyper-focused and
autistic?
shit, I'm absolutely positively
Because you
not
heard
going
he's
to have any
autistic?
involvement with this man again. I'm not going to speak about him. And everyone else, hey, I can't stop anyone else. Because here's the thing. This guy opened the floodgates. When he invited Keem on his show today, dude, again, not only did you have a cope session where you gave all your personal information out, but then you're going to invite Keemstar on your show, and you think this is going to be a good thing for you. Like, wow.
At least he's man enough to do that. And I remember you banning Keemstar the second he shows up on your streams multiple times. But okay, yeah.
So, yeah. So, all right. So, this is it. The Kings, this is it. This podcast is the end of it for me. I'm done.
Mhm.
After today, that's the whole point of this podcast is I'm done with this topic. I'm moving on. You're not going to see me making any more clips on this shit. I don't care what Doody says, does. I'm done with it. Really, I'm done with it. I don't care if he has a channel or not. I don't care what he puts on the channel. He doesn't exist to me after today because you have to, at some point, you have to look at the situation and be like, that's too dangerous for me to be messing with. I have a life. I have a family. I have a business to run. I have important things to do, positive things in my life.
This seems
I
very
can't be
important.
associating myself with this level of insanity and toxicity and nonsense and danger, quite frankly.
That's
All right?
Gundam. Gundam
So,
has the
I'm done.
right face right now.
I am out of it, and I apologize. I know Jade here was earlier. He's like, dude, I'm out. Yeah, I'm done with this shit. I know. I just want to have a good time. Do you
Right.
think this is what I wanted to talk about on my podcast today?
Yes.
No, I wanted to hang out. You know what I had on deck? I wanted to watch the Silent Hill 2 trailer with you guys. There was a bunch of game news articles going on. I wanted to talk about that. I'm about to go on Kino Casino. I can't talk about any of that shit because this guy and his actions are dictating mine. You know what
You always have a choice to ignore.
I'm saying? So here's the official summary. No, Doody Streams does not have any permission to clip any of my content whatsoever. All right? I don't have the authority to have him violate copyright law or any other terms of service or otherwise. I don't have that kind of authority.
Here's
All
the
right?
felt.
He
Here's
has
the
the right to
felting.
do whatever he wants.
Yes.
If he clips stuff within reason and actually makes a transformative work out of it, I can't stop him, nor can anyone. But he has to
Okay.
operate within the rules of the law and the rules of reason. You also can't make the guy operate within the rules of morality. I wish he could, because everything he puts on his channel is completely immoral. Every piece of content he's ever uploaded is really wrong, but you can't make someone see morality. That's the problem. It's about how you're raised, and
Posting clips of Phillip.
that's something that gets instilled in you over time. Sadly, the man has no morality, so you can't make that happen. But at least if you can make him understand, dude, what you're doing is illegal. You have to stop right fucking now. Because I'm done with you, but it sure sounds like other people are lining up to fuck with you now. So if you know what's best for yourself,
Is this a
stop
threat?
breaking the law. That's number one.
To tell
Number
you, but you better start believing in midlife crises because you're in one, Phil.
Thank you, Triple P.
Two, I strongly recommend you do seek some kind of professional help because no one behaves the way you do unless something's unhinged in there. I don't know what it possibly could be. I don't have evidence of anything, but you need help. I can't believe that someone would obsess over someone the way you do. 16 videos about me within 3 days, all of which are actual libelous bullshit.
Clips of Phillip.
That's pretty bad. I could see, oh, let's razz this guy once a day, twice a day. Dude, 16 times in 3 days. That's pretty extreme. And like I said, any professional is going to say, wow, okay, we need to start helping you right now. You know, I think what it is, again, he's been insulated from anything, any kind of criticism, because he's got a chat of all wrenches who no one says, dude, you're going too far. He's got people telling him everything he does is great. He's rich, so he doesn't have any repercussions for what he does. He can just do whatever he wants.
All-timer.
You know? Wow, what a life. Imagine that, having no repercussions for anything you ever do.
All-timer.
Sheesh. I mean, maybe that's how he ended up this way.
He's so stuck on the wrenches when Doody streams like 4 times a year. That's the best part.
It probably is how he ended up this way. If you have no one checking you on anything in your life, you're probably going to end up acting like that, right? So, yeah. So that's my recommendations. But as of today, I'm done with it. I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. I don't want to hear about Doody.
What do you know about
I don't
pole?
want to smell the Doody. I don't want to play with the Doody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the King's decree. As of the 26th of August, 2024,
thank you for re-upping your membership. I
DSP,
appreciate
the King, is flushing the Doody.
All right.
It's been flushed. It's gone. And I'm done with it. He can do whatever he wants. I can't stop him. I'm not involved anymore. I can't be in this drama sphere every fucking day. I have content to put out for my audience. I have things to do. I can't waste time on this man. I can't. I can't believe. And by the way, here's the sad fact about this Pandora's box.
Here's the sad part.
This was the first of my detractors that I have addressed. This was only the first one.
Oh, he's coming for more?
And within less than a week, he's been completely exposed.
Okay, let's talk about... he's going to talk about things that have happened. Let's see how many things result in anything of material change happening, okay? Here we go. Ready? Let's go through what percent of these will cause any change to happen at all of any kind. Ready? Here we go. First up on the list.
The first one. And within less than a week, he's been completely exposed.
Nothing will happen about that one. That means nothing. Next.
He's been completely destroyed.
That means nothing. He's still making more money than you at his YouTube channel and showed you that. And then you showed him that as well, which was great promotion for him. Next.
Completely felted.
Completely felted? That doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry to tell you guys. Felted doesn't mean anything. Next up.
And he's got other people now looking at his channel and content.
And that's good for him, actually. So, 4 things that I'm coming out feeling pretty good about if I'm Doody. But I'm not. But
not me. So, perhaps, seeing how things are going, a few other people should be possibly self-analyzing themselves as well. You know what I'm saying? Thing that what's happening is, as I said previously, the best documentary ever made will be the documentary not analyzing me, but analyzing my detractors. That's your 1 million+ views within a day.
Whoa.
That's the documentary that's going to blow this out of the water. Do you understand me?
I would do it.
That's what people want to see. Now that the truth is coming out about these people, now you're starting to... Wait a minute. Phil? Who cares about Phil? Look at these obsessive people who harassed him for a decade. That's where the story is, right? So, I'm just saying, that was the opening of the floodgates.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to have nothing to do with it because I got shit to do. I have a life. I have more important
things to do. We'll see you tomorrow talking about
Bigger
Doody,
fish
brother.
to fry,
That'll be fun.
More fun, positive things to do with my life than worry about the tractor shit every day, right? But I think now what's happening is the detractors are looking at this, not just Doody, but everyone. They're looking at it like, oh, shit. Wow, this is
not happening
bad.
anywhere.
All right. Well, I guess it's time to take a step back and reassess where we are here because, when you get all these other people eyes on you, because that's the thing, they've never had anyone's eyes on them before.
Yes, and lots of them, detractors, have more eyes on them than you do during your own streams.
You know what I'm saying? None of them. And now the eyes are on them. Like, oh, I can't handle it. I'm falling apart. Oh, shit. but it's karma, and it was eventually
can't
going
handle
to
it.
happen. Okay? All right, that's it. I'm done on that. I have shout-outs to do. We may have a little bit of extra time left, but I really don't know how much extra time we're going to have here.
I think that was it, really.
Because I have to be
Dopeside
gone in
Phil.
about a half an hour, because I have to start setting up to be on Kino Casino.
Q&A.
You know, so... Good Lord. Just give me a second here to calm down.
Woo,
This is so
talking
crazy,
is tough.
man. This shit is so insane. And that's the thing, I want nothing to do with any of it. I don't. I just want to be left alone. You guys understand. I've never actively sought out drama. I've never tried to be involved with any of this. I just want to make content for my viewers. That's it. I want to play games. I want to hang out with you guys, have fun, chill podcasts every day. That's what I want to do. I don't want to be fucking toxic. I don't want to have to be talking about this dumb shit every day. This is stupid. This is like, this is grade school level, schoolyard bullying shit. And I know that people make big money and views out of this shit. I get it. It's the drama.
Does anyone else you know, not on YouTube, a different website, make money making fun of content creators? I don't know. I think there's two guys. What was their name again? They would show clips of people and kind of make fun of them. I can't remember. Fuck, what? Who is that?
Drama's
We're not going to go on their show today, are we?
fear of YouTube, right? What do they call
Are
it?
we?
The sector now or something is the new lingo for it. I don't want to be involved in it. I don't. Just a quick poll. As tempted as I am, Pikachu G, to do a quick Hogan poll and start the Philomania train running, I don't think this is the time or place for it, okay? I think we should calm down with that right now. Put the kibosh on that. Relax a little bit. All right.
Yep. I mean, Doody's been making videos for years. Just this sudden
Okay.
thing is weird.
So, I have some shout-outs to do. I have a lot of shout-outs to do. All right? So, let's see here. Spencer Howard did a super chat. He says, I was 12 minutes behind on 2x speed trying to watch his stream. Holy crap. And it cut off. Then he did another super chat. I called him out for moral grandstanding by referencing the super chat he sent Rich about your mother. He admitted it and acknowledged it.
I don't know
it says
that
that it was
lore.
bad. And then he made me a mod. His other mods couldn't ban me, though. What? The Golden Eggman did a $20 super chat and says, people who solely focus on Phil and are hating should be studied. That's exactly what I'm saying. I am not the story. They are. They're
Yes,
the ones. If
DSP
you analyze
flag it.
them,
Yes.
if you get into them, and if you make a documentary on them, that's where the attention and the money is. Not me. I'm not the one. I was not the problem for the
It
last...
doesn't matter how loudly you say this, Phillip. A documentary about the tractors will not get the millions of views the documentary about June the King is going to get, because we, as hard this must be to hear, are not as unhinged as you, sir.
decade. It's these insanely obsessive people who have literally taken the molehill that I am and turned me into a ginormous drama mountain that I'm not. That's who should be analyzed. Spencer did another super chat. They banned Triple P within 30 seconds. Well, that's not shocking. He negotiated a super chat. The detractors know all of your words like the Bible, but when it contradicts them, they will conveniently forget everything. Exactly right. Like I said, the things that they were talking about on the stream after this big reveal of personal information on the guy's stream, which he never should have done, they immediately go right back to the same shtick about Phil, the 10-year plan. 10-year plan stopped being pertinent in 2020. 4 years ago, I said, there's no 10-year plan now because COVID changed everything. This is now better than any other job I could have.
Mommy.
I'm going to continue with this. I'm going to diversify and get better at this rather than worrying about, I'm beholden to my detractors.
Sorry,
shit,
Mommy.
Right? But that's it. I've said that publicly several times. They don't care. They ignore. You know what I'm saying? They totally ignore what they want. They create these narratives based around what they want. And then that's the reality for them when it's not reality. It's fantasy. It's delusion. Flaked and Baked. 5 memberships gifted to the community. So congrats to the 5 people who got those memberships. Thank you, Flaked and Baked. Quantum Leaper became a member this morning. Thank you, Quantum Leaper. 18T220 did a super chat. He goes, this guy has 4,600 videos dedicated to you. He has no life. That's not shocking. I mean, do the math, right? Do the math.
Oh, do the math.
He had 16 videos about me in 3 days. So if you do the math there, that's
he's
what,
trying
like
to capitalize
5 videos
on the
a day,
current
let's argue.
heat you are giving him.
And he's been doing it for 3 years.
Yeah.
So 365 times 5. It's about what? Actually, no, that's way less. Hold on. Math is,
hold on.
Math is bad.
Hang on. We'll get this. Hang on.
Let's do the math.
We have a calculator. Hang on.
Wait, no, I'm right, actually.
Hang on.
So 365 days in a year times 5 videos a day means in each year he makes 1,825 videos about me. He's been doing it for 3 years, so you multiply by 3, you get 5,475.
Yeah, he's been doing it for 3 years.
Sadly, Doody was slacking a bit. He only made 4,600 videos about me in 3 years instead of 5,475. So I think he should actually up the production level. He should actually make more, right? Because he's actually kind of slacking right now.
This is the funny part.
And by the way, for the record, yes, that is sarcasm. Because if I say that, he might take that, oh, well, the king gave me permission to make more videos about him, so I've upped my production. No, Doody, you should make 0 videos about me. You should actually have to go make productive content for yourself that's meaningful and positive, like
His content
I do,
seems
like
pretty
productive
productive.
stuff.
You
That's
showed
what
the
you should be
clip of
doing.
how much he makes.
You shouldn't be making harmful content about others and hyperfixating on people for profit.
Seems pretty fucking
understand?
productive,
That's
actually.
the actual thing you should be doing.
Oh, okay.
If my word is law, there's the word. There's the law. All right? All right, now.
You showed exactly how productive it was. Make Let's Plays. Yeah,
I
Let's
received a
Plays are more
$5
meaningful.
tip. This whole thing is insane, man. Certainly not the worst out there. Fun to lean into the memes and watch people be upset over who chooses to do what with money on either side. I'm excited for return to normal with new reinforced viewership. Have a great day. Me too. Like, again, I don't want to be doing this every day.
Hoping that
at all.
happens.
I don't want drama. I had no intention today of doing drama. I was going to actually say, okay, my final word is this. I'm not involved with it anymore. You know, like, I'm done with it. And I hope that everyone follows suit with that. Like, I want no involvement with this crap. Looks like my page froze. Or did it? No, it was delayed. Okay. And then all this happened this morning. I'm like, dude, this is insane. Like, I can't believe this is happening. This crap is ridiculous. It's so over the top nonsensical. And now I have to waste my morning podcast talking about it instead of doing something I wanted to do. Like I said, I wanted to watch the Silent Hill 2 trailer. I had like 3 news stories I wanted to talk about. I wanted to hype up my appearance on Kino Casino. Instead, here I am wasting time on this bullshit. Right?
Yes, wasting time.
I got a $7 tip.
You are in control of your own content, brother.
From Super Snow Carl Turbo HD Remix. I remember I was something Keemstar said. I think you should apply. Keem a while back threatened Doody on Twitter for clipping his show without transformative effort, and Keem referenced you, saying, unlike Phil, I will copyright strike you.
Yes.
Now, thinking of it, you are well within your right to remove him, and even the most egregious one, Raw Phil, who is literally rebroadcasting your show without commentary right now, he's tracking as well as recording your chat.
He's already done that one.
Those are lost views for you, and I understand the optics, but you know what you must do to get the upper hand. Yes, but you don't understand YouTube's system. That's the problem. YouTube's system is as follows, okay? You do have the right to use DMCA takedowns if you feel that someone is violating copyright law against you. Yes, what you're referencing is a violation of copyright law against me. The problem is, YouTube doesn't have anything stick unless you actually sue someone. So if you issue a DMCA takedown, all right? If you issue a DMCA takedown, YouTube will confirm that it's real and take down the video. And then what ends up happening is they will give an opportunity for the other person to do what's called a counterclaim. All that means is that they're like, yeah, I don't believe that this is real, so fuck that, remove it.
Yeah.
And then what happens is it goes back to your court, and you have like 2 weeks to file a lawsuit against the person.
Yeah.
And actually have evidence that you have a lawsuit against them, a DMCA lawsuit. And then if you don't have that, they just restore the content anyway.
How many times have you been through this?
You know what they say? If it's an eye for an eye, everyone goes blind. Because all that happens is everyone just abuses the system. Someone issues takedowns here, someone issues a false takedown over here, and everyone just goes in a circle, striking each other for no reason. There's no point to doing it. It's not effective. It doesn't actually do anything. The only way to take down people like this is to actually get a lawyer and have the lawyer literally hit them with takedown requests, DMCA takedown requests, and then YouTube will grant them and actually strike the channel permanently and have it removed. But I'm not going to do that. I don't have the time. I don't have the means. I don't have the patience, and I don't want to do it. I just want to make positive content. I'm a positive dude who just wants to sit here and make fun content for an audience. I don't want to be dealing with toxic, negative detractor shit every fucking day for the rest of my life, because once you do that, once you become that, that's you forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, the moment
so this is more of a metaphorical felting today of Doody. Nothing of any material value will change at all, but we still felt a Doody somehow because he pants himself. I'm not sure.
A DMCA takedown against someone like Doody,
I
That's it.
I lost
It's
the
just gonna be
thread.
endless nonsense forever. I won't be able to have fun with my
Big ups,
audience
Copes, I
anymore,
feel for
and I
the
don't want it
bomb.
to become that. Okay.
Huge bomb.
Fair enough. All right. I received a $10 tip. Let the adjudicator Keem handle this. YouTube is on your side. Allow Keem to work his magic. Again, I'm done with it. I'm out of it. I'm 100% done with it. I don't want anything to... I want to get back to normalcy. I'm going to have an interesting appearance on Kino Casino in less than an hour. We're going to begin over there.
When's it
I'm going to
starting?
be talking with
Holy
Joshua about Kiwi Farms, which is a whole other bag of nonsense that we got to address today. That's going to be a wild conversation. So I hope you guys will join me over on Kino Casino this afternoon. I'm going to try to make it concise, though. Like, I don't want it to be like a 4-hour... I can't have it be a 4-hour thing. Like, my wife
can't
will be
either.
home probably between 2:30 and 3 p.m., so I'm going to try to do like an hour and a half with
I
Josh.
will get divorced
Get the
if it goes 4
conversation done.
hours.
And then I think I
Can't
want to get
happen.
offline and relax, because fuck, man, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous day right now. Tonight, I want to do normal content. I want to play Street Fighter on my late stream tonight at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. I'm going to play with M. Bison, Master Rank Street Fighter, and I just want it to be a normal fucking Street Fighter stream.
Agree.
Right? I don't want to have drama. I've had enough.
Right.
I really had enough. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I'm fucking exhausted right now. Dude, it's 12:09 a.m. Excuse me. It's 12:09 p.m. I'm already exhausted from this bullshit, and now I have to go on a podcast
Might want to think about moving your body just a little bit, if that's the case, sir.
talk with Josh Moon, and it's like... it's like, you ever played, or you ever seen Rock'em Sock'em Robots? Where it's the two robots, and they're going like this, and so you get punched, and the head goes... "Ba-doom." That's what I feel like. I feel like you're in a boxing match. You, "Ba-doom." No, stop. I don't want to be rock and socked anymore, man. "Ba-doom." Oh, shit. Can I get back to my normal shit? Really, can I get back to my normal content?
That would mean you lose a lot of... the King streak will be over if that happens.
Anyway, more tips to shout out.
King streak will end
$1.50
quickly
tip
if that
here.
happens, brother. Don't risk it. Don't risk it if you want that streak to
From Lady
continue.
Charisma and lighter news, I'm glad to see you got use out of the logo. Looks better than I thought it would on the screen. Yes, I got a couple new logos actually today behind me. I haven't really even called them out because it's such an insane day. Actually, what is that glare coming from? Is that my TV monitor? Hold on. No, where is that glare coming from? It's my window. Oh shit! Because it's sun coming in from my window. It's glaring off the screen.
Sun.
That's
Who
what that
knows?
is. I wonder if I can get that gone.
He said half an hour, but who knows?
No, that's worse. Okay, if I go like this, well, it doesn't really help either.
Oh,
Now
brilliant.
now you see my monitor over there.
Looks perfect.
Oh my lord! How do I get the glare to go away? I don't know.
Just sit like
that
that.
sucks. We didn't have glare on here before, and now there's glare on the screen, and that's actually pretty jarring, right? But anyway, shit. Yeah, I have some new things on here from various different people. Like a few different people made a few different logos and things for me.
Before Kino Casino came around, this would have been the whole pre-stream, by the way. Just explaining the new pictures on that thing.
We got the Philomania. We got DSP 316. I think there's another one I threw on there too. There it is. DSP Darkside feels supposed to be like the NWO, but it's DSP. So I just threw them on there as jokes. It's good. It's logos and stuff I can use on that, right? I just wish I could get rid of this glare because it wasn't there yesterday. I wonder what I changed.
There you go.
What did I change that made it? I think I moved it. I think I moved it further this way to get it to look a little better, but now there's glare. So I can't really do much about that. Oh well. All right, hold on.
Okay, we'll see you in a second. Hang on. Oh, nice view there. Hello. He's wearing his best PJ pants for Null on the farms. Null's gonna enjoy that. He's wearing his Monday best for the interview with the boys.
Let's see. I got a $10 tip. You're right. Maybe it's the vertical angle, actually. Maybe I propped it up.
Hold on. We're figuring this out. That perfect. Nailed
That's
it.
even worse. Oh, no, it's even worse. It reflects the screen even worse now.
Nailed it.
Oh, man. I'll have to mess with it later. Yeah, because it literally was not doing that at all, and now it's doing it. Maybe if hold on. Let me try something else.
Hang on. Hang on a second. We'll figure this out together positively. We are stopping the stream for this. Remember, we have a lot of important stuff to talk about. I don't want to talk about the tractor shit all day. I got a lot of stuff I got to talk
It's
about.
gonna keep doing.
Remember those days? That was what,
I don't
5
think
minutes
there's a way
ago?
to fix it right now. Oh well. Like I said, I'll dig around with it later. So from Foxmer,
I
this person
think
did $10 tip
330.
and says, King, by royal decree, place this pleasant duty in the dungeon. Well, here's the thing again. I really haven't had to do much. In literally in less than a week, this guy has fallen apart completely. And again, I've barely lifted a finger, right? All I've done is looked at the guy's channel and just spoke matter-of-factly about it.
Again, I have
And here
no
we
idea
are,
what he's referencing.
Right? It's at the level that it's at now. And, you know, that's life. But I don't have a dungeon. I don't need a dungeon because
no
these people
idea what he's referencing.
inflict this shit on themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Doody has probably released 10 videos since his morning stream ended.
I got a $1 tip. Someone saying do a copyright claim on Doody. That's not how it works. Because they're saying take his ad revenue. That's not how it works. Copyright claiming Doody would not take away his ad revenue at all.
You know what I'm
It would
saying?
only shut down various videos temporarily. It's just, there's no point. Again, in the world of an eye for an eye, right? Everyone ends up blind. Well, guess what? I'm not going to hit him with copyright strikes when I have no intention of suing him. If I actually had intention to sue Doody, then I would actually hit him with DMCA takedowns, but I don't have any intention of suing him.
So I'd rather just bitch about it online.
So I'm not doing it.
And
I
say
refuse.
he's
And by the
felt
way,
it.
we're going to end this conversation the same way that I always have. Do not attack Doody. Seriously, do not take any actions against him whatsoever. I do not condone them. I condemn that.
What a dumb
This is not,
bitch.
go attack people because now we've exposed them.
Big ups, nervous
You don't
noodles.
do that. All right? That's the opposite of the point. The point is to expose so these people will change for the better for themselves, not to get people to
They say
go
claim,
attack
not
them
strike.
and do
Correct,
awful
Theo?
actions to them. That's what he's doing to me. I don't want you to reciprocate to him. I'm going to stay the bigger man in this situation. Do you understand?
Are you? Oh.
Okay.
Bigger man
I see
would
the $5 tip.
Bigger man would actually ignore it and let a bigger man would actually let Doody continue self-felting until he implodes, as you claim he is doing. But instead, you chose to talk about it for an hour.
For Big Papa Phil, I have maintained over the years since I found you, your detractors are the most socially inept and morally stunted among us. Imagine your life's hobbies that you hate another man online and you don't know him. You
Correct.
produce content just making fun of his life, his family, nitpicking everything he says.
Correct.
You never be able to tell others about that hobby. You can't tell your girlfriend, your wife, your friends, your kids.
She knows. She
They
knows.
would think that you're an obsessed weirdo. These are facts. What these people do is a dark secret in their own lives. It's wrong and weird as fuck. No, that's
It's a
funny.
bright
Like, for
secret in
example,
my life.
last year I had the side scrollers interview, correct? And the thing was all hyped all over the internet or whatever,
Yeah.
right? And then they did what they did to me the next day, where literally all they did is they accepted payment from my detractors to make fun of me for a whole day. Do you imagine?
They read super chats. I'm not sure what he said. Accepted payment. They read super chats.
Imagine what it was like when Stuttering Craig, at the end of that stream, he went back to his wife and his like,
Let's see how Phillip handles this super chat by Spencer Howard. That's on his channel. Anthony and Ashley were also arguably lolcows, so they know what it's like, which is why they get the balance right between drama and grass. Let's see how Phillip handles that.
So what did you do today on
We're a
your
little
stream,
behind.
honey? I bullied someone on the internet and I made $4,000 for making fun of him, his laugh and snorting, and said he does all these fucked up things.
Whoa. How do you
What?
know that?
You did
You get
what?
the recording?
I thought you were on a show. I thought you were on like a podcast, right? I thought you were,
Hang on a second. How'd you know that?
You did what today? Yeah, we all went act together in a chorus, and then more money came in. It was amazing. It was like the more that we beat someone up and treated someone awfully, we made more money. So you're right. Imagine saying that to a logical fucking person, that this is what you did today. This is what I did today. You did what? You beat someone up and someone paid you for it? You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
Chew was shocked too, but then she said, well, I hope I get to buy some Attack on Titan figures. And I said, yes. So then we're all cool now. That's how it works. I have to pay the Queen's tax.
What do you mean? What's going
That's
on?
what I call it.
Someone
Uh-oh.
said something's going on in chat, but I don't see it.
I mean, his chat is unhinged.
Anyway, I got a $3 tip for Mr. Puffy Nipples. I found your Dark Side Phil video. You did a midnight release of Modern Warfare 2, the good old days of midnight releases. I know.
He got
Back when
Clarence
it was
Nerd.
just about you could make a living on YouTube, literally not having drama and not having this nonsense, and instead you could cover games and play games. Remember that?
Definitely.
You go to a midnight release, buy the game, come home, unbox it, pop it into your console, play it, and get tons of views on YouTube. Remember that?
That's a callback.
Right?
Killer Grooves.
Yeah. RTU moderators were in here causing drama. Oh, I don't know who RTU's moderators are. I don't give a shit. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Andy
Spencer
did a
Howard?
super chat. Drive-by contribution. Have fun chatting with Josh. Thank you. And Privacy, or Priv-assy, did a $20 super chat. Between
Priv-assy.
you, Josh, and the detractors. Detractors are the weirdest lol cows. Again, here's the thing about the definition of a lol cow, correct?
Oh,
I
cool. Here
believe
we
the
go.
definition of a lol cow is someone who, like, basically people act towards them in a certain way to get them to act in a certain way.
No.
You're trying to goad someone to get an expected reaction out of them. And then when you get that reaction, you laugh at it. Hence the lull portion. And then they're a cow because you're milking them for that kind of reaction.
Incorrect,
content.
sir. But
is that
okay.
the definition of a lol cow, right? I would definitely argue that earlier on in my career, absolutely I was a lol cow. Like, this is how you don't
Now
play?
you've
Are you shitting
changed.
me? That 1 million
Dude just dropped this pre-stream and said, I used to be a lol cow, but now I'm not. Wow.
percent triggered the fuck out of me back then.
Wow.
Because I thought that I was big shit. I thought that I was a big-ass gaming YouTuber, and I was above reproach. You know what I'm saying? I thought that everything was, amazing. How dare you criticize me? My content is popular. I'm the one who makes a living on YouTube, not you. So how dare you, right? Like, I'm serious. That's what my mentality was. I was cocky, and I was full of myself back then. We're talking 12, 13 years ago when This Is How You Don't Play started.
Yes.
And rightfully so. People wanted to act a certain way towards me, and it would spur a reaction that they wanted to get. They would elicit this reaction out of me. So I was a lol cow back then. But if you haven't noticed, over the last 10 years, right, I've changed more and more for the better. I don't want to have involvement with any of this shit. I don't.
Dude, you can't talk for an hour shitting on someone and say this with a straight face and say you're not a lol cow. It's incredible. How? How can you do this?
I don't want to be dragged into the fucking drama sphere. I just want to make nice, positive content with my audience. I want to have a good time with people.
This is a great
Take
time.
a look at the cool time I just had with Kino Casino Sunday night. Or Saturday night when we did the Chain Together co-op. That was amazingly fun.
Hey.
Right? I want to be able to, be treated like a normal human and appear on a show and be able to chime in on a topic or laugh at some things that we're watching together.
Just a few razzes.
Like a normal content creator. That's all I ask. I don't want to be pulled into the drama sphere or anything anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I want it to end.
Going on Kino Casino is definitely the right place for that.
And that's why I said today, I'm done with Doody today. We're moving on from that crap. I'm completely and utterly done talking about that topic. So, can you really say I'm a lol cow today? I'm sure there's certain things you could definitely do that would trigger me.
It's not about
perfect.
triggering.
I definitely have flaws, and I absolutely will acknowledge that some things piss me off and whatever. In the case of what's going on this week with Doody and everything, I had to speak up.
No, you
This
didn't.
was a point where like it was getting extreme with what was happening.
And then how is what you said going to change that?
Exposed for it, I mean, he imploded on himself, right? Don't expect that every day I'm going to be exposing a new detractor now. That's not my point. My point is I think what's happened this week, I've done my job to show you that the content of the lol cows is not me, it's them. Turn the cameras off of me and turn it towards them, and you're going to get infinite amounts of information and laughs, and and they deserve it. That's the sad fact is they deserve it. They've been doing it to me for a decade. So now it's karma that it goes back to them. It's sad, but I mean, they made their bet. They're the ones who set them up. They're the ones who decided to put this content on the internet. So they're the ones who now are in the line of fire. And I think what it is they actually felt immune. They felt like they were insulated, like they were never going to have this happen because everyone loves to hate on Phil. So as long as everyone's hating on Phil together, we're all fine. But guess what? It only took a few weeks, right? We're at the end of August. This all started. The very beginning of August is when all this started. And now, within not even a month, all of it's flipped. And now look what's happening. It's different now. And there you go, man. So, anyway, yeah, I mean, can you say that I'm a lol cow? I mean, to some extent, I think so. But I don't think you can argue that I'm anywhere like the people that are being milked daily for this content. The guys that the Kino Casino guys are talking about. The guys on lol
They
cow.
talk about you! They talked about you! Oh, man! They have multiple, I'm talking more than 10 videos talking about you, brother!
I think so, but I don't think you can argue that I'm anywhere like the people that are being
die.
milked daily for this content. The guys that the Kino Casino guys are talking about, the guys on Long Cow Live and shit. I have nothing to do with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like that.
Oh God.
All right. Anyway.
Oh man, that was the
I got a couple more
craziest.
bucks to go.
That
we
was
have
the
to get ready
craziest.
to adjourn because, like I said, I was planning on getting out of here
the
around
guy-
12:30.
Like the guys they talk about on Kino Casino. Oh God, yeah. The only reason you got in contact with them is because they were talking about you.
Mr. Game Master with a $1 tip. Are you interested in Stalker 2? I don't know. I didn't like Stalker 1, but I don't know much about 2. It did look decent.
I gotta tweet that. I gotta
Am I
tweet
excited
that.
for
Hang
Dragon
on.
Age Veilguard? If anything, I'm excited in a curiosity way to see. It's been so long since the last one, Inquisition, if it'll be any good. Indiana Jones, does it interest you? Yes, I am interested in that, and I'm probably going to get it. And no, it doesn't bother me that it's a first-person game. See here.
Oh my God. Ryan says there's a gas leak in the house. I think we need a wellness check.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. I'm talking with you guys. You know, I'm talking with you, so I don't know. If people are saying stuff's going on in chat, I don't know what's going on.
Chat is kind of all over the
I'm
place.
talking with people in these. I'm shouting out contributions.
I hope you have read my message. There's no joke. What is
Well,
that?
that is true. Arrow Squirrel says they don't want to admit you've improved in any way. Because if you don't improve, they bitch. But then when you do improve, they
can't
still
find
bitch
that
and
one.
say that it didn't happen. So that way they have more content. Exactly. Spencer did a
Don't-
super chat. Andy and Ashton are also arguably lol cows, or were arguably lol cows, so they know what it's like. That's why they get the balance right between drama and grass. Yeah, real life and drama, right? It's not just about internet presence and shit like that. It's because again, you got to be careful about obsession. Like there's people who sit around and all they care about is internet drama, and they just sit there going from click on this guy who does internet drama, click on this
Kino
guy who does
Casino.
internet drama. Who's the
Kino
next lol
Casino.
cow to laugh at today? That's not a way to go through life. You want to have
That is literally what I'm not trying to say anything bad because I know that's what that being said does. We fucking do the same exact shit. How is that not the definition of a Kino Casino show?
Derich or otherwise, you're a fucking loser.
And then after that, how has this not been what he's been doing for the last 2 weeks?
About his internet drama, and they just sit there going from click on this guy who does internet drama, click on this guy who does
Big up
internet drama.
Jambalaya.
Who's the next lol cow to laugh at today? That's not a way to go through life. You want to have some of your life be that kind of entertainment value, all right, but it's not the end all be all of existence, dude. You have to be doing something in your life that's meaningful. You know, it's crazy that people just focus on this ultimate toxicity. How many people is it like a subculture, a sub society on the internet of people who are just 100% hyper focused on toxicity and hate and awful things, and I never will be like that. I don't want to be like that at all.
Wow. Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Absolutely, it doesn't do good for you mentally at all. Imagine if all day
doesn't.
all you're thinking about is hateful thoughts about people around you. That never once you think a positive thought about your life or anything going on. You just think about don't like them, hate them, laugh at them, don't like them, hate them. What kind of a mindset could you have, right? That's true. Clyde says Wings Troll said if he got a job, they would leave him alone, so he went to do DoorDash, and then they got him fired from DoorDash. Exactly. That's again.
It's almost like it's not
was
that
lol
serious,
cow
huh?
trapping. They wanted to elicit a response from him, so they told him something. For some reason, he believed it, and then guess what? Haha, you fell for the trap, and then they fucked him anyway. Right? That's exactly right. Wonder if I do this, it goes lower. Oh, I see. Maybe I could do that. Maybe that's how I had it. Maybe I had it further back, like this. That's what it was. It was at a different angle. I've changed the angle, and now the glare is completely gone. It was the angle of the screen. There you go. That's the high level
felting to
intelligence
the
of the
glare.
valedictorian of Notre Dame High School, Fairfield, Connecticut, right there, baby. Yeah. Angles of light. I'm so smart. It only took me an hour to figure that shit out, right? It's Snoopy just did a super chat and says nobody is perfect. We all have our quirks. Well,
that's
thank you,
probably
Snoopy.
it. The sun just moved 20 minutes worth. All right. Now can we start the interview, please?
And I received a $15 tip.
$15 doesn't mean shit anymore for him. Is it $15? Whatever. Can I read this shit?
We'll be playing Path of Exile 2 in November. Put the beefy PC to the test. What is Path of Exile 2? I don't know what that is. So I can't answer that question. I know this gaming season is going to be nuts. September, October, and November are like ultra effing packed with games. So I get the feeling I'm going to be very, very, very busy with games as is. I don't know if I'll have time for new games like that. I'm not sure what that is. Okay, so since we're coming to the end of the show, because I do have to end the show within the next 5 to 10 minutes, guys. So here's the deal. Here's what's going on for the rest of the week. Today, right after the show ends, which is an hour, so after already having gone through this right now, I don't know. I don't think I can go longer than 2 hours. Like, I'm going to want to unwind and, like, decompress after that shit. I just can only take so much drama in one fucking day. All right? So I think I'll probably call it, like, maybe around, I'll stay on the show till, like, 2:33 p.m., and then I'll tell them, guys, I kind of got to go. I need to fucking go relax, lay down in bed or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be
Holy
today.
Shit, he better finish by then.
This afternoon. If after I get off that show, if I'm up to it, I may do like a half an hour decompression stream here where I'll just boot up and talk with you guys for 30 minutes. If you're interested, I'll talk about what happened on that show and we can just kind of interact for half an hour until I'm done with my first stream, which ends around 4 p.m. Pacific time, roughly. That's when I usually end it. Interesting. Okay. Stream tonight is this usual time, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. Okay. All right. Tonight. Okay.
Any more Doody
tomorrow
talk?
is actually a full day.
Will he mention Doody before the stream ends? I bet he will.
A new release. Tomorrow I'm going to do my podcast in the morning.
We got cooked. All right. I mean, the keynote. That means the... let me just see if it happened, though. Let's see.
And if the money was turned...
Okay. We're back.
True.
We're back.
Clyde says, Wings Troll said if he got a job, they would...
We're back. Don't flip
All right. Street Fighter 6 with M. Bison, ranked match. And do join me for that. Actually, a full day. Everyone is wondering if this game is any good. So I'm going to get Ubisoft Plus and install it long. I'm going to do it on both streams. A full day of Star Wars Outlaws launch day. Okay? Wednesday is the big one. Wednesday morning on this very show, I will have Keemstar as a guest.
Mm-hmm.
All right? My show will start around 11 a.m., but I'm going to get technical issues and things worked out before so that when he joins, it's actually fucking working. So I'll probably try to get him on by 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, and we're going to have about an hour, maybe an hour and a half appearance with goes to each other.
Yeah. I want to hear how he explains this.
And we'll see how it goes. It's going to be a civil conversation. This is not us attacking each other. This is not us being dicks to each other. This is not us, having an insane slap fight over the internet. It's going to be a man-to-man civil conversation about lots of things, I'm sure. I have some things to ask him and talk with him about. I'm sure he wants to talk to me about certain topics. And we're going to have it out as reasonable as we can on stream, okay? So that's going to be Wednesday. And then I'm withholding all contributions and or shout-outs while he's on the show because I just want it to be him and me. I don't want to have all this white noise coming in and these fucking people who try to insult him and shit. I want to have it be
I think they'd probably be trying to insult you, but okay.
For Wednesday, okay?
Okay.
And then Wednesday...
Is he trying to say he's more popular than Keemstar now?
Stream.
Is that the level of kingdom we've reached?
After the podcast will be gameplay, but I'm uncertain.
Who cares?
Probably that Night Valley Chill stream, because at that point, I think I'm going to need one. I think the drama is going to be so ridiculous, I don't want to do more drama. And then I'm still here Wednesday and Thursday. There will be full gameplay days, Wednesday gameplay
Can't
those
wait.
days. Fair enough. And then the only other big thing to talk about is that this coming week, next week, my documentary, but from June the King, it's on me. It's over
Confirmed?
4 hours long. Will be dropping. When the documentary drops, I will be doing a live react to that documentary.
Date?
On my DSP Reacts channel nightly. Like, it's going to be so long, I'm going to be doing like 2-hour streams reacting to it every night. So I don't know when it drops. When it drops, that's when we'll schedule it in and I'll start doing it daily. And so that's some interesting content you probably will want to see as well.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, I got to get out of here because I got my PC. Hopefully this drama's like, all right, everybody, and thank you, you guys, which is obviously amazing, right? We'll have a normal podcast in the morning.
Right,
where
we'll
hopefully
see.
we can actually get to the topics I wanted to do today.
We'll see.
And I certainly hope that you will join me. All right? Dark Phoenix is saying I ignored their tip. I didn't get a $5 tip from you, Dark Phoenix. So I don't know what you're talking about. I shouted out every tip I received.
Get that ass banned.
Unless, did you tip me the wrong way? Did you use a link from like 2 years ago? Holy shit, I think you did.
Oh, wow.
Come $5 tip from someone saying, and it was the wrong address. They actually went to my other outdated inbox. That's why I didn't see it. So The truth is, Doody does everything the detractors claim you do. He's a hypocrite. It's obvious to anyone who's half a brain. If people keep inflating his ego, he'll get worse.
Yeah, definitely. I hate when Doody begs.
The third person, his jokes are so cringe. Most of his content is just raw clips. He doesn't add any commentary or value. At least.
So would that be libel then, Phillip, or would that logic fall apart when you think about it like that?
Other detractors do add commentary, and they're attempting to be funny.
Yes, that's like me. That's what I do. I try to be funny. Doesn't work, but I try.
I don't know. They're saying, this guy basically says, "I think the snake will eat itself."
Yes.
I mean, that's the intention and that's the idea.
Don't want to talk about the second part of that, or
because I'm not going to be involved any further. Okay. So that's what happened. I didn't see your tip because you sent it to the wrong address. And then someone actually did there were two people who sent it to the wrong PayPal. Someone did a $2 tip and says, "He was nice. He defended you." I don't know if he defended me. I just know that he was sticking up for
content creators.
Sticking up for copyright. You know what I'm saying? Like the law. Where can you see the stream? Over on kick.com. It is called Kino Casino Gaming. I don't know if they're online right now or not. I'm about to go offline and get set up for the show.
I got you ready for that. Hold on.
Okay?
We're all
Guys,
ready.
I'm out of here. I will see you. Hopefully, I may do a decompression stream after this, so I may see you here between like 3-4 p.m. Pacific time. If not, I'll see you here tonight.
Decompress without not on the
Pacific time
stream.
for Street Fighter 6. Sound good? Thank you, guys. See you then. All right. I stopped recording, but I just want to let you guys know you were awesome. Thank you for putting up with the nonsense. The drama is now over for me. I'm going to get set up to be on their show. All right, guys?
We'll see about that.
So thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'm going to go offline now and start doing my setup with Discord and shit. And go from there. All right? Cool? Sound good, my friends? I hope so. Thanks, everyone. I will see you all later. Peace out.
Okay. So, let's move over to Kino Casino. And let's see if they are live. They're just talking now, I think. Okay. Tijuana, Ethan Ralph talk going on now. So, actually, I will take this opportunity to read some contributions. Legendary contributions coming in here. So we can try to get through that before we get to the interview section. I will mute it. There. Let me get the real one up here. Hang on, we'll get there. There we go. Kino Bros are on. They're talking about Ethan Ralph. That's all you need to know. If they get Phillip in, I will go cut to it right away. Obviously, keep you right on the dial here. Let me make sure. Wait. Remember, Phillip's not like these people they talk about on the Kino Casino. Remember that. That's a very important point to remember, that Phillip is definitely not like the people they talk about on Kino Casino. Remember that. Don't you dare forget that. Big ups Chris Dorner Respecter says, "I'm late. What did I miss? Not going to rewind the stream, brother. Not here to conversate. All right?" You missed a very good one. This is one to watch. I can promise you that. Big ups to Mighty Furtado. Raindog505. Francisco says, "This is final counteroffer to himself." Yes. This is the counteroffer to the counteroffer of a counteroffer. Sub-countered by the counter. And it is sitting on my counter right now. So I'll let you know how I feel about this counteroffer after I get it back. Jasper ES says, "Everyone is a mod in Doody's chat." Yeah, I think that's how he just does it. Everyone's a mod. I don't know that. I don't understand that strategy myself, personally. But it is Doody's strategy. I don't think it's creating a echo chamber, as Phillip said, but maybe it is. I don't know. O Nagger says, "Big ups." Big up. Aid Robinson says, "I can't wait for this to crash and burn." Big ups, dude. Aid Robinson, big ups to you. Copeside Phil says, "The coward wouldn't talk to Doody. He offered Phil." Thanks, Copeside Phil, for that. So apparently Keem said, "Get him on." And Doody said, "Get him on," but DSP chose not to. That was, no, I did not. I said Naggers. 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 Thank you. Giggles Bunny in the house. Big ups. Movie Sign says, "The king's karma cometh." The king's karma cometh. Yes. Oh, seems like Andy's working on something. Nah, not yet. Big ups to Copeside Phil says, "Phil missed all the super chats rolling in for Doody." Oh, yeah, that could be. I'm sure Dude was getting super chats, too, to get Keem's attention, right?
But thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate it.
ES says, "Has Kat thought about..." Oh, ES. This is ES, not my comments, Catherine. Remember that. ES said, has Kat thought about not being fat and ugly? That's ES's comment, not WPIG. That does not reflect the thoughts of WPIG. There is a Kino Casino pool with Kino Casino on the screen. Very rare, Jericho. Congratulations. Do not sell that on eBay. RS Nerd is saying, why is he saying that like she isn't fat and ugly? RS Nerd says. He's just trying. This is, I kind of feel, and I want to prepare my thoughts in a more, let's say, understandable manner before Friday. But I really think this is all of this, it kind of spiraled out of control, but it all started with a preparation for the June documentary. I really think that's all this was. But then, somehow, the Kino Casino meme happened, right? And it's still happening, and that kind of spiraled out of control. So where Phillip was probably on like level 2, trying to get ready for the June documentary, saying like, remember he said those little words like, back in the past I was a different guy, it didn't really matter. I don't care if you see the SRK forums. That's all ancient history. Like, that's how he was playing it. But now all of a sudden, it's become this huge thing, and now Phillip is. I'm not just talking about SRK forums. I'm talking about everything. So when I was kind of gonna have the tough time explaining my W champions. Fuck that. I play WB champions. Got a problem with it? Now that's kind of what we're at now. So Kino Casino bros have made this be. I can just say whatever the fuck I want now. I don't have to pretend to have any proof to what I'm saying. I can just tell you whatever the fuck I want because I'm the king. So that's where I'm at there. Splody Jesus says, Detractor Dominoes, better watch your ass all. Yes, we are next, and we are shaking and self-pantsing, as Phillip said. Gray Lobster in the house, big ups. Copeside Phil says, Phil himself said it was fine to do that. He didn't say anything about adding any of that. Phil said, you can clip whatever you want, I don't care. Now that's a silly argument for me from Doody. Like, I don't care what Phillip says. Like, you can clip or can't clip, I don't care. If YouTube says it's fine, then that's how it is. If you don't think it's fine, then I assume you're going to legal action to stop it, right? And you're definitely not going to say, you better take it down, and then when you don't take it down, say that's a self-felt. I mean, that's pretty childish, right? But that's where we are. DSP Flaggett says, Phil doesn't have a copyright on DSP gaming content, therefore he really doesn't want to bark up this tree. If I pick my nose on stream and somebody clips it, that doesn't violate DMCA. Correct. Correctamundo. And all of this is nothing if you don't take action. If you just say, take all your stuff down if you're a man or whatever. No, you. Okay. Now what? You're felted. Okay. Notafox says, wow, so he didn't make the DSP 316 himself and didn't pay someone for it? I guess he's got no talent. Uh-huh. Remember how he made fun of Doody for not making his own shit? Let's check on the voice.
Let alone a strip club in Tijuana.
Strip club in Tijuana talk is still going on. N-word. I'm not going to be on thin ice anymore. N-word with an A instead of an I says, it time no. Big ups. Copeside Phil says, this is the end of it, but he's talked about it every day this week, and drama is the only thing that brings in views. Absolutely, and he knows that. And Phillip knows that. So at some point, this is not going to end until the Kino Casino bros do kind of not end things, but stop returning the calls, I guess. But that could take a long time because there still is some hype in this, right? It still has some long legs. As long as Phillip stays unhinged, this is absolutely going to continue because it's bringing in the content for everybody, right? Everybody. Big ups to Camping Dutchman. What happened with Doody? Can I have the context? I cannot give you the context now, Camping Dutchman, but I will say that Doody has done the same thing he's done for 3 years, and nothing has changed on that front. I don't know why Phillip is now saying Doody has changed and is rattled all of a sudden. I have no idea what he means by that. I have no idea how anyone could say that Doody has felted himself over the last week, right? And people have been negative towards, have been, let's say, have tried to say some things that Doody does not do that's cool, right? Like the clickbaiting stuff. And sometimes he does say some things. He hasn't done it recently that I've seen, but he did do some things that people didn't like, right? And that's how it should work, right? People do things that people don't like, and people speak up, and that stuff doesn't happen, right? Like he used to do some things about guessing things that are happening and like treating some things as fact when they weren't, but then he stopped doing it. So, You know what I mean? I don't know. That's what happens. Bill Brasky says, so May 1st was a self-felt. Yeah, absolutely, Steve Beef. Steve Beef says, actually. Yes, self-first was a self-felt and a self-panting. Bill Brasky says, yes, clickbait from Pig Brother. Yes, big ups Bill Brasky. Bill Brasky. You ever heard of the name at the college? Bill Brasky. Big ups to the one, the only Ryan, who says, wear the Sonic hat to the Null stream. No, he wants to be cool and professional with his, he wants to be with his professional Benihana Booze Cruise shirt. Big ups to, N-word with an I. Self himself is pissing me off. Yes, self pants himself, self felt himself. I agree with you. Black Mage says, can we just loop Highway to Hell, please? Oh, that's a good one. I need some good ideas for self-felt music. Or no, excuse me, felting music. Because right now I have Bow Down to the King, and I obviously have the Yeah, and now I have the What I've Done, but I need more. Give me some ideas. GVRC says, did you catch what went down on Doody stream? I didn't catch it myself, but, you know, we're catching up to it as we go. We heard it from Phillip, and Phillip definitely told you the exact situation that happened, right? There was no lies detected, right? Lado says he joked about everybody being a little autistic. Oh, Doody said that. Okay, that makes sense. Game of Thrones soundtrack could work. I touch myself when I think about you. I felt myself. DSP Flag It says, Phil, it's low to make fun of my medical condition. Also, Phil, can somebody please give me the medical chart of my detractors? Because I need to see if they have a condition before I felt them. Good point. We can't make fun of Philip's medical condition, but please let me know if Doody is before I make fun of him. RS Nerd said, King Nothing by Metallica. I prefer Gravity by Metallica. Oh, by the way, I got an email from someone. Big ups to you, by the way. I'm not making fun of you here. But that definitely triggered a lot of people. If you say... people that were saying like dude, it's serious. It's not Gravity by Metallica. And I had to send them the link to the the meme I'm referencing. But that was funny. If you say Gravity by Metallica, you will. Some people will not like it. RS Nerd says, "How dare your family care about you so much they protect your wealth from Uncle Sam?" Correct, RS Nerd. Correct. Oh yeah, that's good. DS, that's good. That is a good one. But see, with WB music, you got to be careful. I haven't got taken down for this yet, though, so... If you keep it at like 2 seconds, so far I've been fine. But I don't know about... The Linkin Park one might have fucked myself. I might have self-felted myself with Linkin Park, though. I don't know. I'll let you know. Next up is Copeside Phil, who says he didn't say he was a trust fund baby. He said he sold a business that was handed down to him by his father because he didn't like running it, and he has real estate. He never said he was a trust fund baby. Yeah, so again, facts are very fluid here in the king's world, let's say, in the king's court. ES says, Phil mistaking a club with an adult toy says a lot. Phil mistaking a club with an adult toy says a lot. There we go. Mickey Thor says, final edict apparently means nothing diatribe about content he hasn't seen. Correct, Mickey Thor. That's the quickest way to say it. And YouTube comments, I do want to point this out because I think you say it best right here. Honestly, Doody has exposed himself as the poster child of the textbook definition of what humanity has created as an offshoot of something meaningful. And not enough people are saying that, and not enough headlines are reading just like that. And I really think that needs to be into the, brought more into the mainstream, I feel. I think that would sum it up a lot better. We could stop all this, internet slap fights. Are they still...
Tricks on Ricada's dick.
Wow.
There we go. There we go. Ryan says, Phil is completely normal, by the way. Thank you for saying... Not enough people say that either. I do agree with that. Code Level 1 says, has Phil been taking Cat's birth control again? I don't think he's ever taken that. Code Level 1. War Dog Leader says, he's doing this because Keem has connections to YouTube. I think that's reading too much into it. I think that's a happy coincidence, but I don't know if that's the truth. Right? That could be a happy coincidence. I don't know if that's actually what the thing is, right? Next up, Judder Cuts says his editors must be enjoying some of that $4,000. Judder's Cuts says that. Yeah. Well, DSP. I know DSP uses editors, but I know Doody does not use those editors. So, I don't know. Judder Cuts in the house. Copeside Phil says, Doody pays Pixar animations for the intros, and Pixar said, Doody comes up with the ideas and Pixar makes them, unlike Phil, who doesn't pay his editors. And yeah, similar concept, that similar thought there, that Phillip making fun of Doody for intros that he paid for is pretty fucking rich, coming for someone that doesn't pay the people that work for him. And remember, he spent decades saying, I'm a one-man show. I can't do what other YouTubers do. I'm a one-man show. Right. Danny DK says, DSP was in the stream while Keem was there. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he was watching the whole fucking thing. Remember, he has to make sure, I wasn't watching it. I don't know what's going on. Right. Definitely true. Garrido says, Phil explaining autism to his audience is top tier. Yeah, I feel like that is going to be a Doody clip you want to watch later. Is Phillip trying to find out if Doody is autistic? Next up, movie sign. I think Phil is low-key trying to get the law involved in this, accusing Doody of 3 diagnoses, being dangerous, etc. I hope Doody has a legal team. I don't think so. I think any hint of law being brought into this would send Phil down from the rafters, legitimately. Just down from the rafters. All pretense of making fun of Doody would drop. If anything, the whiff of that happening, I think. Next up, they're still reading Ethan Ralph tweets. Next up, Copeside Phil says, everything he listed is true. What's the problem? I know, that list was pretty funny, by the way. Of all the things Doody has done, none of them equaling anything. None of them meaning anything. It's just saying 4 random things. Doody felted himself, he exposed himself, he embarrassed himself, and he self-panted himself. Roasted. Okay. DSP, flag it, says, Phil overshares about his personal life for pity and tips. Also, Phil, why are you using the things that I overshared about my Copecast against me? That is scary behavior. How dare you? Absolutely. Everything, basically, if Phillip didn't overshare about everything for pity and tips, he wouldn't be a lolcow, right? He would just be a bad gamer. But instead, he uses the oversharing to get more pity and more tips. So that's why all this happened. All this why he became a lolcow is that. Super Scuffer with the bomb. Big ups. Copeside Phil said it was okay to do that it's not stealing. Yeah. Phil said it was okay to get clips, right? But again, that's irrelevant to me. I don't care who gives permission. You don't have to get permission from someone to do something legal, right? Now, you could ask to be a gentleman about things like, hey, can I do this? Okay, cool. But again, in the end, it doesn't really matter. Similar to the Evil AJ situation and Phillip, it doesn't really matter, right? Ultimoth says, calling someone autistic is not slander, but a lawyer could still have some fun with a stern letter of warning, I'd say. Oh yeah, a stern letter of warning would send him into a spiral, right? A spiral of fear, right? So it's not going to come close to that. Let's see if we're good.
And then I think that's about it. We're going to call Phil here quick. I'm going to just take a quick piss.
I got to piss too, actually.
I do as well, actually.
You piss first. I'll talk to chat.
All right.
I'll get a song going for us here, because I do as well. Who knows how long this is going to go.
Retweet my tweet. Kick just removed it. But guys, thank you for the big fucking support on the last few weeks. Again, guys, this will be our last show for a few weeks. Okay?
Oh, last show for a while.
Break.
Phillip, you going to be okay?
2-3 weeks now. We're heading on a break there. Kino wins already being planned. Purchasing costumes, all that. Again, if you have ideas,
Kino what?
Please start DMing us so we can start ordering stuff. If you have ideas for the background or like post like show things to watch.
Kino what?
If you weren't here last year,
what is
we
it?
Did a lot of Are You Afraid of the Dark and other like shows like.
Oh, okay, it's just an event or something. All right, let's do a song. I gotta take a piss like the boys. So give me a second. I'll put on a song by Misery Merchant, brand new. I'll fix my layout here, and I will restart the song because it's playing now muted. So don't do that. Here we go. Right back on the other side of this. Go! Misery Merchant coming at you. WPIG 1651. Peeing with the boys.
Wow, that's really chill vibes. Nice, soothing tone. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready as the soothing sounds of DSP Gaming come to you live. Renton, Washington. Here today on YouTube. So, here we go. People have seen that when I'm playing Street Fighter 6, the ranked matches, it's people trying to play their absolute best. Basically, it's a lot of stress. It starts to fall apart. I start freaking out. I don't know why I got hit. I don't know why that's hitting me. The blood pressure pumping up could do a simple move. My body's hot, the adrenaline. I didn't know what to do. My agitation makes me want to keep going, right? And that's gonna spell disaster. It starts to fall apart. So here's a comment left directly on last night's video of M. Bison gameplay as I continued to, grind. I was doing good, but, there's issues that arise when I'm playing, right? I think this might actually lead to a direct change to when I play Street Fighter. It actually is going to be for the best, both for me and for the viewers. So this is what I mean about getting truly constructive feedback, is that it really can help and change things for the better. So here we go, ready?
I'm back.
Take a breather, to blink like this, to be natural, to be human, instead of being a robot mashing through a bunch of matches back to back. Honestly, let's get the blood pressure down, get the adrenaline down, recuperate, blink, right? Hydrate in the eyes, hydrate in the mouth, hydrate everything,
In the mouth.
and then come back. You should take breaks every 2 matches or so.
You better take a sip, you fucking sleazy asshole.
Hey, bud. When you're mad, remember, chill. Hey, bud. When you're mad, remember, chill.
I don't know if when I'm playing fighting
Blink
games,
right here.
if I'm blinking or not, because I'm focusing on the fighting game. The game has this really vivid color scheme, explosions and everything. When that's happening, I gotta take a break. I was saying my eyes. It starts to fall apart. The logic betrays you. My eyes start to bug out a bit. My eyes start to burn. My eyes had started to have issues. I didn't know what to do. I have purchased eye drops, 2 different kinds. This one is Refresh Optive.
2 different
Oh my
kinds.
God. I was going to tell you what the active ingredient is, but I don't think I can read that word. It's got more syllables than I think the fucking dictionary has in carboxymethylcellulose.
Nailed it.
Carbethylmethylcellulose sodium. Glycerin. Take a breather. Blink like this. To be natural, to be human, instead of being a robot mashing through a bunch of matches back to back. Honestly, let's get the blood pressure down. Get the adrenaline down. Recuperate. Blink. Right? Hydrate in the eyes. Hydrate in the mouth. Hydrate everything. And then come back. You should take breaks every 2 matches or so.
You better take a sip, you fucking sleazy asshole.
Hey,
Mate.
bud.
Hey, bud.
If I'm chill, please see you.
WPIG 1651 coming at you here. Link is in the chat right now for that song by Misery Merchant called Remember Chill is the song. Let's go back to the boys here on the casino. See if what's going on here.
Do it on, not on that one. I'll do it on this one. Screw it.
Oh, get
Hang
out
on,
of here.
folks. Let me just do this real quick. Let me just do this. There we go.
All right, we're good.
All right, we're gonna
Keenoween.
start
Okay,
the
gotcha.
call there,
I will
And
read
then I
all
think
the super
Josh
chats
is just
afterwards.
getting on as well.
I promise.
and then I'll add Josh in. Yeah. Okay.
I
we're
will
gonna
continue
pop
reading.
that
I
out.
promise.
Okay. There we go. What's up, Phil? Do you hear me?
Woman, yes, I
Oh, we got
Yeah.
the king is here.
Back.
The
Yeah.
king of kings.
We're just setting everything up. How was your show today? I watched a bit of it. Saw you and Doody battling there. Very, very fun stuff.
Here we go.
Is it really a battle when it's like a boot stepping on an ant?
All I wanted to do was
razz
wake
him
up
up.
and like have a nice relaxing morning, have a coffee, breakfast,
Just
get
chill
ready
out.
for my show, and I gotta find out that Doody is live streaming and self-imploding, and Keemstar's going on his show. They're talking about me. I'm
Not
like, can I
imploding.
just have a normal day? Like,
No.
I'm going to talk about this fucking guy? I guess not.
The vortex is in full effect, Phil. We're all being sucked in by your grandeur, by your opulent sire.
Grandeur,
There's just no
nice.
escape from your orbit, bro.
I'll let me know when Josh is ready, by the way. But I want to ask you this. So we had the battle today. We talked about it already. It's the battle of what is fair use.
Oh,
And
Josh is ready.
He's ready?
Okay,
Then fuck it.
good.
All
Please
right,
start.
Let me add him in
Please
here. 1
start.
sec. We'll save that topic for later.
No, please end it when it's
1
over.
sec. Where is he messaging you at?
On Discord. Here, you want me to?
May you just DM me his username so I can add it in? I know I have it, but
They have
I forgot what it was.
2,945 viewers right now.
I know it was somewhere here.
He's dodging.
I think that's their average.
Yeah, he's
I think that's their
He's
average.
in fear of the king. Okay, hold on.
No worries. I'm just.
I believe that's their average, around
All right, we've
3,000,
added Josh
yeah.
here.
2,000, 3,000, something like that. And these are Phil's views, absolutely.
Boom. All right.
Josh, how are you doing today?
Josh Moon's here and Dark Side Phil.
Yo.
Hello.
Whoa, this is nuts.
Wow, this is surreal,
Here we go, boys.
folks. Whoever thought
Strap
it could
in.
happen? Josh Moon and Dark Side Phil on the same stream.
That's nuts.
I don't know which of you wants to open up and kind of give your thoughts on this. Does anybody have a preference?
Well, I mean, for me, like, first of all, like you said, who would have thought this ever would have happened? Because until like early August, I was like the whipping boy of the internet. No one cared about
And
what I thought. No one
still are, actually,
wanted
but
to hear
okay.
my opinion on anything. And now it's like people actually would like to see me have a conversation with Josh and talk about the whole Kiwi Farms thing. So it's like things are changing so quickly right now.
Right.
And this is like, for me, I just want to preface this, all right, before we get started. I want to have a real conversation with you, Josh, because I think you know why I want to have a conversation with you in regards
definitely.
to Kiwi Farms. But I don't want this to be like an attack session. I want us to have a real conversation about how things are going.
Any joke?
And possibly the future, because things are turning around for me right now in a very positive way. And this is like a door opening. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's public opinion about me is changing. And now would be the time to have civil conversations with people who maybe I never was able to reach out to and talk with before. Like, I wouldn't even know how I ever would have even gotten in contact with you until I started hanging out with these guys. And now look at all this stuff that's going on. So
All right,
I
well,
just need you to
Josh,
understand that. I don't want this to, I'm not going to be attacking Josh or anything like that, but we have things to discuss.
all right, Josh. Well, do you want to open up with your thoughts on this whole thing, talking to Phil and stuff like that?
I think everybody. I would actually kind of disagree that only recently people have wanted to speak with you. I think that you've
Yes.
not wanted to speak with people for quite a while.
Correct.
For instance, I know that Mike Klum was trying to interview you for a documentary, and you backed out of that just this year.
Yeah.
So I think people have always been kind of receptive to hearing what you have to
Good
say.
start,
And
good
I think that
start.
you've been kind of a recluse.
Good start.
The thing is, the things that people wanted to talk to me about are not things that are anyone's business, nor do I want to talk about. They want to talk about my personal finances. They want to talk about what I have in the house. They want to talk about my mobile game habits. They want to talk about my bankruptcy. I don't want to talk about that stuff. I want to talk about games.
Talk
I wanna
about
talk about
Reed.
having fun, chilling, just having a conversation, doing normal things that people do on the internet that apparently I'm not allowed to do because I was the focus of the internet's ire for the greater part of a decade. Now, all of a sudden, I appear on Kino Casino, and it's like night and day. Everyone likes me now. Everyone wants to hang out with me. Everyone wants to talk, see new content from me. It feels very different. You know what I mean? Like, the Mike Plum documentary was going to have a lot
ahead,
of this kind of
Josh.
toxic
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead,
Thank you, Triple P.
Well, I was going to ask, do you know? I have an answer for this, but do you know what has changed? Would you like to take a guess at what I'm thinking?
I would say public perception, just because I don't know, because
Oh, I'm
someone gave
liking
me a
this
chance.
start.
And I
I'm
think that's what it is.
liking this
No one ever
start.
gave me a chance to be humanized. Instead, it was easy to beat up on Phil because he was the small content creator who everyone likes to make fun of. But now that people gave me a chance to see me in a different environment rather than just my own stream, things have changed.
I think that part of it is that I've watched a little bit of you and the Kino Casino, And a lot of what they're doing is like showing you other people, and you're reacting, and in the same way that like detractors would. And it's very funny. It's very funny hearing you rip on Ricada and get like a first impression reaction to things that he's done, because it's like you don't know anything about him, but yet you're pretty close to the mark in regards to that. That's people are receptive because you're kind of taking shots at people, and they think that's really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Phillip?
Thanks you guys, Kino Casino, for giving me that opportunity. Because again, the people who wanted to interview me previously are like, "Oh, we'll have you on, but we're just gonna be, taking shots at you constantly. Let's talk about your finances and shit."
Side scrollers, right? That was side scrollers. Yeah,
exactly.
We already talked about that. Move on,
When they
Phillip.
contacted me, it was supposed to be, just be a guest on our show like anyone else. But then they turned it into this 3-ring circus interview that I have to be interrogated for 5-6 hours before I even qualify for the chance to be a real guest. And then they canceled the chance for me to be a real guest after the interview when they saw how much money they were making.
Right.
Okay, irrelevant.
Okay.
You feel that, Phillip? That's the irrelevant.
Because that interview that they did with me was literally 100% negative stuff. I thought if they're going to do an interview that's fair, right, you're going to have some positivity to it. Ask me about things over the years that are good. Ask me about my fan base, why people like me, stuff like that. But instead, it was just like they just talked directly to my detractors, had every negative question lined up. Boom, 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 boom. And then the day after the show, when they said they were going to be doing a decompression session, or they're just going to play like Mario Kart or something, it was a shooting gallery against me, and I wasn't there to defend myself. It was them talking to my detractors the entire stream, receiving donations and contributions to make fun of me. They were literally laughing with negative memes about me and making bank. And that's not what that interview was supposed to be.
Super chats.
Take a look at the difference between that interview and the appearance on Kino Casino. I think you'll see night and day how I was mistreated a year ago,
push on
and
this.
how now things have changed because I was given a chance.
You got thoughts on that, Josh?
Yes.
Well, would you agree that an interview should be balanced to include a sort of responses to criticisms and concerns and just like general prying? Because you're right, a lot of your drama is pretty personal, but I think that a lot of people, if they try to talk about you at all, that's what comes up. So would it be fair to say that an interviewer should ask questions about like the bankruptcy and stuff?
Of course, and we had talked about it before the interview, and he said he was going to bring up topics like that, and I said, yeah, we can absolutely talk about that stuff. What was not discussed is that the day after, they were going to change their schedule to literally do a dump on DSP stream
Read
for
super
profit.
chats?
Because when you do a fair and balanced interview, okay, you might not even like the person you're interviewing. You may not even believe the answers they've given you. But in order to have it be a fair and balanced interview, you cannot then immediately present a one-sided argument after the interview is over. What's supposed to happen is the audience is supposed to watch that interview and judge for themselves. Is it believable? Is it not? Do I believe his answers? Do I not? What they did is they literally did the interview, and the next piece of content they made was, we don't believe anything Phil said. Let's dump on him all day. So immediately the entire audience says, oh, yeah, Phil's a scumbag. Phil's a piece of shit. That's great, And they did it for personal gain. If they weren't receiving all those donos from all of my detractors, they never would have done that. In fact, if it might have gone the other way, and they probably would have spun it the other way positive. Whatever was good for them. That's how they handled it.
Well, we'll let Josh respond to that, and then we'll move on from the
What if they just didn't believe you?
Because I think at this point, it's neither here nor there. It was over a year ago.
Yeah,
you want to say anything to that, Josh, before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% familiar. I'm not sure if there was something that was said that you said after the interview between those two streams, or if that was just like they did stream A and then stream B. Because I vaguely remember that they were responding to something that you had said after that first stream. But when you are live streaming, if people are giving you super chats and feeding you information, that's just what the conversation is going to be about, even if you didn't intend for it to be that way. And it's not necessarily like a profit motive, more or less. It is just like that's what is there to engage with as a broadcaster.
I think an interesting place to start would just be to ask you, Josh, generally what your feeling has been on Phil's detractors and how
detractors.
Phil's detractors
Talk
have
about
interacted
Phillip.
with you and the Kiwi Farms.
Yeah.
How have you felt about that, Josh? Like, what are your
this is
thoughts
going to be
on that?
negative for detractors.
Well, definitely, I think DSP as a point of fascination was already kind of behind by the time that the that the Kiwi Farms was kind of broadening out from just Christian. Like the glory days of all those Street Fighter clips where Phil is like genuinely angry and like screaming about like the online lag and stuff. I think that stuff was already kind of in the past, because even like Phil has like 6 years plus history before the Quickie Forums was even a thing. So he had been around for a while, and by the time that the forum was up and running, I think Phil just got, everyone gets older. I'm 30 now. I know what it's like to get older and just kind of not be so rambunctious. But I think Phil just kind of like aged out of that and calmed down. But he still carried this contingent of just like really difficult people. And when I say this, I have to be careful, because if I try and lump the forum into this, people get angry at me. But there is like a genuinely unhinged contingent of people who hate Phil, and it's a complete enigma to me. And they try to justify it, and I just don't get it.
Well, you don't think that Phil should die, Josh?
No, I don't.
I don't.
Do you think
I don't
that
either.
Phil should be allowed to make money online, Josh?
I do, and that's actually one of the first things that was a point of contention between me and certain people, certain elements in his hate fandom, is that they went after him for like his monetization schemes, and that was right when the Kiwi Farms was just starting to get deplatformed from payment processors, and it really angered me to see like, you're doing to this guy what is happening to me. And I wouldn't support it for myself, obviously, and I don't support it for him. And then they would counter that by saying, well, he's like pignatized his viewers and he's extracting money from them from lies. And it's like, well, if you give DSP money and he says, I need money, and you give the money to him, you don't really then get to decide, well, he should only spend it on XYZ. That's not how it works.
That's true. I wouldn't argue that. Not arguing that.
I think everybody here is in agreement on that, right?
I am too.
Phil's money is his money.
He could do it with... Do whatever he wants.
If he chooses to spend it on WWE champions, if he chooses to spend it on gin, or if he chooses to spend it on investment,
weed, or fucking whatever the fuck.
It's not really our business, right? Like,
but the banking part, I hope they bring that up, right?
Now, that, Phil, that if people give you money, it's like yours to spend, and it's not really any other business after that.
The line of argument that DSP is disingenuous. All right, because
it's very true.
I'm on a stream and I'll be like, well, if I don't raise money on this stream, I can't buy groceries later in the week and shit like that. Okay?
You said that many times.
Has that ever happened on my streams? Yes, I have said shit like that.
I was going to say, please, you better not say no.
Guys, all right, I'm fessing up to everything. And there's been times where, and this, I'm not talking about this week, I'm talking about in the past. And the reason that stuff like that happened is because I went through a really bad financial time. I was going through a bankruptcy. I couldn't pay for anything. This was over 4 years ago. And there were literally weeks where, like, if I didn't raise a certain amount via tips that week, I actually
Where did the money go, though, Phillip?
Pay a certain bill or actually do things like that, get the groceries or whatever. So should I say that kind of shit on my streams? No, of course I can't. But I'm human, and I was desperate, and I needed to say and do things in order to raise the money I needed to get by. And the good news is I'm not in that position anymore. And in the last 4.5 years, I've stopped doing those kind of streams.
You're not true,
going to see me say, hey, we're doing $1,000 goal today, and if we hit it, some crazy thing's going to happen, but I really need this money. I don't do that anymore. I canceled all those events that I used to do. I don't even do, like, goal-based streams anymore. We're going to raise a certain amount of members, and then I'll do a marathon. I'll just do the marathon to have fun with my viewers. I don't have anything based on that stuff anymore. But the problem is with my detractors, they're living in the past. To them, everything is black and white. So the fact that I did stuff like that in the past, but I changed for the better, doesn't matter. I did it. I'm guilty of it forever. So to them, I'm still that guy sitting here every day saying, oh, please give me some donations so I can buy groceries. That's the issue I think they have with me, but it's not valid anymore. That's not the modern DSP. But that, then again, wouldn't fuel the content. I think
Josh has said something to the effect of...
Here we go.
Honestly, they're just jealous that you're able to make money online.
That's not it,
Is that a fair assessment of what you said, Josh? And do you want to kind of respond to what Phil was saying there as well?
Yeah. I'll ask that first because you brought it up. I have made the point that I think the most... I think that... To be clear, there's a stratification in terms of people who don't like you. There are people who just kind of like observe and who have good humor about it.
That's me.
Then there are people who I believe are like genuinely low intelligence like mentally stunted people, and they are genuinely jealous in a way.
That's snood.
That you make enough money off of playing video games that they wish they could do, and I think that stirs on a lot of resentment from the absolute worst of your hate fandom. Would you agree with that there are people like that?
Yeah, is there a good
thing is I don't know these people, right? Like,
right.
I mean, you just have to observe. You observe patterns of behavior. I mean, this guy Doody, in the last 3 days, has made like over 20 videos about me that he monetized, and it's like 20 videos about one person in 3 days. Something is going on there. That's not normal behavior. That's a motivated behavior. Something is going on in that man's mind. Either he genuinely hates me, or there's something else happening there that you would make that much negative
that's one
content
example.
about someone in a short period of time. I don't know if these people really have issues in their minds, if they just have a grudge. Who knows? Maybe they just saw the dollar signs behind it and go, oh, wow, I can literally beat up on this guy so much, and now we're making so much money on it. But what's happening now slowly is the camera's turning back towards these people.
How?
And they're like, oops, we, our skeletons are rolling out of the closet.
Please ask how.
And things are changing for the better. But no, I agree with you, dude. Normal people don't act like one of these detractors.
No, that's not what he said.
They don't sit there and make the entire existence of their being to hate on someone, to interject into someone's life.
Not what he said.
Like, oh, they made fun of me because I did something stupid on stream today. No, it's like, my wife is ugly and fat. He's doing this shit behind the scenes. It's all personal stuff.
Well, it goes beyond even just making fun of you, right? Like, where it really starts to get bothersome from people is, for instance, we have the bank leaks where they're hacking your bank account. And,
that wasn't his bank account.
We have
please.
like the situation with the Comcast guy and stuff like this. Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead. Do you want to redirect to something else?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, because I saw, when people heard that I was going to be talking to you. I got a lot of people who are either angry, some people were mildly amused, but then a lot of people were trying to like give me information. And one thing I want your opinion on this, like how you feel about this. Twitch had published in 2020 a infograph showing the loyalist fans of any streamer. And you were number one per subscriber or per tipper. You got like $36, and like the average on Twitch is like 4 or 5. And I'm wondering how you feel about that. Like, is having such a high return per subscriber something that, just how do you feel about that?
Well, first of all, I heard that report, but I didn't hear it from Twitch. So another YouTuber, I guess, had like done a react to it or something. And of course, you got to question
doesn't change the fact that it happened,
because I don't know what data they're going off of. Is it just super chats? Is it the paid subscriptions? Is it obviously that doesn't factor in other things outside of Twitch like tips and stuff like that. And also, what year was that? You said it was a 2020 data, or was the report in 2020 and reporting on a previous year? I'm just curious.
It was either I think it was 2020 or 2021. I think it was data for that year.
Because likely the reason that report was so overinflated is because I was going through my bankruptcy. And that was the year when a lot of people knew that, and they came out and were actually like overly supportive. I got a lot of extra support
because you begged as hard as you've ever begged in your life.
I'm not saying that the report was inaccurate in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so what's your take on that?
I think here's the weird thing. You're right. I'm not a giant guy. I don't get 2,000,
he just said you were
3,000 viewers on a stream. I barely get 1,000 views on a video that I upload to my channel. Yeah, I'm still able to make a living doing what I'm doing.
That's where the begging comes in.
Pretty good for myself. Well, how is that possible? Because I've been in the game for 16 years. Because I have notoriety for various different reasons. Some good, some very bad. But my fan base has been along for this ride with me. They've seen the ups and downs. They like me as a person as well as a content creator. They want me to succeed. When they see that everyone is against me, but I still persevere, they see it as an inspiration to them. And they've told me, I get stories all the time from my viewers. You inspire me because you don't give up with all the hate and the shit that people throw at you. You're still doing it every day. I would have quit years ago, but I'm not going to quit. I'm going to keep going. I'm the kind of guy that's motivated by adversity. So
how about
that's why these people like me for who I am. They're going to support me no matter what. It doesn't matter if I'm streaming on Twitch, which I'm not anymore. Now I'm on YouTube. It doesn't matter if I move to Kick or whatever. I have a core group of very supportive people who want to see me succeed no matter where I go and no matter what these detractors say about me.
That was last night, by the way.
Would you say that makes you grateful? Are you like...
Absolutely. I am the luckiest dude on this fucking planet, in my opinion. Like, dude, I started on YouTube at a time when I was incredibly lucky to ever get seen. I blew up at the right time. I stayed pertinent for bad reasons instead of good. And now here I am in 2024, and I'm finally, for the first time in 10 years, getting a turnaround. I am the luckiest fucking dude. I am so grateful to my core audience who kept me going for that crazy long time when it was just hate against me. I owe everything to them. My whole setup, half this stuff I worked with people to design, or they donated it to me. You know, all this
there better
shit
be a payoff
is all
here,
help from my
Null.
audience. I am the product of a community of people working together to make something awesome for each other, as opposed to just, I'm just the guy out here to put out content to print money. That's never what it's been about. I've even said, if I were to become like overnight wealthy, what if I won the lotto? I would still stream.
What if you became
I wouldn't
Doody?
stream as much as I do, but I would still stream because I love it. I love my community. I'm doing it for the love of it, as well as making a living. It's not just a job for me. And I think people
Was-
see
Was that computer that you got? Was that a viewer gift? The
Yes.
the weird triangle computer? Yeah.
Yes, weird triangle computer. It's actually, it looks like
Yeah,
an
it's like
ice cube or a mini fridge or something.
I said it looks like a prop from a video game that you like pull out of the ground, like a sci-fi thing.
It does. It's crazy. Yeah, but no, that's again 100% donated. That was before I started doing much better for myself this month, by the way. That was
Thanks to
before
Kino
I
Rose.
appeared on Kino Casino and everything. And again, now I'm a PC gamer, and that's because of the people who like me and want to see me succeed. It's amazing, you know.
All right.
Yeah. I watched that video of you setting that up, and I don't know. It was pretty difficult for me because you were so frustrated, and I felt like
Oh yeah.
you were kind of angry that people like gave you the computer and said like, "Hey, set this up." You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
I you know, when I get in a way, if I get very, very frustrated over something, usually that comes out when I play Street Fighter. If I'm playing Street Fighter and there's lag and so I lose to a fucking guy who I know I should have beaten, I get so frustrated. But in that case, here's the thing. We've been trying to do this for years to get me a gaming PC and get it set up. And of course, out of the box, there's issues. It's like, Jesus, of course I can't just set this thing up normally and have a nice stream for my viewers. It's got to be the most frustrating fucking thing. But I get just like everyone, I get too emotional. I get heated. And I say dumb shit. The next day, which you probably don't know, Josh, I publicly apologized for it on my podcast. First thing next day, I actually felt really bad about it after having calmed down overnight. And everyone forgave me for it because they're like, that's Phil when he's heated. We see him doing that when he's
That's not for you to
frustrated with Street Fighter.
decide,
We understand
brother.
it carried over to that night. You know?
Okay.
But you're right. I like being called out when I do things like that, because when I realize after the fact, oh shit,
Everyone
I fucked
forgave
up,
me.
that's going to make me a better person. That's the kind of stuff I don't mind being criticized on. But when you got detractor
Okay, quit
channels
the
that are just
filibustering.
complete libelous bullshit every day, stuff that's not even
Triple P's
close
trying to
being
get in
true,
here.
That's where it's like really frustrating because I can't stop that. You know,
Let
I
me
can
interrupt
change
you because this
myself.
was requested of me.
Yes.
There is something called defamation. If you hurt
Mm-hmm.
somebody's reputation, it's called defamation. If it's written, it's libel. If it's
Right.
spoken, it's slander. But both libel and slander are both forms of defamation. Someone begged me to correct you on this because it bothered them so much.
Oh, that's because I'm saying libel because I actually reacted to a video yesterday on my React show
This morning?
where Cardi B sued that YouTuber who was a commentary YouTuber and just kept talking shit about her for years and years, and Cardi B sued her for libel in court and won a $4 million ruling.
Okay.
So I think technically, if anything were ever to go to court, it would be for libel, but I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
It would be for defamation unless it's written. If someone writes a
we
tweet
had-
about you that says something,
If
but
only
if
we
it's
had
spoken,
Lord
it's slander.
Baldo here to give us But
So, guys, do you mind if I ask Josh a few questions?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, one
Go
second.
ahead.
One second.
Yeah.
Volseer, thank you for the 20 subs. And Tetrabacks for 10 subs. Big support.
Big
Thank you.
support.
Awesome.
Let's get some
Get
subs
some
for
subs.
Josh
And great
and Phil being
conversation
here.
so far. I hope you're enjoying this, everyone. All right, go ahead, Phil.
Okay, so Josh, to preface this, I want you to understand something.
There we go.
I know absolutely nothing about you. Okay, I really don't. I don't go outside of my own realm of existence, my streams and my content, to find out about people
There's
who
the
are
poll.
involved in the
Poll live
dramasphere
now.
around me. I try to stay out of it. I really, really do.
You are
And
someone who
obviously, we know you're the owner and operator of Kiwi Farms. I know from personal experience of people sending me over there saying, oh, do you know this is on there about you? This is on there about your family. This is on there. That's how I know of your website. What I like to do is have a civil conversation with you now a little bit about where did Kiwi Farms come from? Like, what was your original idea for the
history
site?
lesson?
Why did you set it up? And how did that all start? Because obviously, I would think that today, a lot of the stuff that's on there is not what your original intention was, unless I'm mistaken. So I'd like to hear it
Oh,
straight from
God,
the
who
source.
cares?
Why did you set up Kiwi Farms originally? What was the idea?
Well, you're completely free to ask me any question that you'd like. As far as where the forum comes from, it was originally specifically dedicated to Christian Weston Chandler, and in 2014 we branched out to this broad category of people that you would know as lolcows. And I think
that's where you
even
come
now
in.
it's even broader. It's basically anyone online who's kind of like a celebrity, communities online. As long as people want to talk about them, there's a space for it on the forum.
So you're saying that when it was, by the way, what year did you start the website originally?
You making a book report?
It was not started by me. It was originally a companion forum to a website called the Quickie, which was a wiki based off Encyclopedia Dramatica, specifically for Chris Chan. The forum was a companion discussion forum for it. And in 2013, I took over as administrator, and I've been administrator ever since.
And you do own and operate the site. You own
What
it. You
is
have control
this?
Of it.
I am the top dog.
High school book report.
Very good. So when you branched off and made it its own thing, the idea was to have a place for free and open conversation about Chris Chan particularly, but then you saw that there was actually a desire to have another place for other discussion of other people, and that's how it kind of
That's what I just
extrapolated and
said. Are you
expanded into
listening?
what it is today.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm curious because I think we've all heard stories, or we've even been affected. The guys from Kino Casino here, I'm sure, can also chime in. We all have been affected by things that have been put on that website. We've been doxxed. We've had information leaked, stuff on there. And I guess to start the real conversation here, at what point did you see that perhaps people were not doing things in the best judgment? Now, I know there's two different discussions.
Question.
There's a legal
Nailed it.
realm and there's a morality realm, right? There's the letter of the law and the spirit of the law and all of that, and we could talk about that all day. But the stuff that's been put on your website has been very harmful to many different people. I think we can agree there. Now, from what I understand,
most of
you
the
are
internet
against
has,
that, correct? You don't want people putting harmful information on that site?
That's a very broad question, and
That's
I'm not
true.
answering this in a legal sense. I'm trying to be very specific about what I'm saying. If, in general, if harm comes from information, for instance, there was somebody who had a thread who worked at a Walmart and who posted pictures of themselves online, I'll just say behaving inappropriately at their job at Walmart. These pictures made it onto the forum, and he was literally walked into the boss's office in Walmart, and they showed him his Kiwi Farms thread and these pictures he had posted online, and he was fired. So that is ostensibly harm that arose because of information on the forum. But can you really say, well, that shouldn't have happened? Or even that's a consequence of the Kiwi Farms, or is that a consequence of his own actions? If harm comes from information, almost always it was inevitable, regardless of if it was on the forum or if it was on Twitter or whatever website.
Agree.
Now, that's one thing, and I am perfectly okay with that. If harm comes about as a result of as a natural consequence of something that has already happened, not caused or instigated by users on the forum, there are no quandaries about that in regards to the law or to morality. Now, as far as people on the forum instigating harm, causing harm, I don't like that.
Okay. So
okay, Phil.
here's a question.
Yeah, okay.
How do you determine on your forums what's being posted up is too far or is acceptable? Do you have like a moderation team who actually takes care of that? Do you ever review cases? Is there a rule set that everyone has to abide by? Because I'll be honest, I've checked out my section of your forums, and I see threads like, "Oh, Phil's playing WWE champions again." Who gives a shit? I'd let him post to the fucking end of the world about that. But then I'll see a thread like, "Oh, here's actual information about like a distant family member of Phil's who has absolutely no association with him whatsoever, and here's the docs." And it's like, what? Like, what would that be there for? What the hell does that have to do with anything? So, is there an actual criteria and a moderation methodology you have? Like,
that's Jenna.
how do you make
that's
sure
Jenna.
that what's on your site is acceptable or not?
Generally speaking, any public information can be posted. One thing that we would not permit is somebody to post public information and then even imply, like, I hope he gets what he deserves. I hope it would be funny. It would be so funny if pizza showed up to his house. Like anything that sort of implies or directly instigates any kind of action is not acceptable. But as far as like, Facebook accounts and stuff, as long as it's relevant to the topic, there is very little that will be done. Almost always. The actions that are taken are almost the exception to the rule.
Mm-hmm. And who would take the action? Do you have mods in place for each forum that are specific to the forum?
Is Phillip trying to be a lawyer here?
Rule set that
there's 3 tiers.
He's failing.
There's board level moderators, and that's what I prefer now. If I make global moderators, I realize that they burn out much quicker. So usually I give a mod 1 or 2 areas of the site that's like their home, and they're very active there. There's a couple global mods who I trust very well, who have been around for, in one case, since before I've ran the forum. And then there's me. And I am a very active user on the forum, and I'm very active in moderation day to day.
And are your moderators kind of able to just judge for themselves what goes and what doesn't? Because I've heard
what is a moderator, in your opinion?
The moderators in my forum weren't doing a good job, and you shit-canned a bunch of them because they literally were not doing their job per your standard, and that's why a lot of the information that was there that was, I guess, deemed harmful was allowed for a while. Is that true?
So you're referencing something, I don't remember how long ago this was. It was either a couple months ago or last year. Mm-hmm. I went into the board and I was upset about something, and if I can remember, I'll tell you what it was. But I was doing, this happens every couple of years. I'm not, like, your board is one of the least frequent boards I go to. And generally what happens is I walk in and I have a reason to. Something's happened and it requires my attention. And I just start yelling at people. And this is one of the most difficult areas to deal with because people get very defensive and it becomes a big deal. And in this case, it was a pretty large ordeal. Like 20 people quit the site. I demodded one of the mods because he actually ran one of your detractor channels, and and it was monetized. And I thought, that's a conflict of interest. I don't want you to have a monetized channel and also be a moderator. That's never been a thing that we've had before on the site, and I didn't even know about it. And then the other mod for the board walked out. Because he was upset, and they tried to form their own splinter site to the Kiwi farms, and it hasn't really had any traction to it. So I wish I could remember what it was. Someone tagged you after the cat stream. So that somebody says, I forget. Something happened. There was a stream with cat on it, and it caused a problem. And I remember that I made fun of people, and then it snowballed into a bunch of people leaving. I genuinely, it's one of the areas of the site I don't have good repertoire with my own users in. They don't like me there. They make it very well known, and it's difficult to get anything done with them. But right now, it's a guy. It's sorry, just to close this out. Yeah. There's one guy.
Interesting, let's say.
Sorry, no, I feel bad. I don't remember his name right now off the top of my head. But he's from another area of the site, and I trust him. And he's doing a pretty good job as a moderator. And he's only a moderator of that board.
Okay. So, following up on what you just said,
what is the internet?
You have a section of the site. There's a moderator that's a known detractor of mine. Do you agree that section of the site isn't up to your standards, right? Mm-hmm. Why would you keep that section of the site open? Why is it not? Well, if it's not up to standards of the site, things are going bad. Look, it's actually bad intentions. The guy who was in charge is actually a hater of Phil. He's making money on this. Why would you not just say, all right, enough. You guys didn't behave. You had fun, but this is why we can't have good things, right? And you take it away from them so that way they have to move on. Why leave that section of the site open when you know that there's malicious
intent? I don't consider that a request
and
yet.
This is not me accusing you of anything. I just want an honest answer. I'm curious of your methodology.
I got you.
He's saying, why wouldn't you?
I would like to answer that question with a question.
Yes.
In your mind, let's just say that I went to the admin panel and I could do this, and I deleted the dark side.
You're roboting a little bit.
You're breaking up a bit, Josh.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah,
why don't you start that statement?
Am I breaking up?
Yeah,
you're good now, I think. You're good now. You're good now.
Let's hear it.
Okay, if I break up again, just let me know. Okay, answer a question with a question, the least interesting thing.
Yeah.
But in your mind, if I went to the admin panel right now and I deleted the dark side fill board, which I'm completely able to do, what do you think happens? Can you give me like a T plus 10 seconds, 60 seconds, 1 day? Like what happens? Mm-hmm. There's hundreds of users on that section of the site. So what happens in your mind? How do you imagine that playing out?
Well, first off, I just want to let you know that's not what I'm asking for. I don't want you to think that that's what I want you to do
there you go.
Okay?
Poll finish now, boys.
You asked me.
He just wants
you asked me why didn't I? Yeah.
hypothetical.
I would like to know
Well-
what you think happens as a result.
Well, first of all, I was on there the other day, and I'll admit to you, I checked it out because I knew we were going to have this conversation. I wanted to see what kind of stuff was on there. At this point, I really don't see too much harmful stuff on there. It's just a bunch of people doing their usual bullshit. You know what I mean? They're talking about WWE champions. They're talking about they don't like my streams. They don't like I make money. Kino Casino is gaslighting him because, they're glazing him, but they're going to turn on him. And, it's the bullshit. It's stupid shit.
Any minute
I don't really.
now.
Yeah.
I know. Oh, no,
Any
guys.
day.
Any minute. My worst enemies are coming on stream. Oh, wait a minute. Keemstar's on my podcast on Wednesday. So, what are you talking
nice,
about? Right?
nice promo.
The stuff they say is ridiculous. Anyway, I think if you were to shut it down right now,
We got
what would
thesis.
happen is those people would be angry. They would scramble. And then eventually what they would try to do is find another way to
There
go
already is
discuss
one.
me in that
Galtopia?
same manner. It would
Yeah.
take them a while to probably organize and find stuff. They'd probably scramble to Discords and they'd go other places. But the thing that I kind of want to talk about here is what's happened with Kiwi Farms particularly. I don't know if
Not me. It's not me.
it's other people.
There you go. It was F. Everyone in chat saying the same thing. It wasn't me.
No.
It's not me.
Fuck.
See, it's not me.
Anything that they feel will
There we
be the
go.
most hurtful
Sorry,
to me.
we dropped for 1 second. We're back
Oh,
up.
crap.
Not
Yeah,
me.
sorry. It just died for like 5 seconds.
Start
for
again.
a millisecond.
What is Kino?
We're back.
What is the Kiwi
Hey,
Farms
Go ahead,
actually?
Phil, finish your answer and then.
Wait,
we'll
hang on.
get-
Everyone, please write to refresh or whatever.
Oh, man.
Everyone write refresh. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. I have no idea what happened.
Okay.
All right.
What I was saying was, I
Yes.
think that if Josh were to close down my part of the forums on Kiwi Farms right now, those people who were there would scramble and try to find another place where they could do exactly the same thing, whether it's a Discord server or eventually they find another site to do it. Undoubtedly, they're going to keep trying to do what they're doing, right?
And
so
nothing would
closing
change.
that part of the forum, I don't think would solve any kind of an immediate thing. But for me, when I see people really want to harm me, right? They want to drop something that they know is like personal information no one would have. They're committing a crime in order to hurt me or my business or my family. Kiwi Farms is where they go to post it because they see that as the ultimate safe space. No one's going to ever go after them. No one's going to reveal their information because they posted it. Like if they posted on YouTube, something might happen. If they posted on Twitter, something might happen. But if they
Okay.
posted on Kiwi Farms, we know that this is the ultimate neutral place and we're safe. And that's my concern, is that has happened to me time and time again in the last 5-6 years. Whenever someone does something heinous, we're not even talking
Triple
the
P
realm
tried
of
to stop
legality.
him there.
We're talking the realm of bad morality, right? This is disingenuous
Example?
shit. You're leaking information no one should have. And you're
Let me
putting it on
address
site.
both parts
Josh
of this.
address that.
There's
Okay.
two parts to it. The first is you're absolutely correct, and I'm very happy that we could meet, our minds could meet on this point. The number one reason why I have never even thought, well, I have thought about it, but I've never gotten close to deleting the board, is that as you mentioned, there are people of, as you said, bad morality who I keep out of the forum.
That's Indrid.
And also, as you mentioned, the Kiwi Farms is the go-to place to talk about Phil and post things about Phil. So if I deleted the board, and I'm not saying this about any particular mod, so hopefully the 2 X mods listening don't get too pissy, but
They will.
if they started their own site and they were left to their own devices, it would be much more, it would be different, and there would be different rules, especially considering that it's just the Dark Side Phil forum. There are a lot of people who hate me and who look for reasons to try and take down the site, and they look at every place on the forum. So everything has to be in order. There can be nothing that is illegal. There can be nothing that instigates harassment, etc. But if it's just the Dark Side Phil forum, and it's just about Dark Side Phil, they can get away with a lot more because there's no accountability there. That's just you and what you can muster. And what you can muster by yourself is a lot less than what everybody can muster. So in part, yes, not only would they go to a different place, and in Discord's like the worst of the worst. You can do anything you want in Discord. You have, people sharing child pornography on Discord. So Discord has no rules as long as you don't get caught. And the same kind of applies to public forums, especially if they're invite only. So one of the big reasons why I've never deleted the board is because I know that immediately people would seize that, they would capitalize on it, and they would make a place that would just become the Kiwi Farms DSP forum, and it would be worse.
Yes. So Phillip?
And I don't want to try and sound like I'm saying I'm doing you a favor, but I am a moderating influence. And
I am kind of doing you a favor
that has to be followed. And I think that in a roundabout way, I probably do a favor. As far as people going to the forum to post stuff, of course, because it's the largest place with the most visibility and it doesn't come down. But there would be another board specifically for DSP that is worse, that would offer the same kind of safe space, as you said.
What do you think about that, Phil? Do you think it would be worse for you, as Josh is saying, if he was to delete the board because he is a moderating influence?
Well, let me put it this way. I feel the real problem right now is that Kiwi Farms has too much notoriety.
What?
All right? Kiwi Farms is known as the place on the internet that you can go and lol cows are being harassed, and you're going to get all kinds of dirt on everyone if you go to Kiwi Farms. That's how people see the site. Josh, I don't know if you understand that, but that's actually the public mentality towards your website. That's the dirt site. You know what I mean? If Kiwi Farms...
I'll help you out a little bit on this,
thank you, Triple P.
Josh, you've said that sometimes the forum has gotten too big to the point where it's an eye of Sauron. And sometimes it destroys lolcows and destroys content. Do you feel that way about Phil?
Lolcow, Phillip
no.
Burnell?
Phil's broader is not just the forum. When I say that, I mean like, for instance, with Bossman Jack had less than 100 viewers when I started talking about him, and he got a thread on the forum, and now he's got multiple hundreds, thousands of people who watch him, and it necessarily, kind of like with. Not to sound too nerdy, but like microparticles. It's like you observe a microparticle and it changes because you observe it. Same thing with Bossman. You put this attention on them, and of course it changes. And this happens with everybody. The small fries, if they get a thread and it's a small little thread, but if attention gets brought onto it, it changes who they are necessarily just because they have that much attention.
Good answer. Back to you, Phil. What do you think?
Yeah.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Because Kiwi Farms is so notable, everyone knows about Kiwi Farms. If you want to hate on someone, go to Kiwi Farms and get all the dirt on them, right? If you were to shut down a thread about me right now, those people absolutely would scramble and go somewhere else. That other site they go to would never have the level of notoriety of Kiwi Farms. Sure, the worst of the worst would still find it, but you wouldn't have the common person searching to hate on someone going to that site. You know what I'm saying?
Common
it
Kiwi
might take
Farms.
them a while, and maybe eventually
disagree.
they would. Okay, well let me finish my statement. I definitely want to hear what you have.
Wait 5 minutes till I finish.
It might take time, and maybe that new detractor forum would grow to the notoriety size of Kiwi Farms. Very well, it could, but it would still take time. You understand? That would actually be a time where like people on your forum, because this isn't just about me, this is about everyone who has a thread on your forum who's had the same level of harassment as me. They would have a breath of fresh air. My God, you're telling me that for a few months, a year maybe, I can have a break from this where I know people won't have a central place to just post up all kinds of heinous shit about me.
What
Yeah,
break?
it might come back, and then you deal with that devil when it attacks you, right? But to just have a breath of fresh air, wow, I know for a day no one's going to be posting up personal shit about me and my family and other shit on a site that everyone knows about. That would be a big relief, at least for someone like me, okay?
Would it?
I get what you're saying. It wouldn't end it, but at least it would be a temporary reprieve.
Are you listening? He just said it.
Yeah, and I think that sentiment would apply better to everyone except you specifically, because I'll do my T+0. Okay, T+60 minutes. Kiwi Farms is down. Message goes up. Sorry, I feel really bad about what I've done. It's gone. There would be darksidephil.exposed up immediately. And then they would start networking. Would be on Twitter, and then someone types in darksidephil in Google. The Kiwi Farms has limiters in its reach. Google, there are people in Google who I know who hate me, and they have made it so that finding information on the forum through Google is actually difficult.
I can confirm that because I've tried to search for things about myself. It does not show up at Google at all anymore.
So it seems like you want to keep it up then, huh, Phillip?
But DSP or darksidephil.exposed, well, your name's right in the URL. You type in that, and it's a big forum. It has enough threads. People are linking to it from external sites like Twitter or X and all the detractor channels. And then, of course, it would be ran by somebody who might have their own detractor channel, and they would say, well, they would network with all the other detractors, and they would get little fancy badges that says, official YouTuber or whatever. And that site would not only be would have fewer checks and balances, and would have less accountability. It would also have greater reach in search engines, and it would also have better network. Because like I said, the detractors don't like me. A lot of the channels don't like me. They would like this guy. They would like to network with him and get fancy badges and stuff on the site and promote it. So, with you specifically, you don't get a break. Sorry.
So you're saying you think that other people on the site would get a break, that they don't have as bad of a detractor community as I do, and they would actually.
I mean, almost
have
everyone
that.
except you would get a good deal from the site going down, at least for a while.
Wow, that's interesting. Because I don't really look at the other people on the site, but that's an interesting perspective.
What is it, Josh, about Phil and about the detractors that make them so much different than everybody else? Because we've just been interacting with Phil a little bit, like did a game stream with him, did an interview, did some React stuff, and like the reaction is like, you need to fucking die for talking to Phil. Like, it's crazy. What is it? Josh, what is it that makes it like this?
I don't know, and I feel like they try to justify it. And for instance, this is one thing that was brought up to me, and I'd like to hear your perspective.
Oh, yeah, Derich.
Do you know a guy named Derich
Hey!
or Derich?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like a supporter, moderator, and like thumbnail maker for your stream, right?
Wrong on all three counts. He's not a supporter. He's not a moderator. He's never made a thumbnail for me whatsoever. All wrong. All detractor bullshit. He's just a viewer.
Okay.
And he made a tier maker for me once or twice.
Okay, tier maker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Josh, do you have receipts on that, or is this what you've heard, or is this what's in his thread, or what?
Well, his response is there's definitely a relationship, or when I say relationship, I mean there's definitely a connection, but his response is actually it falls through a crack. I don't know how to respond to that because the guy is definitely like a fucking weirdo. Yeah, and he definitely has playlists of little girls and stuff on his YouTube. That's archived.
And you let him on your channel all the time, Phillip. So what do you want to say?
What do you think?
I think I remember seeing his badge in chat though, that he had a supporter, a mod sword or something.
That you're seeing someone gifted him a membership. That's what you're seeing. It's just a gifted membership. Anyone can get that on YouTube. He has no power whatsoever on my streams whatsoever.
But he's allowed in your streams, though.
Yes Thanks, Triple P.
But he has playlists of little kids on his YouTube channel.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we publicly address this formally? This is good. We can finally do this.
Let's talk about this.
Let's do it.
Why is he allowed to be
Why do you protect him, Phillip Burnell?
That's the one thing that's really fucked. Yeah.
Here's my philosophy. You guys can completely disagree as streamers yourselves, and everyone out there watching, you may also disagree as well. All right, but allow me to lay down my methodology.
Why I protect a pedophile?
I'm a content creator. Every day I put on a stream. I'm trying to entertain an audience. I'm trying to make a living. I got a chat. People come in, people come out. I see people from all walks of life, people from here, there, and everywhere who attend my streams, and I don't judge anyone for anything but what's going on in my stream, okay? If I see someone in this stream doing something disgusting, having awful things said, or they're breaking the rules, they're out of it. I have rules laid out. Actually, my stream, I think, is a little bit more lax than others because I used to be known as the moderator heavy guy, and now I almost don't have any moderators anymore. I kind of handle it all myself. But anyway, my philosophy is what goes on in my stream is the extent of my responsibility as a streamer to take care of. Now, anyone out there who makes content,
literally, do
you personally know every single person who's on your stream?
But if you know
what their life is like behind the scenes, do you know what kind of stuff that they're into, what their kinks, their bullshit, what they post on their social media? Of course not. How on holy hell would any of us ever know what all of our viewers are doing? Nor is it in our realm of responsibility to have to actually look into that. You understand? These people are just here to watch me. That's all I care about.
May I just okay, so I understand what you're saying. You don't know everyone's backstory.
This might be it, boys.
Can't control everyone. Makes sense. But we have verifiable evidence that Derich is a pedophile.
Yes, we do.
He has playlists
and he has
of
seen
kids, and it's really weird fucking shit. And this is the one thing Ashton and I are like, what the fuck is
what the fuck
I
is
get
this
what you're
shit?
saying.
And
I get
Josh
what you're saying.
looked into it yesterday. Let Josh. Josh, what do you think about what Phil just said?
Yeah.
Holy shit,
it's not
boys.
just this, knowing about it, when you find out, you have to you have to do something about that. And from what I understand, the big point of contention is not just that he's there; it's that other people, who are in your community, who are in your chats, have pointed out that this guy is who he is.
Yes.
And he seems to be getting a layer of protection that people are able to observe. He seems to get away, according to the people that watch, he gets away with a lot more than other people would. Just in, it's suspicious to them. I don't know. I've not seen this, but that's what. That's what they say.
So you don't even know what they're saying. You just think that
don't bring
somehow
up
he's getting some kind of protection.
He is,
in my
though.
stream, is
It's
what you're saying.
verifiable, Phillip.
Yeah, either from people in the chat calling it out, or just in regards to his behavior. Like, apparently he spams a lot, and he gets a pass with that. And people suspect that there is some kind of association there where he gets a pass. Like, for instance, with the thumbnails, because they say that he has like a monthly vacation, and during that vacation, the style of your thumbnails changes, and that is how they come to the conclusion that the thumbnails are being made by him, because they don't get made by him when he's gone.
He's literally never made anything like that for me whatsoever. He's like I
He
said,
made
the
a tier
only thing
list,
he's ever
though.
made is 2 tier makers, I believe, over the last year.
Okay.
So he
That's
has
it.
made stuff though.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, 2
Thank
tier
you, Triple
makers,
P.
and one that I used on a stream and one I did not.
But
Yeah.
brother Phil, like, you can't have a pedophile making stuff for you
Yes.
and part of your community in a broad sense.
I'll clap for
right?
that.
Like, you should probably just ban the fucking guy and send him packing, and I think you'd get a lot less
Okay.
shit if you did.
Here's the thing. You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. You guys are correct. If I were right now to say enough is enough, too many people have issue with this guy, ban him.
Sure.
Okay? That would solve that problem. However,
What?
the big picture that no one's
Let's
looking
solve that problem.
Yeah.
at. Okay, but
It's
listen.
pretty important
Yeah,
to solve.
You don't understand the Pandora's box that you open once you do
Phil,
that.
that's a very obvious, like, slippery slope fallacy. It's like
Yes.
you can get rid of the guy that has the
That
little
is
girl
a
playlist on
fallacy,
YouTube without
yeah.
opening Pandora's box. That's
No,
not really
no.
direct.
Oh, Josh, you got to listen.
It's
all right?
over,
'Cause
boys.
Again, you know how bad my detractors are, correct? You know
right,
how
sure.
crazy they are. The only reason that we even know anything about this person is because my detractors went to all of his personal socials.
Who cares?
And dug
Who
into them deep.
cares?
They
But he's
went
a
to his-
pedophile.
But they got him.
They
It's
dug
right.
They
into
got
him
him,
deep.
though.
Okay, now hold on. I know.
Pedophiles,
Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing what you guys are saying, but please let me finish what I'm
Oh,
saying.
for
sure,
because it
for
is-
sure.
Let
right?
him cook.
If the only reason that I know that this guy did something bad is because people went off of the realm of my streams and my content to find it,
Holy shit,
I'm
guys.
sorry.
This is history.
But that's not my responsibility to be dealing with. Do you understand? Because here's the thing. Now, please listen. If I ban
It's
Derich
over.
right now, I call him Derich because that's what I thought his name was. I guess it actually is Derich or whatever. But if I ban Derich right now, here's what will happen. Because here's what Josh just said about Kiwi Farms. If he deletes my thread on Kiwi Farms right now, the detractors go somewhere else to do something worse, correct?
Who cares?
If I ban Derich right now, the detractors won because they say, look
Who
what we did.
cares?
We researched a guy who no one would have known he had anything wrong with him by just watching Phil's streams. For the record, Derich has never once talked about any of this malicious activity on my stream. He knows
Well, it's
better
not-
than that. He
it's not
doesn't bring that
malicious.
shit. That's his
Well,
personal
there
life
is
or whatever,
malicious
right?
there. Never mind. That
So
was a bad
he does
comment.
not do that on my streams. If I ban him, guess what happens? The detractors say, we got the response we wanted.
His
We'll finally ban
personal
him.
If I may,
We're
I
on
have
to the next.
I have a very
They're all on it, don't worry.
Because there's a very comparable story to this.
Yes.
The forum is having a kind of beef with this Ricada guy that you know about, and he dug through some information and he found out that one of the users is a convicted child pornographer from the District of Columbia. And when this was brought to my attention, I banned him. And sure, them finding this out was a win.
That's what I'm getting.
They won. They got to say, oh, well, the Kiwi Farms has a pedophile. We can prove it. And it's true. It's embarrassing. But I still banned him because I don't want a pedophile on my forum. Do you think that's a fair comparison?
It is a fair comparison. However, what you didn't let me finish the statement here.
Oh,
The
yeah.
moment I ban Derich and these detractors say we won, guess what happens? You
What?
just gave them exactly what they wanted. You gave them the attention they're craving, and then they move on to someone else.
So it's better
And
to
then
have a
they move on to
pedophile.
someone else.
Phil,
And then they move on to
sometimes in
someone else
life
until
you
it's
have to-
done.
But sometimes in life you have to hold the L, and sometimes bad people are going to get a win. But that's just the reality.
Yep.
You can't have a pedophile in your community, like an open pedophile, and you're basically admitting he's a pedophile.
Yes,
no,
he
let me
knows
say
it.
this.
It's okay. Okay,
I
so
will say this. I don't know anything about that because I make it a philosophy.
Please.
I do not personally research my viewers. I think that's fucking creepy that I would spend my time every time that someone says something about someone. I got to go search their socials. I got to go to their YouTube page and search their history.
Pedo chat, excuse me.
Sorry,
Triple P chat is all over
So
it.
you're saying people did research outside the realm of your show and whatever. I get what you're saying there. Well, if Derich was caught and you found out that the police found something on him and he's in the middle of a trial right now and he was a pedophile, right? And it wasn't the detractors or anything. It was through legal whatever, right? Then would you ban him because it wasn't detractors?
Well, how would I find out about that? Like, how would I even know that?
A fan of yours goes, I live in the same city as him and I saw him on the news, for example.
Well, what if
Phillip,
it was Harvey Weinstein? Like, how bad does somebody have to be?
You're choosing
where you're
to
like,
defend
well, I don't wanna associate
Derek
with this
So
guy?
instead
if
of
Hitler was on my stream and was still alive.
Wow,
I'd be
man.
Hitler,
Wow.
right?
Yeah, if Adolf Hitler 1488 was an active user on your stream, would you ban him? Because he's only Der Führer in Germany, and you don't know anything about that, right?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, that's a good point. But and I totally understand what you're saying. I do. Let me tell you, I've gotten a lot of shit over this. And here's the funny part. What the fuck does this have to do with me? It's not even anything I've done or ever. I gotta take shit.
Triple P,
because someone got
you got
dirt
this,
on
Triple
a viewer
P.
of mine who talks a lot in chat or whatever. And again, the other things you've been told are not true. He's not a moderator. He doesn't regularly make any content for me. He's had one tier maker that I made. That's it. Like, that's literally the extent of that. And then he talks a lot.
Let's just talk about so if he does have playlists of little girls on his channel, he's creeping on little girls.
and on Twitter, 50
do you
posts a day.
disavow that behavior?
Oh, absolutely I do. Absolutely.
So you disavow Derich then?
Yeah, I don't condone any of that, but at the same time, I'm not going to go out of my way to find out who everyone is or what they do outside of the realm of my
going
stream.
out of your way,
We're
though,
bringing it to you.
Me and Josh have both looked at it as of yesterday, saw that it was foul and disgusting, and now we're bringing it to you. We're credible. Like, I'm trying to help you.
Yeah.
If
Let
you-
me phrase it
Oh,
like this.
I know, but I totally understand where you guys are going with it.
So,
You
no,
are
I still want to defend
totally
Derek, though.
correct that if you ban this guy, the detractors will start looking into your viewers harder. You are totally correct. That is a completely accurate assessment. But wouldn't you still not want this guy to be in your community or your audience and openly known as this guy?
Yes.
Because if I'll swing it the other way, it's a no-win situation. That's correct. If you don't ban him, if you ban him, then the detractors will look into your other viewers, and you're completely accurate about that.
Yes.
But if you don't ban him, if you do nothing, then they will just continue to bring this up with an accurate line from the point A to point B, and it will always be there, and it will always haunt you, and people will always ask, well, why the fuck doesn't he just ban this guy if he knows about it? Mm-hmm. It's a no-win situation. I agree.
You're right.
But I think that one option is better than the other.
So to answer that,
Ooh.
at least in my experience, and I'm 42 years old. I don't know how old you are, Josh, but I'm 42 years old. I've learned in my 42 years on this planet that I would much rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't.
Dude.
And what I mean by that is,
the
I know who
devil
Derich
that has
is.
young girl
I can't
playlists?
confirm or deny what you guys are saying because I've literally never
How
looked
can you
into
say
it.
you know who he is when you won't look into it?
I know who he is in my chat. I know who he is as part
This
of
is flat out
chatting on the
delusional,
community.
though. Like, if you look at his Twitter account, it's just
shit.
straight up porn.
Oh my
porn.
God.
Okay, I believe you. You're telling me this now as a neutral
God.
third party, correct? You're neutral.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and we think it's very foul. Like Phil, this is not like, oh, someone's kind of like an incel or weird or whatever. And
Three playlists.
this
with
is like
hundreds of videos of just little girls
Yeah, this
doing
is like
innocuous things.
actually-
It's
Okay.
genuinely fucking creepy.
Well, if this is what you guys are telling me, then yeah, I'm going to ban him.
let's go. Yeah, honestly,
Look,
you should
hold
ban
on,
it. You
Thank
should.
hold on. The devil, that was the devil I knew. You understand?
Yeah.
So I can deal with that. I know how to deal with this guy. He talks a lot in the chat and whatever, and it's annoying to certain people. And I got to hear people talk about what he does in his personal life. But now when I ban him, now I got to deal with the devil I don't know. What's the next person who's now going to get harassed by my detractors. And I don't want this to be like Phil's viewer hunt.
I
You know what I'm saying?
understand that, but I think regardless of what you do, your viewers are going to get harassed.
And they're still
hunted
going
down.
after your other viewers, dude. They still
This
are.
happened before.
Like,
There were whales on the DSP channel who got doxxed, and I think that was one of the other things where I was kind of irritated with people on the DSP board because they were doxing, like, I don't remember his name, but there was a guy that gave you a lot of money, and simply because he gave you a lot of money.
You have to understand something. What you're describing right now is a normal day of behavior on that forum about me. That's not like the
How do you
exception
know?
to the rule. That's literally what happens every time a whale shows up to support me. They get doxxed on your forum.
And that's
then
why
someone
the
removes them
Derich
then.
thing doesn't matter, because it's like they're going to be pieces of shit no matter what. And honestly, like, we're telling you right now, I swear, Phil, we've been as nice as possible. I got to say, this Derich guy is twisted. Like,
It's just bad news, Phil, and you gotta get rid of this guy. Like, you know, you didn't know until today, but now you know, and I'm just telling you, man. If you don't,
it gets worse if you don't do anything about it.
It gets way worse if you don't get rid of him. And quite frankly, our audience isn't going to tolerate Derich. And
Derich Vision is now banned.
Nor do I. I'm not going to tolerate Derich either. And some people in chat are saying, why haven't you banned Derich from this chat? If Derich hasn't been banned from our chat already, I advise every single mod to ban him because I honestly like. It's just this weird, creepy stuff. Like, he's got lolicon going on his Twitter. He had that YouTube playlist of little girls. And then everything he talks about is porn all the time. And it's just a bad look for you to be associated with it, Phil. And I think if you were to cut this cancer off at the legs and just throw him the fuck out, I think you would win a lot of respect and support from people. Straight up.
See, and here's the thing, what you just said. So if you were to cut the cancer off, but the thing is, he's not me. He's just a dude in my chat.
But
so I get what you're saying.
Is reality.
The only reason that association ever existed is because my detractors went and stalked the guy to figure out the information. I'm not being sympathetic to what he's doing.
Seems like it.
100%.
This guy never did that in my chat. And then the rules now are going to become, oh, well, now if you ever do anything that's deemed immoral, Phil might ban you from his chat.
The
and I don't want
sort of
people to think that.
Surpasses a lot of immoral stuff. In my opinion, and also, you know, we have a lot of viewers here. If someone went and found something on one of the viewers, and it was like they're fucking, you know, pedophile, this, that, the other, we'd surely ban them without even a thought, right? Yeah. Especially if it came out to be true, and you're like, okay, this guy, it's not like it's like a rumor. It's this guy on his main channel. You click view channel, and he's got it open. Like, he's like, here it is,
public
guys.
Information.
And we really think that I know what you're saying, that your detractors will be crazy and psychotic and go after other people, but they'll do that anyway. And I'd respect you a lot if you just got rid of him. And, you know, it sort of puts a precedent to, I will not let people who believe in this shit in my chat.
I'm just saying the proof is like overwhelming. Like, it's undeniable when you look at it. It's just too overwhelming to deny. So
Done. All right. So, I mean, I'll be honest. Here's my final statement on it. It makes me sad for two reasons. Number one, it makes me sad to know that this guy does all that shit, because I heard it for like 2 years now. And I'm just like, it's just the detractors, right? Maybe they're exaggerating. They're making it up. And I made a philosophy. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to look into it, because if I do, I've broken my own moral code that I'm not going to look and stalk and harass my own viewers. So that's why I haven't done it until today. But now that you guys have said this to me, I believe you. I don't think you have anything to gain by lying to me. So I will be banning him when he shows up, because you know undoubtedly he's going to show up in my chat this week, and I will ban him on all of my channels. Okay, that's
a righteous decision, King.
I'm sad. Here's why I'm sad. All right.
Oh God, Phillip.
From what I know of the guy in my chat, he actually was like a good person in the chat.
He seemed nice. Yeah.
He's a nice guy. He adds nice comments. I mean, he's needy. He always asks, "Hey, talk to me. Why is he not talking to me?" Right? But he has very nice positive comments.
What? What?
You know,
He
Can you
brings
explain that?
candy.
What does that mean?
But Phil,
no, he needs attention.
let's
You know what I'm
just
saying?
try
He's one
not
of
to
the.
talk positive about the pedophile, right, Phil?
No, I'm not. No, I just
Dude,
understand.
yes, you are.
If you separate that, because that was been my philosophy.
He's got candy for the kids.
When this guy showed up to the
Dude.
chat, he came with
Dude.
an entire van full of candy. It was so nice. Everyone
this
got
is
their
like
favorite.
this is like you know someone for a while and you only know, like, so let's say you have you're at work and someone at work is someone you're friendly with, right? And you're like, wow, they're a nice guy. Then you find out 2 years later that this guy's a scumbag, like something like this. That's the feeling I have about it. But you guys are absolutely correct, so I'm gonna get rid of him because I trust you.
Yeah.
God bless you, Phil. I appreciate that. Josh, give us your thoughts here, and then we'll go back to Phil, and we'll do a few more rounds of questions here.
Just real quick here. Tetrabacks with 25.
So it seems like they got it back. It's
Wow.
definitely
Big
not over,
support.
by the way. Not
Much, and
over.
Appreciate all you here. All right, sorry, go ahead.
It's not a unique problem because there's another person who has a large following called Chantal, and her top moderator for years was this guy who got outed as a convicted
Beauty.
sex offender, and she finds out and it's like, well, that sucks. He's been a facet of the streams for 3 years now, but
Even Foodie Beauty
Bye-bye.
knew to ban
yeah,
him
it's
then.
sick and twisted. And, we respect that you're doing that. I know it's sort of, but like everyone was saying this, and I get it. You don't want to listen to your detractors because they do exaggerate or lie about some stuff, sure. So you're like, but we're just telling you straight up, this is a 110%. It's not even question. But yeah, I respect that, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Dude. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions for Josh, Phil, specifically about
Yes,
the
please.
forum or about
Yeah, like for example, like there's a couple specific instances I'd like to bring up and get his take on it. So, for example, one of the things that's happened over the last couple of years is that my detractors have been harassing extended family members that myself and my wife have absolutely no
Jenna.
interaction
right on time,
with
Jenna.
whatsoever. Okay, for the record, my wife does not have interaction with her family members. She has there's history there. And there's a reason she doesn't talk to them. She moved on from having other family. You know what I'm saying? It's a personal situation. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there's a reason for it, a good reason for it. Okay. My detractors went out of their way, and of course, it's public information to find out that she has a sister. Okay.
Jenna!
They then contacted the sister.
Jenna!
Told the sister about where we live, who I am, all of our fucking contact information and shit. They've gone on the sister and goaded her to do streaming. They've thrown the sister money. And if you really want to know how it all started, it was my thread on Kiwi Farms because they found all that information and they posted it up there. And now it's been an
I'm not
ongoing
being rude,
thing.
but is this the woman that a user from the Kiwi Farms had sex with?
Yes, that's
I
the
have no
Kool-Aid
idea.
Kool-Aid
I
girl.
don't know.
There's a thread, and I want to say it's someone related to Cat that somebody hunted down and had sex with. Yeah, and there's pictures of it on the forum.
So,
I think I
so you
banned that
see what
guy.
I mean? This is the kind of shit that shows up on my forum. It's like, what does this have to do with anything with us? We have no association with this person. We don't talk with this person. To our knowledge, this
Kool-Aid.
person might have some issues, and so we don't want to be associated with this person. So why is any of this existing on Kiwi Farms? Is that not like the level that you would think, wow, that's kind of extreme. This shouldn't be in the Dark Side Phil forum. What does that even have to do with Dark Side Phil?
Go ahead, Josh.
I mean, I did ban him, but I can't unfuck her sister. It's already happened. It's already done and posted on the internet. I can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
So, but why is it in my forum?
Well,
It has nothing to do with
They
me.
banned him.
It has nothing to do with me.
I mean,
Yes,
it
it
does.
does.
That's why the event happened because she was related to your wife.
Yes.
But that's not me.
Starting to make
That's
sense,
It's
Phil?
the Dark Side Phil thread. It's not.
It's the
Cat Brunel
internet,
thread,
brother.
Right?
I mean, in some ways it is. She's married to you, and the Bible says that you become one spirit. So technically, she's joined to the forum.
I'm sorry, but no, that's where I got to draw the line, dude.
So
now
what do
you're
we do
saying
now?
Just because
What's the next
I have a
step?
public persona that literally
no.
anyone who has ever had an association with me in my life needs to get drawn into this drama sphere. That's bullshit. Because that's a cope is what that is. Because you know that having family members that you don't have any association with being drawn into drama is bullshit. Come on, Josh. Just fess up and be
What
like,
can he
yeah,
do?
that's extreme. That definitely shouldn't have been on there.
I mean, that guy should not have done that, but the fact that it happened and that he recorded it and posted it on the internet, it doesn't matter if it's on the forum or not. Like, that
Yes.
happened.
Thank you.
Okay, it could be on the internet. Does it belong on the Dark Side Phil forum, and should it still be there right now?
Still there?
That is probably the most accurate position to put it, and you can't put a genie back in the bottle.
Can't
you
put
just can't. That's
toothpaste
not how it
back.
works.
But is it there right now?
I believe so.
Probably.
And
I
should
haven't
it be?
seen your forum.
Yes or no? Should it be on a forum
What
about
the
me?
fuck is this? All right. Yeah, we'll take it down.
Yeah, that if you're throwing darts and you throw that dart, this bullseye for that is probably going to be like where it lands is going to be closer to you than anybody else. Like where else is it
Yeah.
going to go?
I
Like
mean,
categorically speaking, where does it go?
Where should you put
I'm
it?
going to be like very frank with you. That is an ultimate coat, because basically what you just
Ultimate
said is
coat?
anything goes. That's like saying I was walking down the street and I looked at a guy and, you know, I nudged him. Oops, he could be on Kiwi Farms tomorrow because I nudged the guy walking down the street.
He
should
would be,
doxxed.
actually.
Like, what? That's
Well, I mean,
extreme.
With
What you're saying.
Christian, one time he took a picture of a black woman at a BK and posted it on the internet and said, "This woman gave me poor service. The trolls should dox her." And they did. And it's on the forum to this day, like 10 years later.
Chris Chan took the picture of the woman, posted it on the internet. That makes it appropriate to Chris Chan to post on his forum. I have absolutely no association with this woman. I don't know her. I will never speak with her. She has nothing to do with our lives. We don't.
She's
speak
a
with her.
family
She
member.
Disowned that relationship. You are allowing people to now go outside the realm of what the forum thread is supposed to be and just toss anything on there and say, "What was on the internet? It's free speech." No. You're
It's a
allowing
I
systematic
mean, literally,
harassment.
yes.
Literally,
You're
yes.
allowing systematic harassment is what you're doing with your forum.
I'm not allowing anything. If someone goes out and harasses, people and talks about it on the forum, they do get banned.
Yeah.
But it's on the forum right now.
That person got banned.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guy got damned.
But you said the content is still on the forum. You banned the guy who posted the
Yes.
content, but you left the content up.
I mean, yeah. What am I going to do with it? Pretend it
So you
didn't
never.
happen?
Oh, so this is interesting because I didn't even know this. So what you're saying is, if someone violates the forum rules, you will ban them, but you do not remove the infringing or the bad content. You leave it there.
It depends on a concept of harm reduction. If it is, for instance, I'll give you two adjacent perspectives.
Please.
Let's say that somebody has sex with Kat's cousin or whatever and posts that on the internet. Well, that's out there. It's going to get proliferated around. It's going to get spread regardless of what happens.
Yes.
If someone posts nude images of their own girlfriend randomly in the forum, that would be against the forum rules, and it would then be prudent to delete them because it's just a harmful use of the site without any connection or purpose. But when it comes specifically to content about high-profile people, there is literally no reason. There's no good being done there.
You don't think there's good being done to remove that content from that forum right now? You don't think that that would be in the best interests of everyone involved, of this woman who they're actually stalking and doing things to get content? You don't think, and she has nothing to do with us. But
when
you're
you
allowing
say
that to be posted.
stalking, there is no coordination to do this. This guy said, I'm gonna contact this woman, and
Yeah.
I think he found like her profile, like a hookup site or something. And it's
OnlyFans,
like he
public.
didn't conspire. He didn't use the forum as a tool to accomplish this. He did it, and then he talked about it on the internet. And there's no way to undo that.
Thank you.
I don't know. To me, okay.
Your thoughts, Phillip?
Is it revenge porn though?
It could be, but in revenge porn as a crime does not exist. Maybe in some states, but at a federal level, there exists a tort of non-consensual pornography. So if she was unaware that he was recording, she could sue him under that tort, but she could not sue the platform. And she may even be able to get a court order to take things down, because sometimes they do that. And if I get a court order, then I get a court order, and that's just what it is.
Like, hasn't Aid0 tried to take? I know you can't probably talk about it. Hasn't she tried to take legal action against you about?
She's
revenge?
tried to invoke VAWA, which is called the Violence Against Women's Act, and that's the act that has this tort for non-consensual pornography.
Okay.
But as I explained, it's a tort between two parties that doesn't involve the platform, and it may result in a court order to remove content.
Yeah.
But
was paid to do that,
The
so-
tricky thing with revenge pornography in particular is that the person photographed does not own the copyright. The pornographer does. So unless the pornographer wants it down.
It's a copyright issue.
It is literally a copyright issue, usually. There's famous cases where people have bought the rights to their pornography so that they could use copyright to take it down. But if there's no cooperation there, then that can't happen. But in generally speaking, if it's pure malice and no association with anything tangentially related to the forum, then it will get taken down. But if it's a high-profile person, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, it's out there.
Well, first of all, that statement's false. There is something you could do about it. You could remove it from your forum right now, and then people would have to seek it out elsewhere. Again,
So what?
It's the notoriety of Kiwi farms that
But
people
we discussed
find
this.
Yes, we did. Phillip,
if I started
listen.
censoring things, people would go to an alternative site. I don't
So-
censor
Correct.
things, so they stay on the forum where there's
Listen,
a moderating
Phillip.
spirit to it.
That's correct. So basically what you're saying is because it's on your site, you feel you're the best person on this planet to be moderating this kind of content. You're the best man for the job. No one else could do better than you, and therefore that's why you feel you have this obligation.
That's
to
a
keep it
deep
going.
philosophical question that was raised by Christopher Hitchens. Who among you would you select as your censor? I select myself. I don't think that there's another person on the forum who's better capable of doing what I do than I do.
I'm not saying your forum. I'm saying in general. Do you think there's anyone better who could do a better job?
If there's
Because
a
actually,
more capable,
Go ahead.
censoring, if there's a more capable person, I don't know him.
Okay. Because this leads to a question like, why do you continue to own and operate Kiwi farms? To my knowledge,
Phil, this is not going to end
You
well.
have been through the ringer with this thing. People are really coming after you legally. They're trying to take this site down because of stuff that's been on it, and you just keep going. You've gone from host to host, getting kicked off, going
Flip
here,
TV,
going there.
YouTube,
Why do you keep
Twitch.
maintaining this site if it's causing you so much
Yeah,
pain
Phillip,
and problems?
why maintain the channel if it's causing you
Because
so
I
much
love it.
problems,
It's
Phillip?
the best site on the internet.
So you just love drama and gossip so much that you feel like that's your thing and you just want to keep it going?
I think the site is one of the most entertaining sites that has ever existed. I use it every single day. I post about like 3 to 5 times a day, depending. I keep up to date with a lot of the stuff, not everything, but I do keep abreast. I do a podcast about stuff that happens on the forum.
To be fair, though, Dodge, sometimes you've said that it hasn't made you the happiest in life, right? Like sometimes it's cost you a lot of opportunities in life, and sometimes you've been sad about the state of it, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes it's like there are days like during Drop Kiwi Farms, there was a time where it was like 3 a.m. where I was at, and I was literally just sitting with my hand in my head staring at a terminal that couldn't connect to the IP address. I'm just thinking, what the fuck is the next step? But I continue to work at it because I enjoy my site. And during that time where my site was down, I tried to use other sites out of necessity. Like, okay, I want to talk to people. I want to socialize a bit. So I went to Discords, I went to Reddit, and I realized, God, all these places suck ass. And I
it's
hate
unique,
them. And
for
my
sure.
forum is the best site on the internet. So I got to bring it back up no matter what.
All right, back to you, Phil. What do you think about what Josh is saying here?
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Philip's reaching
we're
for
never
a
gonna
felt
come
that he
to
will not find.
any kind of an agreement because it sounds to me like Josh and I come from different places of morality. This
Okay.
isn't a legal issue. It's not. I know for a fact that most of the stuff that's been put on the forum about me is legal. There is some stuff that has been illegal. All right, let's be clear here. There actually has been information that people broke laws to get, and that should never have been put on there, okay? But as for the legality of most of it, legally, I don't know how much they could really ever come after you, Josh. And, that's not really what my issue is. My issue is morality. That I don't know if these guys will agree with me, but I can tell you from my own personal perspective, that site, your website, Kiwi Farms, I am telling you here 100% has hurt me and my family. 100%. It's hurt my business as well. This is not me trying to, get any sympathy from you. Josh.
How?
I'm telling you, your website
Give examples
has
then.
outright definitively hurt myself, my
Okay.
family, and my business. And it continues to do so because it's the focal point for when people want to hurt us, that's the first place they go, okay? So I'm going to give you an analogy that I've been talking about on my streams recently.
Sandwich shop?
Maybe you can kind of understand my perspective, okay?
Clown makeup?
So let's say that I was rich and famous and I wanted to be like a philanthropist, okay? And I wanted to open up a community center in a local area because, I thought it would help the community out. It's the best thing. It's the best community center ever. But what happens is the people, okay, good. The people here who go to the community center keep getting into fights. They keep beating the shit out of each other. Then, okay, we get it cleaned up. We get in there. That shouldn't have been there, all right? But then the next week, there's a knife fight. Someone gets stabbed. Someone's hurt. Oh my God, that sucks. Let's clean it up. So it's not 1 time, 2 times. This happens hundreds of times. People are actually getting hurt at this community center. And despite all of your efforts over the years to keep this community center a clean place, a fun place, a place where people are actually getting meaningful stuff out of it. God damn it, it's out of control and you know it. Do you keep that community center open and people continue to get hurt, or do you close the community center?
Thank you for re-upping your
What would
membership.
you
I
do?
appreciate that.
I mean, right now the forum is probably the tamest it's ever been. As far as like, 'cause back in the day, you got to understand, back when the site was smaller, we could get away with a lot more. And as time has gone on, and as we've gotten more attention. I've had to stick closer to the rules, and be more careful about what I say and more careful about what I let people say on the forum. You're saying like, oh, well, this community center sounds like a coliseum where you're just letting in the lions to tear at people, and you're just when people get mangled, they just sweep the bodies away and bring in the next gladiators or whatever.
3 minutes ago, 5:09
really,
p.m.
over time, the site has gotten bigger, but also a lot more tame, and even your board is a lot more tame. So I would disagree. Now,
you did say we can get away with more. What do you mean by that? You used to be able to get away with more.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, during the day, the site used to have people who were much more actively engaged in trolling, and I would turn a blind eye to it. But that hasn't been the case for like 8+ years now. We've really had to be more careful about what we do.
Okay. Brian,
go
right
ahead.
here.
What was your second point you were going to make, Joe? I'm sorry I cut you off, but I was just...
the other part is that you said, well, the Kiwi Farms has done harm to you. The Kiwi Farms is a collection of assets and licenses in the Zen4.0 forum software. That's the Kiwi Farms. But there are people on it who I completely believe you, have done harm to you, especially, like I said, people who choose to go after your supporters. I think OIC was the guy that they say they all hate the most. And I do believe that causes harm to you when people go after you. But I think if you were to name your top detractors and the people who are actively doing the most harm to you, you would find that most of them probably don't even have a presence on the forum. Now maybe over time the most damaging information and stuff has happened on the forum, but it's not the forum, it's people on the forum. And
that's the argument, that it's not the gun that committed the crime, it's the person who shot the weapon that committed the crime.
Absolutely correct.
All right, Phil. So
I want to say something, because you've expressed in the past, Josh, that you might want to move on from the Kiwi Farms one day, that it holds you back potentially from having a family, from having a normal life. Is that still your plan, to eventually move away from the forum, or?
Well, right now, I mean, it depends on how things go. Right now, things are looking up, and there's a potential that I can make things work.
Oh, great!
Every day seems a little bit brighter, and there's ups and downs, but overall, the trend from early this year to now, and from that time last year to then, has been an upwards trend. Everything seems to be turning around. And yeah, I mean, if there ever came a point where it's like the forum is the reason I cannot progress in life, then I would have to move on from it. But right now, there's nothing that I want to do that the forum is getting in the way of.
Okay, I'll ask you this too, because there's some tough questions for Phil. I'm going to give you a couple. Do you ever feel trapped by the Kiwi Farms? Like, do you ever feel like maybe the users kind of force your hand in a certain way, or you can't run it the way that you might want to run it, because if you do it that way, people will come after you from the site?
I agree. We are side scroller mode right now.
Whole, no, I don't feel like that. I feel that most people have a very, very, very high level of trust in me. And if I make certain decisions, even if it's unpopular, the overwhelming majority of people would understand. There are certain pockets where people are less cooperative, and that's the DSP board, basically.
Right.
And maybe also the political area of the site.
But you never feel like you're a hostage king, like they're putting in, like you're being forced to keep running the site, or else these
I can bring it down at any time and disappear in an instant. People never know what country I'm in, what my name is. I could disappear in a second.
Okay.
I don't feel it's the other way. You're stuck with me.
We're stuck with you.
Nobody else can run this shit heap.
All
right. Anything else, Phil, that you have for Josh?
Is that it?
You want to confront him?
This went horribly.
I mean, again, this wasn't really about being a hostile confrontation. I wanted him to understand that his site is the facilitation of a lot of hateful content towards myself, my family members, and my business. I know he's trying to clean it up. I will agree with him. I did check the forums before this discussion, and it did look a lot cleaner than it had previously.
Okay.
But for me, I've now been through this so many years. It's like, what's the next thing? Because right now, if someone were to hack one of my accounts, the first place you would find out about it is Kiwi Farms, because they'd be like, look at all the information I got from Phil's accounts. I know I probably shouldn't put it on the internet, but it's on Kiwi Farms. It's allowed, right?
Yeah.
So, but I don't think he's ever going to, I did not think our conversation was going to lead that, like, Josh, I'm going to close this forum today. That's not even what I was going for.
I gotta say, so is Phil's bank leaks still up on Kiwi Farms?
Okay, bank leaks
are
talk.
all of his transactions laid out
They
on
weren't
there?
his, though.
What was
Phil, those aren't yours.
moderation
You better
decision
say
on
it.
that? They are still up.
I mean, it's another thing where it's like,
Those
if
are
I delete
yours.
it, it gets reposted to Twitter. It gets shared around by the detractors. It probably ends up on a different website. That was one of the things where I got angry with people in the forum. It's like, it's not okay to hack someone's bank
definitely
account.
not
It's like,
okay.
I don't care if they're playing fucking WWE on mobile or whatever the fuck, whatever justification you have for trying to
not okay.
prove that he's putting, all this money into some fucking gotcha game. It does not justify a federal computer fraud act violation.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
definitely.
Well, it's psychotic, though, isn't it? Like, where does it end? Where does it end? Because isn't there some guy also? I want to bring this to get this in as well. Isn't there some guy who was fucking with Phil's internet, like turning it on and off and shit?
And he posted it on Kiwi Farms, the evidence that it was him.
Yeah, that's another thing where it's like, you're a fucking employee with Comcast. They have logs. They can see in the fucking logs that you're doing this. Why are you doing?
Okay,
what fucking gain is there in doing this?
And we caught him. The tech and I went into my modem during a tech visit because we didn't know what the hell was going on. And we saw all the logins from this guy. And we're like, this guy doesn't realize that we have evidence that he logged in every time.
Yeah, does he not think that the largest ISP in the United States doesn't keep fucking logs when people log into a consumer modem? Like, are you nuts?
That's unhinged.
I will say, though, Josh, at a certain point with these people, like, they don't really fit into the culture of the rest of the site. Some of these detractors are committing fucking crimes.
Yes.
Making you fucking look bad. Do you ever consider just washing your fucking hands of this shit? Because it's like, what?
With the DSP board in particular?
Yeah. Like,
I mean, it's gotten close.
Like what? Like, walk us through some of these situations where you've got close in
Let's
your
hear
thinking.
about the crazies
to where it's
here.
like, God looked at the world and he regretted what he made. Flood came and washed this fucking shit away, and there was a rainbow. Like, walk us to where you came close to sending that flood.
I think I already have. It's the guy that hooked up with the cousin or whatever. That was bizarre. The Comcast shit was fucking bizarre. But and the bank leaks were fucking bizarre.
Yeah. All agree.
The issue.
The sad thing is, Josh, and I know this from my personal experience, what they're doing is they're literally making it a competition at this point. Who can do the most fucked up thing? Even though they know they might even get in trouble for it, they don't even care anymore. They just will keep escalating as far as they can get away with. Even if they don't get away with it, that Comcast guy got shit canned, But they don't care. They know if I do the most extreme thing, I can post it on Kiwi Farms. They used to do this in my video comments. Okay, let's say the most extreme doxing, racist thing in Phil's video comments. So there's only toxic shit in his comments. And then people would highlight that and put it in detractor videos, right? That's what they're now doing with Kiwi Farms because I don't allow that shit in my content. They found a neutral place that they can do it. And this competition is going to continue
Source on this,
because you're allowing it.
Okay.
Well, people are allowed to say whatever they want. I'm not gonna. There's no world where I would step on and say like, oh, you can't say XYZ in regards to just like discussion posts.
That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about discussion posts. We're talking about what we just said: bank leaks, employees
it's not happening yet,
committing
but it should.
Horrible acts against me and posting the evidence on your site. People fucking with extended family members. That's not a forum post.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's. I mean, I agree. That's like a weird game. I think like the people trying to prove like expenditure, like the main. I think like the holy grail for like the detractors, and this is something that exists outside the forum, is the holy grail is like proving beyond a reasonable doubt that a majority of your spending goes to like mobile games. I think
that's proven. That's been
they're,
proven
they're
true.
Really, they're really like hyper focused on that.
Yeah. No, I
Any comment,
be
Phillip?
there. And it's just, it's I get it. because that's the one thing that they
That's
feel
already
like
been
they
done,
got
but-
me on. Because I'm not going to open my fucking documents and show you everything in my personal life.
Just show your
because
account
then that
name. Pretty
opens up
pretty
the
simple,
door.
actually.
The thing is, you shouldn't have to open up any of the fucking documents. You shouldn't have to show your financial statements. But this shit's been going on long enough, Phil. Like, you play WWE champions. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't.
Right.
I don't
Let's
think it's.
go.
I don't
Admit
think
it?
it's a problem that you
It doesn't
play
matter.
WWE champions and that you spend your money on WWE champions. It's your money. It's your supporters. And you should just be
But
fucking
when you're
open about it,
big,
'cause
it's a little
fuck them.
different.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
You're right. The reason that it became so big is because at first I said I didn't.
Trying
And
to get him to say
again,
it.
with these people, it's the absolute. It's either you black or white. So because at one point I said I didn't, I always said I didn't. No, actually, over the years, I have admitted I do play it. I do spend money on it. Now, what they say about it is wrong. They over-exaggerate to get that shock reaction of from the viewership. They're
Well-
purposefully saying, "Oh, he spent that video." I just looked at it yesterday from Doody. He says Phil spent $2,448 on WWE Champions this weekend. No,
This
I didn't.
weekend? Come on.
This weekend, he's saying I spent that. Like, no. What the
Triple
fuck
P
are
has
you
something to say
talking
here.
about?
Go
But
Triple P.
even if you did,
Even
you're
if
a
you
fucking-
did, though.
You're a big baller, though. If you
Yeah.
did, you're a fucking king. Like, fuck them.
I don't get
Honestly,
it,
Phil, at this
Well,
point, I would just start streaming WWE champions.
Yeah.
Go no. Go
In
no. Go
reality,
no.
I had the conversation with my viewer yesterday. I says, what I might do is make a new account and just start over and
Go
just
no.
Show
do
people
it.
how you
Yes,
built it up. Yeah.
and show
Exactly.
them how you build it, and then play WWE champions
Go
all
no.
the fucking live long
Well,
day.
I mean,
And you
that's
win.
like the serious long-term point of contention, though, is that because I think the down from the rafters account had happened during or immediately before the bankruptcy saga. So people were like, "Well, you're asking for this financial help, but it's like going to this game." Like,
Right.
was it ever like problem for you? Did you ever have like a problemed relationship with gaming?
Yes, he admitted
What do you
that.
mean that?
Supercard.
What do you mean, like addiction?
80
to
hours
mobile
in 2
games?
weeks. He
I
admitted
remember you
himself.
saying-
In particular
I've
with
seen a
spending,
clip
not just
of-
in games.
You said about Supercard, not
Yes.
champions, but
Yes.
you said with Supercard, you were
Oh,
kind
yes.
of embarrassed with how much you
80
spent
hours
on
in 2
Supercard,
weeks.
right?
That is correct. Supercard, it was like about a year, 2 years where I was spending on the game and playing the shit out of it. And it was like, I definitely was addicted to it. I'll admit it now. I was playing the fuck out of it for no reason. To win an event in Supercard, you had to play for like 8 hours straight without even interrupting. I'd be streaming and I have to keep tapping the screen.
Oh
when I'm
my
fucking
God.
streaming and shit to fucking play the fucking thing. That's how stupid these games
8
are.
hours straight?
Yeah, in order to win, you would have to be a nut job basically to get
Oh,
it.
dude.
And guess what? Guess what the best card I ever got was?
What?
Sting.
What?
Hogan.
The Hogan.
Let's get those Hogans, brother. The greatest wrestler of all time, who's helping make America great again, brother.
Right.
Fuck yeah.
But here's the thing. I've made a lot of bad financial decisions along the way.
Yeah.
Right? Many. I stupid things. Racked up credit cards when I moved out here. I furnished the house way too expensive. I did dumb things. My plan was to move across the country, charge everything to a credit card, and continuously balance the credit cards by doing balance transfers for 2-3 years at 0% interest until I paid them all
Yeah.
off. What a genius move that was, brother. Yeah.
I've been there.
So I mean, I fucked my credit up. I fucked all my
Yeah.
finances up. It's my fault. I went through the bankruptcy, but these guys now have realized
Go,
this is
Triple P
their
wants to say something.
ongoing thing. They know I'm not going to open up all my fucking information for them. So they will just say it.
Just say your
forever.
screen name,
So,
brother.
For me, I mean, did you notice I made a video last night? Oh, did you guys see yesterday? I actually did pull for a Hogan live on stream.
Yes!
No
You
way.
pulled for a Hogan live on stream. Now, what we got to do is get it on camera this time.
Yes.
Right.
Thank
we
you.
got to go the full way. Let's get a new account, fresh
Right.
account, and just
Right.
start playing it. And I guarantee you people will support with contributions like never before to get you the best Hogans.
Yeah, like
Right.
Bossman
No time
Jack,
at all.
how they pay him to
And listen,
to keep
Phil,
doing it.
you are going to be the best in the world at WWE Champions.
He already
Which I
is.
don't
His
even
first-
It's
care. I
Hogan
don't.
time.
I really don't care that much about the game anymore.
Right.
Years ago I did. I don't really care about it that
was
much.
Just
so
say you love it,
surprised.
Phil. You love it. I love it. I play WWE Champions. I take the viewers' money. I do Hogan polls.
This is the same thing
Not only
Craig
do
tried
I
to
do
do
Hogan
right here.
polls with your money, viewers. I want you to understand. I take your money and I recklessly bet it on football all the time. Like, I am a gambler through and through. That's why this show is called The
Keno Casino.
The Keno Casino.
I buy
And,
video
like,
games.
if Phil
A lot
is
of
genuinely a gambling addict and he's losing all his money, it's something that's actually kind of sad. Like if you it's
is
something where these games are designed, and gambling in general and casinos are designed to fucking rewire your brain's dopamine system. Like
right.
Josh knows with Bossman Jack, like what the depths of this gambling can be. Like, Phil isn't at that level. He still has a roof over his head. He still has food on his plate. But I don't know if it's really like the most evil moral failing, because at the end of the day, the only person he's hurting with that is himself.
Yeah.
That's it.
Even
Like-
if that, by the
Well,
way, so when
no,
you buy
I hope you bring up
games, like I buy
some
games on
logic here.
Steam and PS5 or whatever, right? Like, sure, I'm wasting money, but I have
That's
fun.
fine and all, but
I'm
he
enjoying,
begged the
like
fans
you buy things that
to
might
pay
be
for
a
his
waste
bankruptcy.
of money for enjoyment.
Well, but
Otherwise,
how
why
many
buy
of-
anything?
But how many detractors smoke cigarettes?
Exactly.
How many
Or
drink
weed
beer?
or whatever?
How many get scratch tickets?
How
from
many
the corner
detractors
store?
beg?
Like, people in this world have a lot of vices. And
How
and
many
this is where,
detractors
like, us
beg?
and Josh, like, we're talking about people that are actual, like, pedophiles or like degenerate, like, bestiality scumbags and shit like this. So it's hard for us
And
to, like,
Ralph.
crack down on a guy who allegedly has a gambling addiction and, like, with the WWE champions. Like, I don't know how you feel about that,
No,
Josh, but
please
that's
say.
kind of my piece
The problem
on it.
is the
I don't know if you wanna
begging.
chime in.
You have to say it.
Yeah, I mean, especially because he doesn't like stream it. I don't know. Phil, have you ever seen Bossman Jack? Do you know who that is?
No, I don't.
God, who cares?
No. He's like proper into gambling, like proper gambling, like house games and stuff. And it's actually shocking to see like what a toll it's taking on him physically and mentally over like just 1 year. And all he does is like play like cryptocurrency slots and stuff. And the sad thing about like the mobile games is that you walk into a casino and you hear the coins clanking and the slot machines and shit, and you know that you're in a game of chance. But with the mobile games, they dress it up like you're just playing a game for fun, but it's all psychologically manipulative to get you to spend money. And when you spend money, of course, it's not like going up to a teller and putting up $200 and having $200 of chips to play with. It's like every 10 minutes, hey, do you want to buy 1 chest for 5 or 10 chests for 10? It's like, like that shit it's really fucking evil.
The saddest thing and the most evil thing about it is that if you're in a casino and you're gambling money, if you win, you actually have a chance to win more money that you can use in your life. When you're playing these games, what did you win? The chance to play the game some more. It's endless sinking money into the game. There's no outcome that could benefit you.
Seem to know a lot about that.
You're stuck in the endless loop that you can't escape. And that's what I think a lot of people, that's what happens to them. It's that, I don't know if it's called the sunken cost fallacy.
Yeah, sunk cost fallacy. I was going to say that. It's like you get anchored to this game just because you've already spent, like, I've already spent $1,000.
Yeah, the login
on
streak.
It. I
You got to keep that going,
Just
right?
keep going because you got to get something, get that dopamine hit. You need it because you already spent so much.
Get that login
messed up.
streak.
It really is. It's I can't believe that it's kind of allowed to be like that, but that's the world we live in.
All right, Phil. We're there now.
So was that down from the Rafters account yours?
No, it's not.
No?
It's really not mine. I do have another account and I do spend money on it, but that is not my account. And they've been who this guy is, because people have asked me over the years.
If it is you, you're the best in the world. Like, just,
I know.
Why do they think it's you?
You
Why
are
do
the
they
greatest WWE Champions player to have ever lived.
Let's go. Let's
why
go.
do they think it's him?
The origin story. This is all I know is the origin story, because they have so many crazy conspiracies.
better fact
after
check
that
this
I'm
bitch.
sure they have other. The origin story was
Go ahead.
originally the account was actually called They Call Me DSP,
Yes.
which happened to be my Twitter handle. All right. Now, I don't go by that anywhere else. It's just my Twitter account was called They Call Me DSP.
Yeah.
And apparently that account existed for like a couple of years, and then my detractors found it, and they're like, we got him now, right? Because
I remember this because the point of contention was that you can't change your name on that game, so it had to be changed manually by support. And
Yes.
they figured that after it had been found, you had asked that, and they changed it on their end. But it even had like weird artifacts in the game where it didn't change everywhere, so it was a very suspicious looking name change. I actually remember this for some reason.
At least being a player of the game, I can confirm you cannot change your name in the game. Like, I don't know how that's possible. I've tried, because think of it, if I could change my name in the game,
Yeah, you
why
did.
not then?
You had
know,
the
kind of
fucking
double
company do it.
right? You cannot change. I did ask support, will you change my name? And they said to me, oh no, that's not a feature available. Sorry about that. So it sounds to me like whoever this person really is, because they were such a big spender, they maybe did a favor to them to
Which
protect
would fit your profile,
we
right?
don't want to lose the whale. So that's why they changed the name. But I couldn't even do that myself. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it might have been like a behind the scenes deal.
Please
or something.
no.
But why
Please no.
would this guy that set up this like troll account and put so much into it want to change his name?
I don't know, because here's the thing. That's actually what I was going to say. There's all these theories about who the guy really is.
Gotcha,
honestly, at this point, I can't figure it out, and I don't care. Like, I don't know if it actually is a troll. It might be a guy who literally just has the worst fucking luck in the world to have the same
No
name
one's
as my
laughing at
Twitter
that
account.
joke.
What would be the big deal is if you just lied and said you were down from the rafters.
It's so dumb. It's just like
lie and say you are, and then everybody can move on.
Yeah, then they're gonna want to see it, and I can't show you.
No, you can't. Don't worry
Don't
about
show
showing
anyone
them.
anything.
Never show them it.
No,
King.
show anyone any of your
Never
personal
show them shit.
No, never.
But you listen. At this point, just lie. Proclaim yourself the greatest WWE champion player that ever lived. There's no harm in it.
No, I know, and there's also no point, because people are gonna know it's a lie because we're talking about it now. So
But just lie. Just say it's you. You played it.
Phillip?
Who gives a fuck?
why would I lie and say that?
I'll tell
it's
you
me?
this because then we can all just move on. If you just say it's you, just lie. This is much like Hulk Hogan. He never lies, but he lies, and it's
That's
just
right.
the same thing.
That's
with
right, brother.
That's right, brother, dude. He slammed the 900-pound giant in front of 100,000 Hulkamaniacs at Silver City Field in Detroit, Michigan, brother. Listen, he tore every muscle out in his back as he did it. Phil, at the end of the day, there's not one person who will stop donating to you because you were down from the rafters.
No, I mean, I know that.
One person who's going to stop watching because you're down from the
They're
rafters.
really
They'll
pushing.
donate more. They'll donate
Just
more.
we preface it with this is a lie and just say I have the down from the rafters account.
Yes, it is me. I am down from the rafters.
Admit it.
Let's go, brother!
Yes.
Let's go, brother! Yeah!
Like a weight has been lifted off his shoulder.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, brother!
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah!
Now what, Doody?
Everybody bow down to
Bow
the bow
Oh my
down
God.
to the king.
You understand how stupid this thing is? It's just
No,
like,
it really is. That's why
That's
it's like,
why it's like,
shit, like, oh no.
They're like, Andy, you don't understand. He plays WWE champions.
I
I'm
don't
like,
really get the point of this, but
Is this
all right, we'll
game
keep going.
CP?
We'll keep moving.
Like, what the fuck? What?
You know,
What is going on?
Like, people are like, why don't
It's worse.
you
It's wrestling.
It's worse.
Wrestling is the best, brother Josh. We're going to go to WrestleMania next year in Las Vegas, dude. We're going to be there together with Phil. It's going to be great, buddy. You better believe it.
Pause.
Josh.
$250,000 man has gifted 20 subscribers. Holy shit. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't
Tetra packs.
Ending is kind of weird, right? Like, I guess I know they're really pushing from to admit it, but
subs.
the lying thing is
Sub Wars
weird.
For 10
But
subs with 5 earlier too. Thank you so much.
it's a humiliation ritual.
Yeah, no.
There we have it. Phil runs the Dark from the Rafters account. He lied, said he runs it. We have he's banning Derich from chat. And you know, a lot of people, why don't you run it like side scrollers, brother? Well, obviously that wasn't very good. It wasn't very effective. The side scrollers interview, people ask like, why didn't you run it like that? Well, we can see that if you actually are just reasonable with Phil, that maybe Phil can work with you.
Look,
kind of went the same way, didn't it?
Things you have to ask people, or you make a joke about someone, but you have to understand, how to be reasonable in the end with anyone, because there is a way to talk to people, even if you don't like them or get along.
It seemed very similar to the side scrollers to me,
and don't believe in their beliefs. But yeah, man.
Do you have any other questions for Phil, Josh, or Phil? Do you have a question?
Please,
for Josh?
no.
Well, let Josh go first, and
give us a
I'll say-
finisher. Give us a finisher. We need the
Oh,
we need
man,
the stunner.
I'm trying to think.
The leg
I
drop.
don't think so. Because I think a lot of the big questions are all about like the finances and stuff. And if he doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't want to talk about it. So I don't really have any kind of angle for that. I will ask this though. You said that okay, actually, I do have a question.
Yes.
So you said that there's been kind of like a turnaround. What does that mean for you? Like you said that things are turning
Good
around.
question.
Is that just like in terms of perception and people's amicability towards you, or is that like a financial thing, or is it both?
I mean, I would be very, very disingenuous if I was going to say, oh, I haven't made any extra money these past couple of weeks. I mean, of course I have. You know, I'm doubling, tripling in some cases what I would make on a normal stream. That's amazing. But for me, what's actually more important than that is to finally be treated with some level of human respect.
By who?
I didn't ever get treated with dignity for about a decade. You know, like I'm going to have a discussion with Review Tech USA, and he says he wants to have a real discussion. Come to find out, I can't talk with him unless I'm trapping him and having a conversation about all this fucked up stuff. You know, it's like, why can't I just have a normal human conversation
like that.
with someone?
Not gonna lie.
What did I do that I can't be respected like a normal person? Why can't I go on side scrollers and be a normal guest like everyone else? Why was I treated like some kind of a fucking criminal that needed a 5-hour interrogation instead? And that's what I feel like the turnaround is happening right now, where people are seeing me in a different light, a positive light, rather than this negative attacking light. And that feels amazing. It's a huge weight lifted off my shoulders, because I have tried so hard in the last decade to change as a person and be a better person. I feel like I've done that, but no one wanted to acknowledge it because they just wanted to continue the meme of hate on Phil. So yeah, I would say that there's a turnaround in more ways than one. And I'm really, really grateful to everyone involved, you guys and all the viewers and everyone out there, my fans who've been along these 10 tough years. It's all because of everyone. It's not just me. It's not, it's just everyone together. And it's amazing, kind of the thing that's happening right now.
I mean, you say that like you the way you kind of poach it, like this is at the end of 10 years. Do you feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel that you're very close to at this point?
Oh, Gravity by
Everyone's
Metallica.
light, because here's the thing, and I've said this too. My life and my experience has gone like this. It's called, you get a big crest, a big wave of popularity and positivity, and all of a sudden, boom, you go way down. Now you're at the bottom of the valley of shit, right? And that's how my life has been. Create like crests and valleys, crests and valleys. Right now, it seems like I'm on the way up. Maybe that's good. Maybe it's not. Maybe things will change overall for the better. But I've been beat up a lot, and because of that, I do have this nagging feeling in the back of my head that things could turn for the worst. I don't know. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, right? I think it's a human thing.
We had a question from
Yes.
Lib, and I'm just going to paraphrase it, but he essentially asked, like, do you feel like you've been living in isolation for a long time, and kind of that you're, interacting with very few people online and in real life? And since you've been interacting with us and other people now, how do you feel? Do you feel like there's been a opening up? Does it feel good?
Yeah,
Not the best
remember
question.
when I started on YouTube, it was the complete polar opposite of what I've been through in the last 10 years.
There we
Everyone
go,
liked
10
me. I
minutes.
was the ultimate underdog YouTuber who blew up, and I had tons of positive comments, and people wanted me to go to conventions so they could meet me and shake my hand, and I would sign autographs and shit. And then when I moved across the country about 10 years ago from Connecticut to Washington, it just seemed like that was when all the crap hit at once. That this is how you don't play. People started, doxing me, started DDoS attacking me, got me swatted, false copyright strikes, and it's 10 years where it's like, I'm waiting. Will there ever be a break in this?
Big ups
Will
to
there
Iraq.
ever be a turn of the tides? And
Legend.
it feels like it's happening finally right now. And it does give me great relief. Now I can actually have open comments on my videos and on my Twitter, because it's not a vast
you still
majority of
moderate.
shitbags crapping on me anymore. It's actually positive people interacting with me. This is amazing. It really is life-changing at this point.
Oh.
Do you? I kind of want to vouch for Mike Klum, because I spoke to him about you, and because he's reached out to me because he felt like he, as you notice, he was speaking to detractor channels, and after speaking to them, he had come to the conclusion that they had an extremely negative bias towards you. So he kind of reached out to me because they all said, "Don't talk to Josh." They said, "Don't talk to that guy. He sucks." So he reached out to me to try and get like a more neutral perspective, and I think he was really trying to do you right. And
Yeah.
I'm very disheartened because I did enjoy his other documentary.
So why'd you stop
curious.
that?
It's my detractors who spun it the other way. I've said nothing but positive things about Mike Klum. I think he was really
But
had his
you
mind in the right
backed out of
place.
the documentary.
Yeah, why?
You're right, I did. But that had nothing to do
Would
with him.
you?
Why did you back
Was it
out?
just like it couldn't do it at that moment, or were you against the idea?
You've explained this on our show before, but tell Josh what the reason was.
There's
sorry, I
two
haven't heard
reasons.
that.
The first reason is I felt like to do that documentary, that's something that I would want to do at like the end of the road. So it's like a cumulative thing and it covers everything. And I don't feel like I'm at the end of my journey at all.
Fall
I feel like
and rise
I'm only
again.
42 years old. I'm planning to do this for a while. I'm not in a desperate situation like Boogie where I needed a turnaround of my life like he was trying to do. And that's really what his sob story documentary was going to be, or tried to be. So number one, I started working with him, and the more that we talked about it, I was like, I don't really know if this is going to be what I want or is really going to benefit me that much. And that gets to part two. It was going to take a lot of time and work to do. It was going to be a lot of filming, a lot of different things. It was going to mess with my schedule. It was going to mess with my family life with my wife. And to be honest, I already overwork myself. I work 6 days a week full time on this. And now I'm going to have less time with my wife to be doing this. Is like, that's crazy.
He gushed about how responsible you were with your schedule and how you would communicate with him about how, look, I stream for these hours and I will not interrupt these blocks of time for anything. So it has to be outside that. He was very
right.
He was very flattering about how hardworking you were.
Schedule.
And he said that if you're not as successful as you would like to be, it has nothing to do with how much sweat you put into it, because you do put in a ton of sweat equity in your work.
That's a very nice thing for him to say. And I will just say this, like, the reason it really didn't happen is because with the insane amount of time and effort it was going to take to do that while also maintaining a business, I was afraid that the payout wasn't going to be there. Like, who knows how this documentary will be received by the internet, especially when so many people just don't like me. No one had given me the chance yet to be seen in a different light. People could just focus on certain parts that are really negative, and that's the only thing anyone talks about. I wasn't convinced that at the end of the day, with the amount of effort and time I was going to put into it, that it was going to benefit me or my business or my image, and that's why I put the kibosh on it. But we had actually stayed kind of amicable.
It was all about the EDP doc
talk
before.
about stuff in the future. I don't know what's going to happen now because no one's really like heard from him for a while. I don't know if he's working on that EDP documentary or anything else. But at this point, like, I'm not really interested in doing a documentary because I don't feel like it's time yet.
Well, I was going to suggest that since things are looking up, it doesn't have to be a comprehensive documentary, but if you're hoping to end that narrative on a more positive note, if you're feeling good about where you're at right now, where you're going,
definitely. Please,
that might be worth considering. I just thought I would throw it out there because I was interested in seeing this.
A fair point.
So too. I think so too. Yeah.
Let's see where the journey goes, right? And if it goes well, yeah, maybe we'll see.
I want to go back. Go ahead, Josh.
Sorry, but you said that how long do you want to be DSP? Like, just in general, like, do you see like a retirement age? Like, you're gonna cash in an IRA at like a specific age, or do you have like a plan for
Good joke.
for how long you're gonna run it?
IRA.
The thing is, like, as much as I'd like to have a plan, it seems like every time that I've laid out a plan in my life, something just smashed the fucking plan to pieces, And it's like, especially the job that I have is so unpredictable. You don't know what's gonna happen. Am I even gonna be able to be a YouTube streamer for another few years? Is YouTube gonna change and I got to go to another format or whatever? The truth is, at least I know that I have a dedicated group of followers who've been with me for so long that I've been able to do it no matter what, whether I'm on Twitch or on YouTube or whatever. I know I cannot be a gamer till I die, right? I'm going to get carpal tunnel, man. I'm not going to have hand-eye coordination to be fucking playing the Street Fighter and Call of Duty.
Yeah.
But what I'd like to do is branch out and do different things, which it looks like I'm actually doing right now, and have the ability to do different kinds of commentary on different things, whether it's the news, whether it's politics, whether it's whatever, just commenting over videos like you guys do, And I think that potential is there because I really haven't dabbled in it that much. I've just been doing gaming for so long. I don't want to be a
for more than a year,
forever,
but okay.
I would like to at some point at least maintain some kind of a following on the internet because I love it so much. I absolutely love this job.
And you have no other
I don't
choice.
want to lose that connection that I have with my audience and be able to have meaningful conversations and hangout sessions. I just don't think I can do it full time forever. It's gonna get to the point I'm too old. Who wants to see the 70-year-old crotchety dude trying to play Street Fighter and can't even push the buttons? So
I mean, there was a 70-year-old guy playing RuneScape at a point.
That is true. I do know about that guy. Yes. So, but yeah, like long term, I want to keep doing it as long as I can. And then when I see signs I can't, maybe, but the thing is, hopefully if there's a turnaround and there's positivity and I have money and I can have savings and I can have retirement funds now, that thing can happen. I can eventually say, okay, I don't have to do it till I die. But, I haven't had that opportunity in many years. We're going through that bankruptcy and all this shit going on. Now it looks like things are turning around, and maybe, that's what I said, when I say this is life-changing, that's not an exaggeration. That's an actual statement of fact.
let me tell you my favorite videos that you've ever done. There are a couple that stand out, and none of them have anything to do with like. Well, I mean, the Street Fighter videos where you got angry are very funny. But my favorite video you have ever done is the unboxing of Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
Everyone loves this
It's the
video.
best video.
Everyone loves this video.
It's the best.
That's great.
That and the
Ultimate
cooking
frustration.
videos. I miss the cooking with the king.
No.
When,
Poorly cooking with the king. You have to add that in there because that was the whole idea, is that it was me being a dunce trying to cook and making terrible food.
yeah, I mean it was very funny because you had like a camera in one hand and were trying to open like cans with the other, and it was just like a tragedy.
Probably the reason I ran out and bought a tripod for the first time when I was trying to do that
For the
series.
cooking streams. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Josh, you have to watch him cooking the noodles in the cup.
He must have seen.
The cup noodles with the spoon.
The cup noodles.
Let's make fun of
instead
the guy
boiling
right
water,
in the
he
group
uses
with
the
us.
Hot water from the water cooler.
Let's make fun of him right here.
and the spoon and
So hard.
Making fun of
Did you
Phillip
see the
while he's
bacon
on
grease
the
one where he
show.
just flushes that shit.
Right down the toilet.
What were you thinking, Phil?
Not my problem.
I didn't know. I was an idiot. I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
my
I was
God.
a complete
So
dunce.
funny.
When I started on YouTube, I was
the
just fucking
landlord.
around. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I didn't do anything and get views on it, right? Like,
Holy
fucking
fuck.
stupidity.
I want to say one other thing. Can we all just agree? Fuck the IRS. Fuck them.
Oh, tax
Fuck
talk.
Yeah.
Fuck the IRS. I know, Phil, you would never, ever scam the IRS.
No, but you
But
know,
if you
yeah,
did, it
fuck
was
'em.
fucking base.
It's
Fuck
righteous.
them. Tell them, Josh.
865 billion dollar a year budget with a return on investment of 1 to 6. 15% or more of every dollar you send to the IRS is used to tax you. 15% waste. Every dollar sent
All right,
for
Phillip,
the
what's your
privilege
take?
of being taxed, so that the majority of that money can go to social welfare programs that do not do anything for our country. And then they take out loans, and it just sinks us deeper and deeper forever. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who gets away with not giving money to the IRS is enriching our entire planet for a better future.
Phillip, what's your take on
Tax-free,
this?
bitch.
Tax free. God bless the king. He's tax free, baby.
Let's go.
Phillip?
I do have one final thing I'd like to say to Josh, because I know
Yes.
we're at the end of our time now.
Hell yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So, Josh, first of all, thanks for having the conversation. I know we're never going to agree on certain points.
Oh,
right?
God, back to this. Who gives a
this
fuck?
morality. I think there's things there that you shouldn't have on the site. You're going to always have them there. But to be able to come together and have a civil conversation is meaningful, I think, to everyone. I think everyone who watched this probably learned something and got something out of it, and that's what it's really all about, right?
Yep.
But I will say this. I feel like I know there's another silly analogy. I like to make a lot of silly analogies. But
yes.
in a lot of ways, I kind of
Sandwich
see
shop?
like Dr. Frankenstein. Okay?
Oh,
and what I mean by
God.
that is with Kiwi Farms, you had a good intention. You want to figure out a way to create life from death. This is going to change humanity,
Cringe.
right? People will be able to live forever if I can perfect this technology, if only. And then the lightning bolt came down, and when the dude got up, and he starts fucking destroying everything around him, and everything's getting smashed and fucked up. And
Well,
now
you know how
he's
that story ends, right?
Everyone dies, right? The monster
Yeah,
dies,
he kills
everyone
the
dies.
creator. So if I get killed by my creation, you'll
That's
be
what I mean.
seen as
So here's
the-
the thing.
Whoa.
You're right. This is what's
Careful
scary
what
is
we
like,
speak into existence here.
Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead,
I
Phil.
hope that you're at a point in your life, like you said, I think you said you were 30 years old. You're at a point in your life when you're going to realize, at least from my perspective, that it's just not worth it, and that you'll be able to put down the monster before the monster puts you down. I really hope that, because it doesn't seem to me like you're a
Right.
bad guy from the conversation we've had today. I just think that we're at different planes of existence morally, and I would hate to see that site be the end of you or your happiness in life because
Right.
you let it go too long
Thanks,
or too
Phillip.
far. All right. I'm not going to be the guy who's going to come after you for anything. I don't go after my detractors. You're never going to see a lawsuit from Darkside Phil. I'm not a fucking asshole.
Right.
All
You
right.
just felt
but
them.
I am worried from the shit that's been going on that that's going to be the end of you. And at some point in your life, you may have to draw that line and be like, it's not worth it anymore. I got to stop. And it might be the best decision in your life to do that and to kill the monster before it gets too
Right,
late. I think you
thanks.
should think about that. I'm not saying
Anyways.
you have to do it today or tomorrow, but I think it's something you should seriously soul search and think about because it might be best for you and for a lot of other people as well.
Say something, though.
Okay.
Well, my perspective is simply this: that We are in an unprecedented era where the internet is smaller and more insular than it has ever been. There is more traffic on fewer websites, and that is not good for the health of humanity as a whole. And I think that there is an attack on freedom of expression and the ability to share truthful information on the internet. And the only way to combat that is for certain people, which I include myself in, to say not one step back. Hold the line. Every single right must be protected at all costs. Because if you don't have people doing that, and granted, my realm is very small, it's just a gossip website, but if you don't have people doing that in general, everybody, you don't even know what you're losing until it's gone.
Your take, Phillip?
And I know that the Kiwi Farms is just a speck in terms of like the grand picture, but I think everything helps. Every little thing helps in regards to that.
Phillip.
Okay, guys. Well, appreciated having you both on. Maybe we should play Chain together. Who's got 30 minutes for video games?
No, don't.
I guess
No,
I guess
I apologize.
We
No, that was a
appreciate both of
great
you guys
talk.
coming on, sharing your
Thank you.
perspectives. They couldn't be any more different. You
For
couldn't
real.
be any more different as people. But we were able to have a civil conversation about very controversial, very inflammatory topics. And, you know, I thought it was really good.
It was good.
I really, really enjoyed it. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too.
Yeah, no, definitely,
like this
Josh.
went
Thanks, man.
Really well.
Yeah, and
Phillip?
DSP, we hope you got all your grievances out. And again, there are things you won't agree with, but I think that was very positive convo. Who knew? Huh?
Wow.
Out of curiosity, is your talk with Keemstar with just you and Keem, or is it also moderated by Kino Casino?
No,
It's
that's
just us. It's just
on
me
his
and you.
channel. That's on his channel
Good luck
tomorrow.
with that shit.
You know what? I think you'd be surprised. I think Keem's turning the corner on Phil.
We have his segment after
Don't let him
this,
talk you into being
actually.
on Locale Live.
No.
Don't let him
You
do
don't-
it.
I am the last person you have to worry about. Just let me put it this way. I've been through so much shit in my life at this point that I'm the last person to get the wool pulled over his eyes on shit.
Oh,
okay?
definitely.
I'm so skeptical of this stuff.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that. It's going to be very interesting.
I'm
but
very
it's gonna be
curious.
still-
I'm very curious to watch that tomorrow. What time is
I'm
it?
excited. No,
What time
that's
is that?
is that tomorrow?
It's Wednesday morning.
Wednesday.
I'm gonna turn the stream on at 11 a.m. Pacific time because, as you guys know, I have some technical issues trying to get Discord.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna work with my chat to get it working for about a half an hour, and he's gonna come on around 11:30, and then we're gonna go for like an hour and a half. So
As long as your hardware acceleration's off, you should be fine. But yeah, so we're looking very forward to that. Yeah.
Who knows where else the arc goes from here? But we're going to
The
be gone
arc
for a
goes
couple
from
of weeks.
here. Correct.
So
Yeah,
maybe
after
we
this.
started the fire. I believe I can cause chaos. So
Yeah.
let's see where it goes.
All right, guys.
Good having
Thank you so
on.
much. All right, we'll see y'all later.
Thank you.
All right, yeah,
Thanks,
peace.
everyone.
Easy.
All right.
Easy. All right.
Let me
All
hear
right,
this
guys,
one.
we're still going to do some more show for you guys. We're going to read the super chats here in a minute. I think we're just going to take a quick break. I'm going to
I'm gonna
take
hop
a
off.
piss.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, yeah, peace
See ya,
out, bro.
Josh.
Peace out, man.
Bye.
Sorry, I should have switched that thing. But we're fine. There we go. Yeah, I got to use the bathroom real quick. That was real good.
Let me hear
I
what
thought it
kind
was
of
fun.
Honestly, and you know what? Like
the PDF thing.
he conceded. He heard our gripes with that Derich guy.
Derek, you better
He's
fucking
gone.
ban Derek.
He's fucking
Fuck
gone.
Derek,
All
man.
of you
He's a creep.
just make sure that you stay on his ass about that. And look, we were willing to bring up the the grievances from people.
Uh-huh.
If you just wait for us to at least have a rapport with some
Like,
guy.
Let us
Ah,
establish some
interesting.
level of trust with
Interesting.
him first before
Okay.
we start. Okay, these intimate details that everybody hates you about. Let's hold you to account for them.
Yeah, it's like
I think
just give us a
it
minute.
went well. And so, all right, I'll be right back.
Yep. All right,
and then we'll
guys.
cover some other stuff.
So it's
All right.
interesting,
All right,
right?
we'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna throw on loyalty here.
It's a little interesting that they're kind of admitting there that this was their avenue to get their questions asked, that people wanted them to ask, right? So this was definitely not a planned thing, but this was their avenue to get those questions asked. And what happened was the same questions that side scrollers asked in the end. You know what I mean? Like, that was kind of it, right? We asked the same shit as the side scorers asked. A few different variables there, of course. But yeah, I will get us on DSP here. I cannot stay. I will read all the Super Chats. You guys are fucking legends, so I do want to read all the Super Chats because that's just got to do it. But I will, not that. I will see if Phillip, because he did say he was going to decompress after this, so I'm sure Raw will have that. And I will redirect you there if they do. I'll keep my eyes on this channel here as I read through the Super Chats, all right? Because, yes, Chew is noticeably silent on Discord, which is scary, actually. No, just kidding. It's just fine. I told her the deal. Big news dropping. This is world-changing news you can't walk away from, honey. You can't walk away from this. So I will pick up where I left off last time. If you want to go somewhere else, I would not blame you. So the places to go now, let me see who's streaming anything here. I will keep us on here just to make sure, but I don't know if anyone's streaming anything else on YouTube. Let me let you know. I'll give you a place to go. Raw Phil seems to be a hot place. So here's Raw Phil.
Again,
Tricky Trot Lines. I want to check that out.
If I want to. If
Tricky Trot
take
Lines.
a minute to try to be serious with it, I can do it.
I want to check out that video. All right, that's Raw Phil if you want to go. So I'll keep it on here to make sure. Let's fucking go. All right. So the legend. The first one we're going to start with today. Yeah, if you haven't watched it, it's worth watching. Weeb. It starts out. I had no idea it was going to be like this. Just real sum up real quick before we say goodbye formally. Before I read out the Super Chats, I did not expect it to be like this. It started with a very heavy tone to it. It was not what I expected in any way, shape, or form. It started very heavy and right on it. And Null he did a good job making sure to ask the real questions. Well, there's always going to be questions we wish they also asked, right? There always is going to be, guys. But I feel he did a good job, asking questions that could have had a follow-up? Oh, definitely. Could he had more follow-ups? Yes. Could they ask up more shit? But I think they did ask. So he did get some good questions, and it made Phillip very uncomfortable. I know for a second there we thought this might literally be the end of the arc because of how I'll tell you right now, the Kino Casino chat was turning on Phillip in real time. They were saying, this is not good. This is a self-felt. Get out of here. Derich needs to go. And why are you defending him? Everyone was against him. I did think, though, that Triple P successfully turned it back around and called it a W. And Andy was in on that, too. So they got the ban out of it, and that turned it into a W when that could have ended this whole arc, right? It could have been ended right there if he didn't say I was going to ban Derich. And Phillip probably sensed that and decided to change his tune. Will he actually ban Derich? Who fucking knows? You know what I'm saying? So who knows? But the Jenna talk was hype. We got the bank leaks kind of hit on, but remember it wasn't DSP. DSP didn't really say anything about that, right? But we are still, this is insane, but Keemstar will be on the Level 1 podcast on Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? So, holy fuck, man. Big day. Big week. Let's put it that way. We'll see if I'm not sure about Preestream. I'll restream the Preestream tomorrow, probably, because it will be a hype one. I will make time for that. And Wednesday, of course, I will be here for the Keemstar interview because you don't want to miss that. Anyways, okay, guys, that'll be the unofficial end of the show. I will read Super Chats now because everyone's a legend and I want to read all of them because they are important and it's meaningful to me. God damn it. Ultimoth says, calling Slimman is autistic is not slander, but a lawyer could still have some fun with a stern letter of warning, I'd say, and I did read that one already. NWO was the last one I read. Keem is just getting in DSP's good graces so he can profit from him on Lolcow Live once they're friends. And I think that is what many people saw. And Null also said that, right? Null brought that up. He made sure to say, don't go on Lolcow Live. Because that's what he wants to do.
Oh, no.
RS Nerd in the house says, get that ass banned. ES says, closer to 600 moderators talking to each other, but okay. Yeah, Phillip was trying to felt Doody on that he lives in a echo chamber when Doody streams, once a month, maybe?
Dumb bitch.
You know what I'm saying?
What a dumb bitch.
Maybe. JE5150 says, did GSP ban Derich? He has agreed to ban Derich. The banning has not been proven yet. We shall see. Lado says, he would let Phil on and told them to stop. Okay, so let's talk about Doody, by the way. Doody wanted to have DSP on, but it did not happen. Copeside Phil says, the gaslighting is absolutely insane today. Absolutely. Phil was on top of the world, went on that show, And then, no, Proper, you got a sideways shout out. He said there's other places on the online. Galtopia, right? Gordon Flowers, pointing at Derich, says $168 a year for Twitter Premium, by the way. Yes, that's very important. He doesn't want to see ads. The king doesn't want to see ads. Wesley H says, autistic people don't have common sense. DSP 2024. And I will have to rewatch that segment. I'm sure it'll be on Doody's channel and many other channels. But he did equate autistic people to unhinged. Okay, so we shall see that. Mickey Thor says, Phil can't sue anyone. Discovery would be too hype. I know. Don't you want to see it? Like, we got to see it. Just make it happen. Sue somebody, Phillip. Please. Talk about my wife. Loa Modica says, Doody said he'd stop posting clips if DSP said so. Yeah, that's Doody's like line. I don't agree with saying that line. That's what he wants to do. That is Doody's company line. I won't stop if DSP says stop. So that's my official stance. If DSP says stop streaming on WPIG, stop having a podcast, on that being said, we will not stop. Unless it becomes a legal issue and Phillip sues us. Now, that's a different story. Snortal Combat says, felting, felted, felt. And not a stronger felt has been felt than the one I just felt when I was reading your felted comment. XJS says, Doody crying downstairs. I think he's all right. DSP Flaggett says, Your Honor, the defendant Doody is disputing my DMC claims against him, and our counter argument is he was felted, self-felted, and auto-felted as well. We're asking for $1 trillion in damages, and I believe that would be a strong argument. He did, as you can see here, the numbers don't lie, Your Honor. He felted himself and self-panted himself. Copeside Phil says, all the super chats rolling in mean it's over. That was the Doody getting a lot of super chats today. Dead EXO3 says, if he's so sure about the law, then strike Doody. That's what I say. That's my company stance on that. If it's so bad, then sue him. If you don't sue him, then you better shut up. Oh, it is happening 6:15. Guys, I cannot watch this. I cannot watch it. Kids got to go to sleep and stuff. Operating household. I will send you to Raw for that, though. I will read all the super chats, though. I really wish I could, but I do operate a household. Michael Solo says, Triple P broke Dave's mind. King of projection. Absolutely. Copeside Phil says, at least Doody didn't soy voice to Keem and talk back to him, but Phil the Coward didn't even talk to Keem for 2 seconds. Yeah, we'll see if that soy voice comes up. Yeah, it's right now. It's just not live. I'll put it on here. But even if he starts, I got to keep it muted, though. Just being honest. Open and honest. Utterly Insane says, how is saying you've got money exposing yourself? And that's my biggest question is, how is saying I make this much money with my channel making fun of you an own? You know what I'm saying? I do not know. Phillip said in his chat, I'm just going to read it to you. What's up? About to start. Need to post up. So let's see what he says on Twitter there. ES says, I look forward to Doody owning the snort fort. That would be funny. Big ups, Weston. Later, everybody that's heading out. I would head out, too, if I could, because it would be hyped to see this. But I do want to read all the legendary chats, because you're all fucking legends, dude. You're more important than you are more important than what's going on right now. Let me promise you that. Supporting. Copeside Phil says, the worst thing Doody said about Phil was he begs and spends money on WB champions, and are both true. So sue Doody and let's go to Discovery. Yep. If it's so bad, if it's so fucking bad, then sue him again. BR Joe says, breaking the law. Pew! That's what Doody's doing. Lyrical Thesis says, Supercardy SP. Nice. Supercardy SP. That's a Supercard reference. Chat, you are someone who Black Mage 666 says, Cardi B has also drugged and robbed men. I did not know about that. I'm not up on my Cardi B lore, unfortunately. But I'm always open to learning. Copeside Phil says, sue him and let's go Discovery, but he wouldn't. Yeah, you never will. Ultimo said the same thing. I want nothing more than see Phil in Discovery. War Dog Leader says, so he's saying Keem or Kino will get involved. That's what he's saying that for, War Dog Leader. Is like, you never know. Keemstar might get involved. Better watch out. That's what he's saying that for. You better think about what you're doing. And he basically did the same thing to fucking Null, too. Notice? He said, I just want you to end the stream, the site before something bad happens. Okay? And you goddamn know he was going to call that a felt until that thing went, you know, that whole, the whole atmosphere of the interview went very downhill for him. He was going to call it a fucking felt. You can bet your ass he was wanting to say on Twitter, I just felt it null. Can't say that anymore, sir. Copeside Phil says, and the doc will be, what the fuck are you doing here? That's a documentary about detractors. Yeah. All right, so he is live now.
Go away.
Go to Raw Phil if you want to watch it. Go to Raw Phil. Here, put the closed captions on. Fuck, they're not up. DSP Flag, it says, I hope there is a lawsuit, not only for discovery, but Doody can show Phil saying that he's a waste of life and that he's just dangerous, which could be seen as libel and would probably get DSP's channel yeeted. Yes, that's true. I'm going to, I will, Raw Phil, pin Raw Phil here, because you're wild. Continuing coverage. There you go. Pin. Oh, son of a bitch. Pin. Okay. Raw Phil continuing coverage there. Let me get mine out again. I shouldn't have it on. It's kind of confusing, isn't it? It's kind of like confusing to have it up. People are like, oh, is he talking? Here. What are they talking about now? Oh, they're going back to Rich. I'll just leave it. Here, I know. I'll say muted. I'll give you a full rundown. Reading super chats. Go to Raw Phil or somewhere else. That should handle it. All right. There you go. This will really help people understand. There we go. Nailed it. Let me get a background here so it's not killing. Hang on. I'll get this. We'll get this together. There we go. Okay. And I'll give you a picture of... Who can I give you a picture of? Someone. It's got to be someone. Here, I'll give you a picture of... I'll give you a picture. This is a funny one. Here. I'll give you a picture of this in the meantime. There. There's Howard. Howard as Mickey, which I think is a very funny one. Howard as Mickey is there. There we go. Okay. Perfect. That's Howard. Renji says, I'm not going to flag the video or any, just going to sit and bitch. Got you, Phil. That's exactly what he did. Exactly what he did. I'm just going to bitch and say I felted you, but nothing of substance will be changed. Sound good? Movie Sign says, oh, I really hope Doody seeks some professional legal help. I hope so as well. That would be amazing. People in Phillip's chat are LARPing, saying, you coming clean with everything was awesome. Yeah, it was awesome, admitting. It was awesome coming clean with everything, Phillip, wasn't it? Copeside Phil says, what has Doody done that's so bad? Upload videos? That's it. That's fucking it, brother. Some Gator says, Phil Logic, someone doesn't SMD. They are unhinged. Some Gator in the house. Nervous Noodles says, we've officially landed in a new snort dimension, and we really have. We really have. Copeside Phil says, he has a failing business that he needs to beg for. And I kind of wish that was brought up a bit. That's kind of my biggest negative for this was kind of, I wish they brought up, well, yeah, but it doesn't matter where you spend money, except if you beg your audience, right? That's a little bit of a silver lining there. So, Copeside Phil says, who is lining up to mess with Doody? Yeah, because Keem went in there, now Phillip thinks that, like, everyone's lining up, you know? The whole internet's behind it, you know? That's what he thinks. Jet Black says, you don't know me. Cue Edge's theme music. Oh, yeah, that'd be kind of good. You don't know me. It's kind of good. Copeside Phil says, Doody never ever once said he was rich. Thank you, Copeside Phil. I did not know that. Yeah, you said he's, like, retired. But I think for Phil, retired means rich, right? Because for him, that kind of is the case. Oh, get out of here, Raw Phil. Link. The fuck out of here. We're unhinged right now. I'm going unhinged myself. There we go. All right, should go away now. I'll do this one. There we go. Big up, Strider. All right, next up. Matthew Fachin, 1993 says, like how Phil's describing Doody streams, when in reality he's describing in his own stream. Yeah, Doody just clips Phillip Burnell, right? That is slanderous for Phillip, right? Big ups Nervous Noodles, who says, this is all because Doody makes more money than him, and I think that's the beginning and end of it, right? Fictitious in the house. Now we enter the interview side of things. Fictitious says, like Phil, I'm also scared of artistic people. Jericho TSK says, oh no, we're still in Doody. Put towards self-analyzing yourself. Thank you, Jericho TSK. I will self-analyze. I will also, what's the one where you, okay, I won't get into that. Nick, I will self-pants myself. That's what I will do. Nick SF says, I'm sure Phil's audience wanted to hear this today. Absolutely. The autistic talk. They definitely wanted to hear that. Very interesting talk. And also to hear how they're unhinged, right? I will want to hear that again, just to make sure we got it correct. But remember, they are unhinged. Okay. Next up, ES says, we're going to need a bigger wall for this projection. Yeah, this projector's not big enough. Copeside Phil says, he started when Phil found out Doody was making 5,000. Yep. He then asks, ALT, are you falling apart yet? Meerkat Steve? I don't want to speak for them, but I'm not falling apart yet. Not yet. My time will come. Copeside Phil says, Phil started talking with Doody first, not the other way, yeah? Doody's been making videos about Phillip for years now, so you tell me. I see some people in chat talking about defending PDFs.
Huh?
But some LARPers. Did you like the atmosphere more than on side scrollers? It felt like side scrollers. I came across this WPIG channel. Is Pig supposed to be me? I'm like 180 pounds at best. How rude. And it's run by ALT as an alternate personality? And people are saying he's a senior citizen? Thank you, Fed Roger. Confirms. He's 70. Thank you, DSP Flaggett. Copeside Phil says, Doody can put his kids through college with all the money he's made, and that's why he hates Doody so much. He's literally the only reason. I think that makes sense. J-Dog says, there'll be no reward to normal Phil now. I don't think it's possible now. Holy fuck. Nervous Noodle says, wow, Doody now owns private islands in Dave's head. I think he does own the biggest stake in Phillip's head. Absolutely. Move over, Evil AJ. You used to have the suite. I think that's been taken over. I don't know. We'll see, though. Copeside Phil says, sue everyone and let's go to Discovery. Please, Phil. Big ups Copeside Phil for the bomb. BR Joe says, maybe those lawyers who told him not to share his WB Champions account should DMCA copyright strike Doody. Yeah, why not? Philip's talking about W Champions. I thought that was his lawyer said don't talk about that. He's defending Derich again. He's biting. I'm not playing it. Fuck it. I gotta go. I want to talk. Copeside Phil says, I want to get back to normalized. Let's talk to Null. Some Gator says, get out of the boxing ring then, Phil. Yeah, that's a good idea. Take some action. Nervous Noodles. His background is such an embarrassing miasma of random trinkets masquerading as junkyard sale decoration. That's his new hip background. Maybe you don't get it, Nervous Noodles. He's not banning Derich. Are you serious? I'm not looking. I'm not. That will self-felt the arc of Kino Casino if he doesn't ban him. Yeah, don't ban him, Phillip. Yeah, you shouldn't ban him. Definitely don't ban him. You definitely shouldn't ban him. Dominic, big up, says ALT is young. That's, yeah, you want to change the meme? Why don't you change it to say ALT is young? Huh? That'll get them. Those detractors. RS Nerd says, ack. DSP Flaggett says, does Phil realize the side-scroll decompressed whining stuff isn't the chip it once was since he danced on RTU's grave for 4,002? He does not realize that. He thinks he's felting. Yeah. Stop the slander, Dominic. No, don't slander. No, you guys are saying that's slander. I'm saying it's not slander. That's slander and libel and defamation. Yes. Watch out, Dominic. Nervous Noodle says, we're still trying to be done with it, guys. Fur. Big ups to Sam for the member popping. Ryan says, is there a gas leak in his house? I read that one, but I think there might be. Jericho says, wait, what are you the king of again? And they were, if you notice, they were really trying to push that line of, you know, what redemption have you done, actually? Null tried to get that line of talk going, but Phillip just went Preestream on him. Didn't really get any moves there. Didn't get any action out of that, right? B said, Allrog says, they reported Wings for doxing customers. Yeah, so it wasn't even that. It's Wings was doxing customers. I don't know the detail, the lore on that at all. So if that is true or not, I don't even know. But, yeah, some people are sticking up here. Your fans told you too. So why doesn't Rebecca's in his chat now. I know I can't show you, but your fans told you about Derich. So why don't your fans' opinions matter, right? Why doesn't your fans' opinions matter? It's only the Kino boys' opinions that matter. And the thought of losing the romance with the boys that matters. Gotcha. Good Freak says, when are you appearing on the Level 1 podcast? We're not there yet. Few years of a feud. Chris Dorner, let's see. He's not saying anything really.
Thank you for a super chat as well. No, I don't follow him on Twitter. I've never been to his YouTube page. I don't do any of that shit. I have nothing to do with any of it at all.
See, people are really leaning in now. Why'd you ban people who told you about Derich?
Is planning to stream the
Why'd you ban? Oh, there's Derich
simultaneously.
I'll see you later this week. This Wednesday night for Stardew.
We didn't agree to that. If he's planning to do an interview on my show first and then he clips it and comments on it on Lolcow Live later, that's fine. But if he's thinking of simulcasting, that was not what we agreed with and was never mentioned, and that would be a snake move, and I will cancel the interview. So let's see if that's the case or not. I'll have to ask him, because we didn't agree to that at all. He's appearing on my show. I am in no way appearing on his show as a live guest, period.
I don't think he's so propped about this. So prep for this. If he's already at that kind of feeling.
Thank you to the $250,000 man for a $50 super chat. He says, good job banning that loser. This is to your future success. Thank you. Thank you. I also received a $20 tip. I found you via This Is How You Don't Play and only ever didn't support you because you were harboring a known you-know-what without your knowledge according to the stream. That's right. I respect... without knowledge according to the stream. Right. I respect you so much more that you're getting rid of him, but it's a terrible look to say a prominent member of the community being that doesn't fall on you when you lean and ban anyone who says something mildly opposite to your opinion.
Yes.
Because they did it in the chat.
So
you
what?
Understand the difference between they did something in the chat in front of me against the rules, you violated the rules, you're gone, versus, I just through hearsay heard something. If you ran a restaurant, and someone who's a known criminal walked into your restaurant, but you don't have evidence that they're a known criminal, do you throw them out of your restaurant?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? This is everyone's welcome in the chat.
Except when people tell you his behavior outside of chat.
I'm not going to argue the semantics of this over and over because I already have argued it. So there you go. He's already going to be banned, so you can stop talking about it now. Thank you for the tip.
Phillip, this isn't going as well as you hoped, huh? He's getting money, but...
All right.
But people around the restaurant say he is, but you don't listen to them.
Privacy did a $20 super chat. Good discussion with Josh. Sounds good. Thank you, Privacy.
You got it. You got the point. Moving on. Chris Dorn Respect said, I'm late. What did I miss? You better rewind, brother. YouTube commenter says, honestly, Doody has exposed himself at this poster. I read that one already. Black Mage 66 is braced for artistic impact. Armand says Triple P means panoing, pissant, poobably. I think Triple P did pretty good today. I'm gonna be honest. I know people don't like Triple P, and I'm gonna play the Derich. I'm gonna play the Derich. I'm gonna play the Derich defense that Phillip used in a very different situation though. I don't know anything about PvP outside of what people have told me. And I'm judging him purely on his performance today of an interview. And I think that went well. That is my stance. Taylor Jennings says, any second spent on duty and fair use is wasted. ES says, prediction, Josh does tricks on it. P-Wop says it was at this moment he knew he fucked up, and we definitely got that. We definitely got that moment. The NWO News says, look at his face. He got the side-scrollers mode. Copeside Phil says, I'm a victim, Josh. Please believe me. He tried to push the victim complex many times. Didn't work out, though. Copeside Phil says he was begging just last night, and he still does it. Yeah, they didn't bring up the begging that much, which was, a way it could have been better, but Copeside Phil says he still has a daily tip skull and still begs. True. ES says Doody is eating good tonight. Yeah, Doody's going to get 1,000 videos after this. 1,000. RS Nerd says, you can end this all today, Phil. Get off the internet. Can't do that, though. No other way to make money. Snortle Combat says, filibuster, ack, ack, ack. Joe Dub with the burger. Snortle Combat says, like the Yahoo jingle, you are someone who... I don't know the Yahoo jingle. What can you do? No, that's Klondike Bar. Son of a bitch, Snortle Combat. I don't know that one. ES says it's the morning and no snorts. Yeah, morning streams, no snorts. Thesis in the house. Black Mage 666 says Indrid banned for sending something pics to Null. Not reading that. That was a joke I made about Indrid earlier. ES says MILFs take Miami 3. That was in Phillip's chat. Definitely. Utterly Insane says they out of here there unless they support, like Kirk. Yeah, exactly. If you support, you can stick around. Snortle Combat says, Oingo Boingo, I love... Oh, God, I'm not... This is a super chat from Snortle Combat says, Oingo Boingo, I love little girls. Snortle Combat making that comment, not WPIG. Thank you. The Camping Dutchman says, we are in the stratosphere right now. Absolutely. Jericho TSK says, then I'd have to ban all the weirdos. And that's kind of what he was alluding to, right? Where does it end? Where does it end, huh? Where does it end? RS Nerd says he won't ban him because we'll get a W. Yeah, that was the reason he didn't ban Phillip, is because the trolls will get a W. Copeside Phil says, this is what we have been waiting for. I agree. Wayne and Gout says, Derich's nail-biting hard right now. Yeah, he just got banned, though, so... RS Nerd says, oh my God. Too keen to give a what? Says, holy shit, Phil. Your detractors, they were right. Vike says, these are the stances that should end the Kino arc. And I thought it had a real chance to end right then and there, but I think they turned it around so that arc will continue. YouTube commenter says, Phil's not taking an easy W in order to fence it. Yeah, I know. Such an easy fucking W, dude. Just say, yeah, you guys are right. I am the king. Off with his head. If you had a 1% of comedic brain, 1% of your mind included comedic skills, you would have said, yeah, you're right. Off with his head. And the chat would have flipped the fuck out. Thousands of super chats his way. If you had a little bit of comedy. But unfortunately, no. We have to defend him. Camping Dutchman says, Sir Marked One is cooming right now. Yeah, Sir Marked One, I'm sure he enjoyed this. Nervous Noodle says, he's actually defending a PDF. Unbelievable. A Heart Haven says, DSP is digging his own grave right now. It is hilarious. Yeah, I think he kind of got out of it by the end, but it's still not a good look, brother. Not a good look. Binho says, DSP Novella Season 16 is reaching its climax. All it needed was Derich to be the topic. Yes, Binho. Matt Ice says, Phil, this is such a weird hill to die on, my dude, and I agree. Marked One's been on twice, but yeah, we could get him on again. J-Dog says, why is he choosing this hill? Why? U.S. Army 77 in the house. Nervous Noodle says, this is just empty talk. He's not banning him. According to me, he hasn't yet. U.S. Army 77 says, is this the start of the rug pull? Well, it could have been. It could have been. My cat is pissed now, too. The Pounder says, Derich got felted. Fictitious says, the most talk time with the least said. Yeah. Triple P did a pretty good job not letting Phillip do that, though. Waffle Bunny 123 says, Phil cucked live. Matt Ice says, Phil not understanding how his community is an extension of him. Biggest of ups. Correct. Joe Dub says, you just lost your last chip, Derich. Ack, ack, ack. Derich has just been banned. Gone forever. The Grippa says, every parent has to kick the kids out of the nest eventually. Bye, Derich. Yeah. Colombian Detractor says, missed the Side Scrollers interview live. So glad to be here for this. Nail that PDF defender to the cross. Backdoor, Dan Vass says, Derich's grandpa is Gary Glitter. Gary Glitter reference in the house. Jay Wusso says, once again, the detractors, they were right. Jericho says, if you forgot the cannibalism, Hannibal was great. Yes. If you forget all the times I was an asshole, I wasn't an asshole, is the message from Derich. His message from Jericho. Excuse me. A lot of Derek going on in Phillip's chat. I'm trying to keep my eye on that as well. Jericho, you are not Derek, and I would never say that. I'll never say that. Sorry about that. Tricorder Transmission says, Phil is self-felting himself. Epic stream. I agree with that. Neo XLT says, trolls always win in the end. Dolo says, Phil sounding like Prince Andrew talking about Epstein. Nervous Noodle says, clearly not the felting DSP was looking for. He was absolutely looking for a felt. Did not find one there. Vike says, exorcisms make anyone one out. Yes, they do. Safeway Chaperone says, Derek is on something watch. You can put it, fill in the blank there. Nervous Noodle says, Kool-Aid girl, our only love. Nervous Noodles again says, and to think I was going to skip this. Wow. Plebe says, he controls Cat even more than I thought. I did read that one already. Anyway. Lyrical Thesis, Moon, you are someone. Felted for the membership. YouTube commenter for the membership. Nervous Noodle says he has the most irrelevant analogies on Earth. Yeah, his comedy skills are only better than his metaphor making skills. I will agree to that. YouTube commenter says no. Is that a moment? Camping Dutchman says Sir Markwood is going to have a super Derek watch now. Who's poppin'? Says poll on Keem on level 1 Wednesday after this. I think Keem's going to happen. I think the chances of it not happening are up. I will agree with you there. Who's poppin'? The chances of him not interviewing Keem have gone up. I will agree with that sentiment there. ES says Cat is literally downstairs crying right now. Utterly insane. Notice he didn't deny the bank leaks at all. I know. I wish they pushed a little bit on that. Snortle Combat says bankruptcy. Broside Phil says, is this the longest building rapport phase of the Reed technique interrogation? I may have to eat crow about this casino. I'll just say we don't know yet. Bob Starsky says they want the admission first, then they can press him on the begging. I get that point now. I self-felted myself on that. They were trying to get him to admit it and then maybe to press more on that. Lyrical Thesis says they're running train on Phil. Nervous Noodles. Projection, thy name is Phillip Burnell. ES says he has to deny detractors a win at all costs. Is it worth it to have a PDF in your chat? That's the crazy part. Drew Bayou, I hope this makes it into the June doc. That, unfortunately, is impossible. It's already probably been posted. It's probably already unlisted, honestly, and they're checking for copyright stuff. Next up, Some Gator. Because misappropriation of funds is a thing, Phil. Absolutely. I wish they pushed a little bit on that. Scumbag Josh said the lights are on, but no one is home. Big ups, Camping Dutchman. Big ups, bro. According to participants list, Derek Ip is not present, but I know there was a LARPer one too, so we'll see. We'll see if that's the official one. Unirock 2 says, gifted 5 legendary. Unirock 2. La Emotica says, this whole arc is Kino trying to own Craig. I don't know. What's their official stance on Craig? Do they hate the side-scrollers? I don't know. The Kino Casino versus side-scrollers relationship, let's say. Lyrical Thesis says, what the fuck is crests and valleys? Well, he meant peaks and valleys, but you know, a lot of gin. Augie Tibra says, is his chat going to have tell him it didn't go as good as he thought again? It appeared that some did say that, but then he got some Kino bros came in and are super chatting him to hell, so it's the same thing, yeah. It's Kino bros are gaslighting him and saying it was an awesome appearance, so they want to keep the art going, obviously. Matt Ice says, allow me to swerve the question and possibly nail myself on tax fraud allegations with something completely unrelated. Yes, Matt Ice. Cyclops86 says, hold on, Cyclops. Pork is back on the menu, boys. They're felting him. ES says, another news, DSP on LolCal Live, 9/8/2024. Yeah, I wonder. I don't think so. Especially after Null told him it was a bad idea. Jasper the Cat says, Josh is a feeder. He must love plump cat. I did not know Josh is a feeder. I mean, I've heard that, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know. Listen, guy, I don't watch anyone. I don't know. That's factually not true. Nervous Noodle says, Phil saw a side to the boys he didn't like. Phil saw a side of the boys he didn't exactly like. I think he saw that today. Scumbag Josh says, well, all these crossovers, when are the KC boys coming on TBS? Nah, we'll see. I think after the arc. He can't do it before the arc's over. They cannot do it before the arc is over. The arc has to be over and dead and dusted before KC Boys will come on the That Being Said podcast. You know that. It's in their best interest to not do that until the arc is over. Copeside Phil says, Josh turned out to be a good sub for Jim. I agree. Now, isn't that telling, right? Because they wanted to get Sir Mediker, but they couldn't get it. But then, the Kino Casino Bros made Null happen, which was okay. A substitute. Not the real thing, but a substitute. Kyle Denson says, Derich is banned. Let's go. We'll see if that's confirmed or not. I joined late. GE5150. We don't know if it's banned yet. Shadow is lovable says, now that we know he's down from the rafters, his family is in danger. Absolutely. He needs to get a police watch on him. Aaron Walker says, Daytona. And I'll play that. We got to play that. And Paka Pasiti says, hey now, WPIG coming at you live and now till midnight Eastern Standard Time. Sound good? Yes, that was absolutely the longest stream ever on WPIG, the most viewed stream on WPIG, the most supported stream on WPIG, and the most legendary stream on WPIG, thanks to viewers and listeners like you. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining. I shall be back tomorrow for the pre-stream, but it was legendary time, and I won't forget the moments we shared together, and we'll talk about it all, and That Being Said, on Friday and the rest of the week. A lot more fun stuff coming this week. You are legends, and don't forget, family.